On the back of my crop top, waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now what you beg for it, if you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it, but I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but now I'm just sitting here without you. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
everyone. Welcome back to me, obviously, because it's been a little bit. It's been a minute. Has anything happened? Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. That is the way that we should start every stream, to be honest. And Lead Vitamin, thank you so much for the resub. You're on a 9-month streak. That's like a stream. Anytime there's any milestone that reaches 9 months, I always have to equate it to pregnancy in my brain. So it's like you've been, like, do you guys know what I mean? I started streaming 9 months ago. In that time, countless women have had children. That's insane. You went on another vacation again, didn't you? Close. I got sick as fuck. That's kind of like a vacation, only not. And the whole world crashed and burned around me, and I couldn't stream. Very fun. Really, really fun. So, okay. What are we doing? We are joining a different stream to look at the like Hutch crash out on Live and Learn. I saw a little bit of it, and I think they're already into it, but yeah.
Hello?
What up?
What's up? How's it going?
Having a stroke watching this because points are being repeated that I literally debated him on not that long ago. On all of these exact same points. Yeah, and like I guess it just means that he was literally convinced of absolutely none of it. Because I've heard him bring up like I mean, like, this is a guy to me who he's like these like flowchart leftists, they don't have nuance that's required. Anyway, I'm going to explain the Green Lantern theory for the millionth time to explain why Democrats can't actually do anything. Okay, dude.
Oh, wait, can you explain the Green Lantern theory now that you're here?
The Green Lantern theory,
I feel like I know what it is, but go ahead.
Is the invention of Ezra Klein, everyone's favorite liberal, who criticizes people that expect things of, you know, their elected officials, particularly Democrats, because we have a bicameral legislation and checks and balances. So all of the power is not concentrated in the hands of the executive, which is true. And sometimes people are like, if only the president just pushed a little bit more forward, or if they just did this, they just did that. And Ezra Klein's argument is it's not that simple. There's a lot of coalitions and work that has to be done for politicians and presidents especially, and people in the executive branch to get certain things done. But I do think that he overstates the extent to which the executive is just paralyzed. And Trump's illegal actions notwithstanding, I would hope that people can see, oh, the federal government is capable of doing a lot of shit, and very, very quickly and very, very efficiently if they feel like doing it. That should be evidently and abundantly obvious, given everything going on right now.
I think it should be abundantly clear to Ezra Klein that he's wrong.
Yes.
Sorry.
Not gonna happen, I realize, but it should be the case, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Got it. Critical context. How far were you were watching this earlier? How far did you get in it? Do you have any idea?
I saw like bits and pieces, so wherever you are, I don't mind jumping in.
All right, cool.
I feel like you're just not responding to them. I agree with you on 2020, especially.
Fair, unfair. I really don't give a flying fuck about like any of like those kind of descriptors. It's just the truth that if the progressive populist wing is to ever be in a position where they're the leadership of the party, it will be because they convinced voters and not because
oh my god,
Pete and Amy didn't deliberately stay in the race.
Coming from this group of people, are you kidding me? Like, I think if I had to guess, because I didn't see this part, let me just guess. Progressives believe that they are entitled to electoral wins. Is that the take?
Yeah, that they don't have to convince people, that just like because, you know, they have popularity somewhere, they should just get power and they should be handed the reins of the party. Yep.
Okay. Wonderful, for one. For two, this group of people saying the vote blue no matter who, no matter how terrible the candidate is, no matter how uninspiring their campaign is, vote for them anyway because you need to defeat it. To me, that is like the same argument, no? They're owed your vote.
Yes.
Even though they haven't done it. It's
exactly.
Literally the same thing. The difference is that they have managed to capture enough seats and like, you know, have power already. But you are these people, and I largely myself argue for this as well. Like, you should still vote for them, not always because they've earned it, but because they have crossed the threshold of being better than a Republican, which is a very low bar, admittedly, but it's still really important. But I don't understand like that grievance coming from either side. Everybody has this feeling, no?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand how you could say we need to cut these people out of the party because they're uncommitted, and then say it's because they expect things to be handed to them, and then also criticize them for being uncommitted. Especially when it's on like a principled stance, like the Israel thing. Like, I get how you don't like that. You think they should vote against, you know, Trump. But I don't get how you could criticize that stance when it is the same thing. Like, hey, you shouldn't. Nobody's entitled to your vote. Is his general like principle he's trying to espouse here?
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
and leftists
so
are
you
like,
don't
yeah,
criticize any of these
exactly.
people.
They're not entitled to my vote, so why should I vote for them?
Yeah.
To essentially hand it to Bernie.
Yeah, no, Sophia, we all basically agree with this, but the problem is that Hutch agrees with this, and then if you're going to like lose a seat because you don't want to vote for a leftist, basically, if you have a leftist who's going somewhere and they are like doing well, he'll still argue basically because of national politics, like they shouldn't be run, they should be, you know, you should go with some nice liberal candidate, right? I think he started to ease back on that a little bit, but in general, it's the whole reason they're talking about cutting off like this coalition, cutting off lefties, don't talk to lefties. They seem to be talking about cutting off Kyle Kulinski, which to me is just totally insane. I don't know how you could be the types who are like, we need Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's the most important. Joe Rogan was somebody we needed to court. Right? After the 2024 election. They're like, we needed to court Joe Rogan. We shouldn't have pushed him out. And then they're like, hey, Kyle Kulinski, the guy who's like one of the biggest, you know, liberal, not even liberal, like lefty YouTubers, like anti-Trump YouTubers that exists. We got to push him out, okay? He's like a leftist. We got to push him out.
2 words, purity
like,
testing.
I don't get it.
Let's look in the rear view mirror instead of looking forward and trying to oppose this administration. Let's look for ways to shrink the tent and get rid of some of the most effective and popular advocates right now currently that are willing to meet the moment. Like, I don't care if people want to criticize people's past decisions and stuff like that, but it's weird to use it to say that, like, a thing that they tweeted in 2024 is that consequential and should outweigh their body of work now, especially when he's like Kyle Kulinski, and I know this because I watch him, has vocally said the resistance liberals were right.
Oops, sorry.
We're good. The resistance liberals are right.
We're good.
Every single, like, they weren't fear mongering or whatever. Like, there were different times where I did not take the threat of the MAGA movement seriously enough, and we all need to come together to oppose this. So you have Kyle literally giving, like, saying, I was wrong. I didn't take it seriously enough. You guys were right. I'm like, let's form a coalition. So to me, he has satisfied all of the prerequisites to be included in the 10. I don't understand what the issue is.
Yeah, and I would go beyond that to say, I do believe that Kyle Kulinski, even though he did, I think you're talking about the endorsement of Jill Biden, or sorry, not Jill Biden, but Jill Stein? Is that what you're talking about?
Did he do that?
He apparently endorsed Jill Stein, but he said, obviously, if you're in a swing state, you shouldn't do that, right?
Oh, well, that's fine to me. If you do, like, if you advocate for, it's called like vote swapping, where people, you like, if you're in a swing state, you're going to vote for the Democratic candidate, but then somebody in a blue state will vote for the a third party or a Green Party candidate as like a protest vote, but you can do it safely. And that way you're not like in the critical, like Rust Belt swing states or whatever, you're not basically giving up your vote to a spoiler.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that fixes everything to me anyway. It's fixes everything when you give that caveat, which you did. So
I think what Pico's saying is,
yeah, I'm gonna roll it back about
is to
10
ever
seconds,
be
15 seconds
in a
here.
position where they're the leadership of the party. It will be because they
Lazo,
convinced
thank you so much for the
voters,
tier
and
1
not because
sub.
Pete and Amy didn't deliberately stay in the race to essentially hand it to Bernie.
And EOLS, thank you so much
what
as well.
Pico's saying is, like, if you are talking to these people that are claiming fraud and rigging and unfair, and you just say that's not true, that's not going to do anything. Maybe if you, like, you know, demonstrably show the facts of it, you'll bleed the people off who are watching and say, well, it looks like that's wrong. But
well, this is how I would respond. I would be like, it's not unfair in virtue of one of the expectations in a primary contest is that candidates are able to strategically and tactically withdraw. And that's part of the rules of the game. And if you're working within the rules of the game, there's nothing unfair about it in that sense. And there's never been a norm against like dropping out for purposes of, making arrangements. That's part of everyone's expectation. Therefore, it's not unfair. But you just saying, well, how you win power is X, Y, Z. It doesn't surprise me that it doesn't stick with them, because I don't feel it's like it's addressing their claim of unfairness. It just feels like it's one is a normative.
When I debated him,
for some reason I thought.
Oh, you're good. You're good. When I debated him on this also came up, like people being asked Matt about, the call that Obama made so that the candidates would coalesce around Biden. Is he allowed to do that? Yes, that is his constitutional right to do it. There's no rule in like the DNC or
just
any primary
process.
Unfair. I think it goes against the spirit of what's obviously intended with a primary, right? I don't think there are so many other ways where past presidents abstain from weighing in on political issues. If anything, a lot of them tend to basically politically deactivate once they vacate the office. And so for Obama to step in and put his thumb on the scale, he's like, it's his right to do that. No one's disputing that it's his right to do it. But is anyone really surprised that people in the base feel kind of shitty? Because then it feels like, oh, well, if there's going to be all this backroom wheeling and dealing from party elites that we're not even privy to, and it comes down, like a lot of it comes down to that, then that goes against the feeling that Dem primary voters are the ones really setting the agenda here and not just party elites like steering the ship and then people kind of going from there.
Well, like you get the impression when you run that primary, it's like, I think the thing that really upset people and will probably upset people forever is that Liz Warren aligned with Bernie Sanders like 99.9%. And then she sort of made a deal to exit. And people thought she was getting a lot of it. I don't know what she got, years later. I have no idea what she got for doing it. But she exited at the same time. Sorry, she didn't exit. She didn't exit at the same time, right? She stuck around.
Yeah.
I'm right
she
on
got
that, right?
voted
She stuck
out.
around. Sorry.
She lost her seat. She either lost her seat or she declined to run for re-election because she knew she was fucking toast because she criticized Trump for January 6th.
And, okay, I don't even know what, she got out of that. So all these other people dropped out, and instead of doing the same thing on, her side, it seemed like she had some sort of understanding that she was going to stay in and drain votes from Bernie. And then, so she was bad. And then everybody else, they coalesce around Biden. It's like, if that would have been fine, I think, to people, if the race from the beginning was Biden, Bernie, and Warren. I think people would have been okay with that.
No,
but it was the idea that,
wanted
hey,
Warren
we're
to
going to
go
keep
away
splitting
because
votes
Warren was the one who was splitting the progressive vote and she wouldn't get the fuck out.
Well, I know that, but it's like, at least that's the impression people get of the race, is it's like this race between, the two progressives or whatever, and then Biden. And then Warren could drop out or whatever. That's really not that big a deal. It's like that you have all those other people in there, and they're like all throwing their hat in. But then it really was all along what the leftists feared it was, which was, the lefty people going up against the party elites.
Yeah.
Like that was, people called them crazy when they said that's like what the contest is. It's like the, Bernie fighting against the system. They're like, no, everybody's like getting along here. It's all, and then the second Bernie looks like he might have a shot, it's like, oh, wait.
No, you don't. Oh, no, you don't.
Oh.
You brought this up. I listened to a little bit right before I started streaming, but you said, what was it? It had to do with this. Oh, that you said Bernie could have won in 2016. I actually don't think so, because he didn't have a time to launch a serious campaign bid. He actually encouraged Elizabeth Warren to run because he was like, we just need somebody up on the stage to try to push Hillary. We know Hillary's going to get the nominee, so you should run, and you should run to her left. That way she's pressured during the primary process to commit to extract concession, and it's like to commit to more left and progressive positions, extract concessions from there, and then you drop out eventually because it's probably going to go to Hillary Clinton. So Warren declines to do that, which is why it was fucking snaky and shit and stupid for her to imply in 2020 that he was sexist, or like there were people leaking things to CNN like, oh, Bernie says a woman can't win, which made no sense that he would say that given that he was literally encouraging her to do that in 2016, but I digress. So he decides to hop into the race just to be that counterweight to her, never expecting for it to be anything other than kind of just that, what I just outlined. But then he actually was like, oh, we have a chance at a real campaign. There was a lot of grassroots energy, a surge of it, actually. He didn't even expect. He basically accepted that he had won like either Michigan or like Nevada or something like that in 2016. That like the press like went up to his door and like knocked on his door, and he came out in like pajamas, like, oh, I didn't realize like I won. So it was too late for him to launch a serious bid. The other thing was that the DNC still had these things called superdelegates. So before a single primary vote was cast by any voter in the process, they were saying like Hillary Clinton has like 300 delegates, and then would be like Sanders 0, Martin O'Malley 0, and it gives voters the impression like, this is already decided.
I'm aware of the superdelegate issue. Yeah, I'm aware of it, that it's committed. It like seems committed. I think as soon as they got called out on that, a lot of places started looking at it like they stopped doing the superdelegate count as much, or they'd show it as explicitly different, right? With the understanding. I do think it's weird for those to be displayed. Like I think they shouldn't be displayed until
Well, they got rid of them entirely.
Until the convention. Oh, okay. Well,
because voters pushed back, and they were like, didn't realize like these people have this outsized amount of influence on the campaign. So we get rid of the superdelegates only in 2020 for Obama to come in and make that fucking infamous phone call. And it's like, well, what are we going to do? Outlaw phone calls? What are, like outlaw like coalescing around like a candidate or whatever? Like, I don't know how you meaningfully curb this sort of behavior without just kind of having there be like social backlash to it, because you can't really regulate it.
Yeah, you can't curb it. I just say that in my opinion, I don't think that you can convince people that it wasn't unfair. You just have to say like, yeah, we have like an ideology that conflicts with yours, and we don't think yours is popular enough to win. And so if we have to, we will work against you. We'll work together for as much as we can. We'll even commit to policies that we can like agree on. But if it comes down to like, hey, we have like an avowed Marxist or a former avowed Marxist who's like gonna possibly win if we don't coalesce, we'll coalesce.
Yeah.
I think that's the reality. And I think people there was like an implication that wasn't the case, that it was just going to be open and everybody gets their shot and there's not going to be collusion. But then when rubber meets the road, we'll collude against you if we have to.
Yeah, no. And I think that's like, if he had gone harder on the Democratic Party in 2020, I think he would have won. There were just too many times where he just pulled back too many punches, and he really needed to go there. And like, you're already an adversary to this cohort of people. That's how I saw it. So for Bernie to like half-ass it when it really came time for him to just kind of take it like all or nothing, dude, felt like he hesitated and it cost him.
Yeah, somebody said, I get the impression they think he's too far center. I don't think Bernie's too far center. I think he's too far left in a popular race. I think he's like further left than what you would ideally like. Like it just in the, the presidential election. But I also think he just wasn't committed to winning. Like he could have, if he was just committed to himself and like at any cost, I'm going to win, I think he could have won. And again, like what you're telling me, it sounds like we're speaking the same language, although you're saying something slightly different, is that he wasn't fully committed to winning in 2016. I just think he's never been fully committed at all costs to winning. And that's what fucked him over.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Bernie isn't presidential. Well, thank God that we've had it proven to us in spades that you don't have to be presidential at all to win the presidency.
People don't. That's not what voters respect. They respect a strong man. They respect somebody who is going to unapologetically, unabashedly say, "This is my vision for the world. What's yours?" Not somebody who is, again, like the era of like civility politics and like retail politicians. That's done. That's over with for like the foreseeable future. You have people pushing for Jon Stewart to be the fucking like 2028 nominee. And you know what? Like maybe that's you need like they ran their game show host. We got to run ours. You know, that's going to be the thing that actually motivates people.
It's not even like a game. It's literally just Trump had the like showmanship to do that, and I don't even know that he has like a coherent worldview. He was just like, no, fuck all of you guys, you're all wrong, and it worked. It just worked on vibes.
Yeah.
And the Dems could use somebody like that, but
and he burst bubbles that I think the Republican establishment didn't realize that you could and not suffer electoral consequences. Like he got up there and he was like, yeah, the Iraq War was a mistake, and they were like, that's not true. How is he fucking saying that? And then when it resonated with voters, they were like, oh yeah, I guess that was a mistake. I guess we can finally admit that. It's like they drank their own Kool-Aid thinking that like all of the shit that they have to maintain for like appearances, donors, etc. It's like, yeah, that doesn't really matter to like a significant amount of voters, especially when it's been overdetermined that like those sorts of things are just like abysmal failures.
Yeah. I just want a bunch of people just got really upset in the chat, and I'm like looking for them. Dude, nobody's saying Bernie should run now. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. He was probably too old in 2020.
He
but
was.
Like,
That's
at
why he had a
least
heart attack on
he
the
was
fucking
less old
thing.
than Biden.
That was another thing that hurt
Yeah,
him.
but unfortunately, he was mentally less aged than Biden.
I mean, he sounds like
so
Bernie sounds more put together than like Biden and Trump combined easily.
it can't stay for that long. It's got to go at some point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Verain. We'll maybe take a look at this in a little bit. I'm hoping these people will call in. Ghidra, you call in all the time. Ghidra, you're always in the Discord. I know you got a mic. I know you got your shit set up. King Ghidra, you want to call in and say what your criticism is?
Relitigating
I know
this
you would never run away.
is unproductive. Progressives should propose new rules to avoid what happened and move on. Like, I don't see progressives bringing this up. I see Hutch bringing it up repeatedly because his timeline is showing him that people keep rehashing this, apparently. The only time I've ever rehashed it is because a liberal has brought it up to me, not because, like, I've seen a progressive or somebody on the left do it.
Just looking for... Ghidra said, answer my question. That's not how this works. If you want to ask a question, hop on the stream. You're like critical, you can hop on the stream. Do it. Hop on the stream, bruh. We're waiting. Waiting room. Hop in the waiting room. Let's go. By the way, I won't argue with you. If you have a problem with what Strader was saying, you just have that debate. But I'm excited, man. Because mostly people are too scared to like call me out. Okay. Ghidra is too scared to participate, it seems like. Unlucky. Too scared to participate in the VC, too scared to participate in the chat. Should be the rule.
You're very intimidating.
People don't usually call me out. Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, you could come in and chat. He's not banned from the Discord, by the way. He could hop in the waiting room whenever he wants. What was Pisco's original question? Pisco is looking for, basically, they're going through should we purity test out lefties? Hutch has been on his project of like purity testing out lefty people because he thinks they're like antithetical to the project. And Pisco's been saying, well, I want to talk to these people and try to convince them. I do like that Hutch's best example of this was what he was criticizing was the Vanguard, I think.
Yeah.
Were arguing for Jill Stein or something. Then Vosh talked to them. And he
I've seen that
them,
debate.
No, don't do that,
I don't
right?
remember them saying that the third party was the way to go, but maybe they did. I just remember them saying that you shouldn't bother voting for Biden, and then Vosh BTFO'd them, and then they moved.
Well, I think it's very funny to me that basically just proves the concept of what Pisco's doing. That exactly what Hutch said you can't do. Well, apparently
Literally
Hutch believes
happened.
you can do, and believes Vosh did that.
And with Kyle Kulinski, and both of these people need to go away, apparently.
I just don't get it. Anyway. All right, we continue on with
But
this.
if claiming one is a descriptive one.
I mean, I just like the label fair or unfair. It's like if Bernie Sanders had built a coalition big enough to take on the moderate wing after they were inevitably coalesced around the strongest moderate candidate, then he would have been in the driver's seat. But he didn't do that. Is that fair or unfair? Like it's
That's their claim. Their claim is it's unfair.
Yeah, but it's your job as a candidate. So that's the job. If you want the job, you got to convince either plurality or a majority of voters to give you that position. Nobody's going to hand it to you. That's my point.
I agree.
The whole framing
Hutch. They just don't apply this to the general. They think it ought to be handed to the Dem candidate that makes it to the fucking general, though. But they like suddenly understand that it has to be earned in the primary.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, do they not realize this like glaring contradiction? I would love to hear what the explanation is as to like why it's not a massive contradiction.
It is a massive contradiction. I think they're just short-sighted in that they'll say only the general applies to like preventing Trump from being in office. That like, hey, we'll do whatever in the primary, including trying to fuck over your candidates. We'll do whatever in the primaries, and then once it's in the general, then oh my god, it's all about Trump. You got to vote for us because otherwise you're voting against Trump. Or you're voting for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They're trying to make their vote matter. That's what everybody's doing, yes. I saw that. Watch you back. Thank you. That's what everybody's trying to do, by the way. They're trying to make their vote matter. That's literally that's why people vote in blocks. That's why you see so much block voting in a two-party system. Of like, hey, we're collectively bargaining with our voting power to get like concessions to us. Why the system works the way it does. it's just apparently like lefties are a block you can't possibly appeal to. Which, I mean, if you want to make that argument, and I think that is Hutch's argument at its core, which is not a horrible argument to make, that the block of lefties is not big enough for what they demand in terms of what we lose in other blocks. That's like his general argument. He just never really works on proving it out. And by the way, kind of basically says that you can't talk to lefties because they'll never move anyway. You can't even move them over to your position, which I think he also knows is categorically false.
But then expects their support, which how do you square that circle?
Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting.
This drives me insane. Why? Like, do you guys ever hear people? They're like, well, we tried the moderate thing for like the last like fucking 50 years. Why doesn't the Democratic Party try the progressive thing? How many times have you guys heard this idiotic claim?
A lot.
Do you think he hears his own straw man voice and thinks like, hey, I know this is the straw man voice. Is it possible I'm constructing a straw man? Is it possible?
That's not how this fucking works. In what universe are the, you know, the wing of the party that's in power, they're going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to hand you this. No, you do it by convincing voters.
Okay, but you're once again, you're talking past them.
I'm
like,
triggered again.
The claim isn't.
He said on Twitter today to Lycan, in response to Lycan, this is correct, by the way, although he categorizes them as leftist, which I think is a mistake, but really, like, when you poll non-voters and people that previously had voted for Joe Biden in 2020, why they sat out the 2024 election, Gaza is like consistently one of the top issues. And he was somebody who was like, we need to ignore the uncommitted movement. We can't have a Palestinian speak at the DNC, even though it's a Palestinian Democrat, somebody who already held elected office as a Democrat, was going to give willing to submit their speech in advance. And it was nothing like super offensive or radical or anything like that. It was like a totally reasonable concession to make to the uncommitted movement that had garnered like tens of thousands of people to write it in their primary race. And he said, nope, they should not be included. They should be ignored. We can win without them. We don't need them. There's room for anti-Trump Republicans on the DNC stage, not room for Democrats that are going to bring up Gaza, that are going to bring up Israel, Palestine. Then he's even reiterating today that he sat down and looked at the polling data and saw that a lot of non-voters were in large part demotivated from voting because of Gaza. But then, and he's over here being like, you have to earn people's votes. They're not just going to give it to you. You got to earn it. But he was doing everything in his power to be like, ignore these people, ignore them. We don't need them. We don't need to earn their votes at all. And now we're scolding them for costing
obviously
the election, even though it's not clear to me that that's even the case.
Well, I think the only, I'd have to see. The only place I think that's even remotely close to being like a possibility is got to be Michigan. And I remember, I think I went and looked this up, and I'm like, dude, are there even enough like Muslim voters? Are there even enough Muslims in Michigan to swing it? I'm not sure. Hold on, Muslim? No. 2024 Michigan.
Well, Michigan, that was like
election.
a deadly combination, like cocktail, not just combo, like cocktail of different circumstances as to what went wrong there. So there's the largest Arab American population that's in that state. For one, obviously, like MENA or Middle Eastern, I think it's like, I can't remember what it stands for, but they were obviously in opposition to the genocide, critical of Israel, etc. They were not happy with Joe Biden's approach to this. Kamala Harris is bringing out Bill Clinton to lecture these voters on Judea and Samaria. That was her campaign strategy and pitch to those voters. Wow, what a shock that it failed and didn't land with them. Then you look at Trump, and he was just doing basic politician 101. Yeah, I'm going to get, there's not going to be any new wars. Total lie, obviously. I'm going to end all of this. And then the monkey's paw curled, and they don't realize that when he says I'm going to end it, he means I'm going to accelerate the death so that we can just give Israel everything they want just on a faster timeline. That's what he meant by I'm going to end this soon. But that worked for voters, and he got a non-insignificant amount of Arab American voters, even who used to vote Democrat, because he just went out there and reaffirmed what they wanted to hear, even though he obviously had no intention of making good on those promises or doing it in a very specific way that they didn't realize that's what he meant when he made that pitch. But the Harris campaign couldn't put... There was not a single consultant around her that could tell her, yeah, do that shit. And you can actually have some ground here in Michigan.
Isn't the whole thing like, I don't understand, how are your ads not just like showing Trump Heights in the Golan Heights, showing Trump and Bibi hanging out, showing Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, being best friends with Bibi? Why don't you just attach Trump's name to Bibi Netanyahu in the state of Michigan? Why weren't they just running those ads the whole time? I don't understand why they do anything else.
Because
I
a
don't understand
lot
why
of
you'd send
the,
anybody there to
because
try to take the pro-Israel side.
by that point, a lot of Democrats, and this is still the case, take AIPAC money, and AIPAC is like explicitly aligned with Republicans and MAGA voters, and they themselves do not want to be openly critical of Israel, the Israeli policy. Like they'll be openly critical towards Bibi, but at the end of the day, the majority of the Congress is showing up to watch Bibi give his stupid fucking speech, and they're going to stand up and give him a standing ovation like every other Republican.
Yeah. Well, unlucky. They did want to appear pro-Israel, and they're starting to realize that was like not the best long-term plan, I think. But I don't know. I guess as long as everybody's moving in lockstep, as long as the Republicans are more pro-Israel, it's probably not a problem. I don't know. But yeah, I think suffice to say, in Michigan, I think Michigan's the only swing state for the Gaza issue. I don't know. Somebody linked the poll. I doubt it could be that extreme. Here it is. I feel like I doubt it could be that extreme. Even if people say like, oh, I didn't vote because of this. It's like, I wonder what the methodology and shit is. 1 second. Where's this 42XX? Middle East Eye. When is this from? Is this just recent, this article? 23rd January 2025. It's actually a full year ago. Okay. Why Harris received 6 million fewer votes than Biden. Found that 29% of Americans who voted for Biden in 2020 and didn't vote for Harris in 2024 cited ending Israel's violence in Gaza as their reason for withholding their vote. I feel like there's no way that that's possibly true. Just based on there's no way, if that was really what was happening, that Democrats wouldn't have been slaughtered across the board, or that, how do I even explain it? I feel like if this was true,
Wait, how do you mean?
it would hit Republicans almost as hard too. Like, I don't think this could really be the reason. I think it has to be like economic conditions, incumbent
that definitely
disadvantage
can
for
be the
economic
reason.
conditions.
You have to
I think
remember that,
this
like, people, it
I don't
doesn't
believe
always
this.
even just come down to, like, what the opposition candidate is pitching. Even if when you actually look at their pitch, they're promising to be even more barbaric in Israel and with respect to Israel-Palestine. People, like, a lot of voters largely will look up, see who's in charge, and blame that party, and they will listen to and entertain basically whatever pitch the other side is giving. And what the other side is giving in this case is, they're doing it wrong, I do it better. But they don't really get into the specifics, even though the Republican policy is just going to be more of the same, just more intense.
I'd have to look this up. I feel like almost certainly swing states, and then this. So this is online sample 604 voters for a week. Online sample 470. I literally don't care. No, I think that's absolutely for the Institute for Middle Eastern Understanding Policy Project. I feel like I just see the numbers and I'm like, I don't think this is.
I thought what you pulled up was YouGov stuff. Am I wrong?
They ran it in collaboration with YouGov.
Gotcha.
They funded it through YouGov. So you could just say it's a YouGov poll. But I just feel like, I swear, I just don't think this is. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm suspicious. I'd have to look through this to see what you could draw conclusions on. But it seems like online only polls, I already am very suspicious of. And
yeah,
then,
there's selection bias there for sure. It was
Yeah,
it's harder
and I
to
just don't
conduct
know-
this type of polling though, because there were a lot of articles saying, oh, no, it wasn't that cost Biden the election. That wasn't an issue, or like it wasn't a major issue at the end of the day. But what they did is look at exit polling from people that voted to say these were the top issues of voters of this year. And it's like, we're trying to look at people who didn't vote. So trying to reach those people is a more arduous task. And I'm not surprised that they start online first, because I mean, what are they going to do? Landlines? Because then it just skews old.
Yeah. I do. So it does skew old. So 71% did not withhold for a different reason. If you look at this, it's actually got the reasons laid out. It was like 29% ending Israel's violence in Gaza, economy, Medicare, Social Security, immigration and border security. I think this is insanely low. That people who voted for Biden and switched, that it's only 11% immigration. when to me that's by far the biggest change between the two presidencies. Like economy and immigration being 11%, that's like total bullshit to
Is
me.
this people
I
that
think
used
that's
to vote
fucking
for
crazy.
Dems, or is it like non-voters generally, or like independents and Dems?
It's people who voted for Biden.
Okay.
Biden 2020 voters.
Well, that
So
actually
it would be. I
No,
think it's
that
inherent.
that doesn't surprise me, because Dem voters you would expect to be more like pro-immigration, and so I wouldn't expect people that voted for Biden in 2020 to be like, I can't vote for Biden because he's too weak on the border, as like their main grievance. That's an independent thing for sure. Independents were upset about that and like inflation.
Maybe. I think a lot of Dems were upset about border security. Biden like objectively failed on the border, and I think everybody who copes about like, oh well, Republicans didn't want to pass a bill, that's just insane cope. Like obviously the executive had the capability to shut down the border, and he didn't want to do it.
No, he did it.
Like I
But
think,
it was unconstitutional and it was challenged in federal courts.
He waited. He waited until way later.
Okay, well,
And how
you
did
said
Trump
he
get
didn't
through?
do it. And I'm saying he did do it, but then it was challenged. But I don't think he should take
Okay.
actions that he
He
knows
did
to be
it-
unconstitutional.
He did it after it was like his biggest political liability.
Yeah.
That's when he did it.
And then when
It
he
became,
did it,
like,
his
outsized
polling
over everything
increased.
else. Yeah, but I'm saying that like the problem was they could point to the numbers and they've been complaining for months, and the numbers kept getting worse and worse, and then he was like, I can't do it. Pass a bill. And basically, I think the way that's pitched to Americans is he absolutely just left the border open, let America be raped in general, and then was like, oh, whoops, I guess I'll close it now. Also, we should pass a bill. And it's like, okay, that
Hold
looked
on.
incredibly weak. That was
You're
really bad.
triggering my
Really
chat.
bad
Someone put,
politics, in my
shut down the
opinion.
border. When was the border open? What the fuck is he talking about? Response, go.
Shut down the border, as in dropping what? I think you could just close the border, right? You just
No.
say we're closing the border. I mean, obviously there's illegal immigration, but I think your chatter would know that the biggest cause of like an influx of immigration was asylum seekers, right? So you shut it down for asylum seekers. You pause people at the
Yeah,
border.
that's a Title 42 thing, but that's unconstitutional. But Biden knew it would be ruled unconstitutional, so I think the reason why he didn't do it for a long time is because he knew it would immediately be struck down. But to me, at that point, like, not only are you like a lot of independents had the assessment that you just had, which is, well, too little, too late. And with Biden, it was like he viewed it as obviously, because I think he knew it was going to be unconstitutional, too much, but too late. And then they ended up saying you can't do it anyway. Because no, you can't just shut down the
So you
border.
can't do it without like an emergency, but you can just declare an emergency of some kind, right? Like if you actually have the political will to do it, there are like Trump did shut the border down again, did he not? For asylum seekers.
I believe so, but he like declares these like states of emergency, but then all of those get challenged in court, and Democrats are actually far more likely to actually respect when a federal court
Just-
is like, no, this is a bullshit or bogus like pretext or whatever.
Okay. Sure, but then, yeah, that's just another thing where like the strongman who actually has the political will is winning on that issue like really hard, right? Now I do agree. Jesus Christ, this guy's going off. I do agree with you though that like respecting law and stuff is important, but unfortunately, it seems like there's just no way to. I don't know. I think that
Well,
killed him. I think
Josiah
that
is like
killed him
of
with a lot
your
of people for a
opinion.
while.
I don't think you guys have the same opinion as far as like feelings on immigration, but he was saying that like he supported Biden taking that action because he felt it was important to respond to voters' needs in that moment and to stop Trump. And so he was like, well, you should at least try it. Like, yeah, did he know it was probably going to be deemed unconstitutional, but like worth a shot, and his polling improved. So that was the correct move, but he should have done it earlier. But to me, he shouldn't have taken that action. I think that that's a whole other thing in and of itself, like what went wrong there. The issue is that like Democrats focus too much on that bipartisan border bill, like you're saying. And it was total capitulation to every single Republican demand. And all it did was make them want mass deportations on top of it. So there was no need to do that. They were not going to vote on it. And Donald Trump and other Republican elites pressured the party to withhold their vote on it so that he could run on it as an issue. Like Harris wasn't lying when she said that was true.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. I just don't understand personally how both parties. I don't understand how it was allowed to, like, this asylum seeking loophole was allowed to stand for as long as it did. It just seemed pretty.
What
I don't
loophole?
know. It's just the idea that like basically there's one screening set of questions that everybody knew the answers to that would get everybody into the country, and you just let everybody in, and then you're like, okay, now the courts are way backed up, so they're just here. It's like, Literally, people used to at least have to try to cross a river. Some of them drowned. Now they just show up and they like have the multiple choice laid
No,
out.
they
They're
do
just
that
like,
as
here's
well.
the answers,
They're doing that
and
as
they
well to go
in.
take that test. That didn't stop. The geographic reality on the ground hasn't changed. Just people are willing to do it. To me, the issue is not that we need to have like higher standards or anything like that. It's that we just don't have the infrastructure to deal with all of these asylum pleas that are being made.
I also thought people were basically pre-approved for asylum before they even got to the border because of some app that existed.
App? Not familiar with this. I know that certain people from certain regions, depending on like the reason why you were fleeing or the area, had like sometimes an expedited process, but I'm not familiar with any like loophole to the extent that you're talking about. But I mean, you're talking to somebody who like
I basically,
I support fucking like it's literally it's so funny to me that like Democrats are pro open border, like that's how they're viewed or whatever, because I actually am pro open borders and I'm like, no the fuck they're not pro open borders by any means, and they are a lot of them like if you listen to how even like Pelosi sounded on immigration just like 20-30 years ago, she sounds like a Republican today. They have moved significantly on the issue, but that still doesn't mean that overall they're not.
Listen to Bernie Sanders 10 years ago. I don't know how people who are like leftists, like actual leftists, believe in open borders when he lays out the case for why that's like silly. Like
because he bases it on these like he's more correct when it comes to how like global free trade can end up causing like short-term economic stress for people as like jobs are exported overseas or whatever. But I think some of the data that he has informing his beliefs and policy prescriptions surrounding how it like depresses wages it's either like highly concentrated to particular sectors or in very local areas, but he kind of overstates the extent to which it ends up being like a blanket thing. Like Bernie goes so far as to like he's been like praising Trump on some of his immigration policy in the last year, not even like 10 years ago, like
NAFTA
recently.
Is like a fundamentally different issue, right? NAFTA is like a fundamentally different issue.
It is, but Bernie ties his immigration policy into that.
Well, it's the same thing where people without an education, like if you just want somebody who can do tasks for you, you just want gophers, then you don't really need them to be able to speak English, and you especially don't need them to earn a minimum wage. And so obviously there's a certain group of people who do get their wages depressed massively by open immigration.
In certain sectors, again, because a lot of these migrant workers do jobs that Americans don't want to do. Like, for example, factory farms.
That's
like Tyson
true.
is literally at the point where they're offering $30 an hour for Americans to work in factory farms because they can't get Americans to do these jobs.
Yeah, exactly. That like they're really rough jobs and the market isn't there, right? Like they literally have an industry that doesn't exist under the law, like legally can't exist, and so they have to operate outside of the law.
It might be one of those things where like, yes, I agree with you. It might be one of those things though, as far as like how it drives down wages, is that like when you look at the net effect, it is either null or it's very, very small, but the variance between each sector can like be, you can have like a lot, like certain sectors, it depresses them significantly. Others, it doesn't really impact them that much because American workers aren't competing. It just really, really depends on like what you're talking about. But like a whole other aspect of immigration that like they don't talk about.
Overall.
You think it's what?
I think in terms of the economy, I think open borders would be a massive boon to the American economy, like overall.
Yes. That's why Ronald Reagan wanted it.
Raw GDP.
It's a neoliberal position.
Yes.
Also.
It's literally like, like raw GDP wise, that would be the best thing. You have the most immigration, you have the most like possible like labor in terms of what you could spend, right? And you max out productivity. I just don't understand how you do that and also want social safety nets. Like if you're a leftist, you want some kind of social safety net, that's totally insane to me to advocate for open borders.
Well, usually when Reagan was proposing open borders, he was basically proposing kind of this like make it easier for people to secure work visas, but it was not going to extend to getting all of the benefits of citizenship. And right now, if you're an immigrant in this country, you pay taxes, but you really don't get much out of it. So they pay into the system and just for funsies, basically. So so there's like so many misconceptions surrounding like
some of them do.
How do you mean?
I would say there's people say that, and I do agree. I think basically to me that should be like the check ICE does, in my opinion. It's like ICE should basically go and say, okay, we can deport people who are illegally here, who don't pay taxes, or are criminals. But if they both are not criminals and pay taxes, I feel like those people automatically should get bumped down to the bottom of a list. Like if you could give me a social insurance number or social security number that pays taxes, and it like I can confirm you pay taxes into it somehow, I feel like those people should just be allowed to stay. I do think people say that they all pay taxes. I don't think they all pay taxes. I think if you're getting paid in cash,
the ones that
table,
don't
you're not paying
probably, but they
taxes.
make so little that they, even if they were to do like to report their income, they wouldn't pay that much to begin with. But you're probably right. But I think I shouldn't exist, so that's where we diverge on that.
Jesus.
It's a very new agency. It was only created under George Bush, second one, not the first. And also, what gets left out, that's what I was going to say, is like a lot of the stats surrounding immigration is like high skilled immigration labor also makes it into those stats. And so, yeah, when we're in a global economy, a lot more people are working remotely, especially for white collar fields. So you're now going to be competing not only with other like workers in the United States, you're also going to be competing with jobs that your company is willing to outsource to Europe, India, and like Mexico, Canada, any number of places where they have high skilled labor that can work remotely for your company.
Yeah, I think that's broadly how the immigration policy should work in the United States. Is essentially it should just be if you hire people who are illegal, you have to manage paying their taxes, and you have to pay a premium on it. So that basically, like, yeah, you can hire like Mexican workers who are going to work for very little, but you're going to have to pay a premium there to basically make up for the job you're possibly taking away from a citizen. And then even for the higher skilled ones, I think you shouldn't even be able to pay the average in a field. You should just you should be paying like essentially, because the argument they always do, this is what Vivek says, is like, these are like 95th, 99th percentile workers. These are like the Albert Einsteins. We want these people. It's like, okay, so you should be forced to pay them like Albert Einstein, right? Like I think you should just pay the difference to the government. And the government makes a bunch of money. It's like totally fine. But that'll never happen, unfortunately. I think we're discussing. That'll never get proposed. That would never be lobbied for in any way. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know how we ended up here, but yeah, my general position was open borders plus social safety net doesn't make sense to me.
My general proposal is that open borders and social safety nets do.
With that attitude, it won't. I mean, yeah, you basically have to change the I don't know, the wealth discrepancy overnight to make it work. I just don't see how it works. But yeah. Anyway, back to this shit. We're back. Let's go. J-Stock got quieter. I leaned away from my mic. I need to switch back to my...
No, you were intimidated by me.
I think the directional mic is rough.
No, so you couldn't handle a differing opinion?
Definitely. I think lots of people have differing opinion. I like arguing about this stuff, and nobody in chat ever shows up to argue anymore. I like say, hey, hop on the stream if you disagree, and they're just like, no, I don't want to do that. No, I couldn't do that. So it's nice having somebody who will actually disagree once in a while. Anyway, yeah, back to Hutch saying the same thing for the 100th time.
Isn't how one receives the power. It's like, it would be wise to do X strategy. It would be wise for us to choose this. And what you're saying is, well, haha, you can't win. This isn't really addressing their claim about the wisdom of a given approach.
I do think a lot of them also believe they already have convinced voters, and it's just like corporate Democrats and corporate interests and evil things.
I agree. Right. But then it's like, okay, to the extent that they're making that claim, that is a descriptive claim, which you have to address and say something like, well, no, because X, Y, Z, look at these analyses. You can see like the amount of money spent isn't really influencing whatever you want to say. But the thing is, if their claim is something like the smart strategy would be, no, I'm not yelling. Sorry, my voice. Yeah, there's a lot of words exchanged today. If a strategy of the claim is that Democrats
Donfon's just a small bean. Don't yell at him. Come on, Pisco. What the fuck are you doing?
Should adopt a given strategy, and this would be better for Democrats.
Fucked up.
Saying like, well, moderates aren't just going to hand it over isn't responsive to the claim. It just
well, the framing is
them. Okay, wait. Can we put a pin on this for now, because we are going to do this way more, and Pisco is not going to be the stand-in for the left. We're going to have actual people who have these very disagreeable positions.
I agree with Hutch on this. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Is like you're pretty much on our side.
Hutch is his boy.
You played the part where Hutch says, "I'm." Yeah, hold on. This is Ogre Boy chat. Have you seen the part where? Or have you played the part where Hutch says, I'm going to be on, and his nipples start dancing? No, I don't know what you're talking about, and that is an insane sentence to write, Ogre Boy, so I'm very... Do you have a clip? Because I think we did play it, possibly, but I'm not totally sure.
Not
if you have
sure
a clip of
that's
what you're
referring
talking
to.
about, I do want to see that now. If whatever he's talking about, I do think that would be hilarious to see. So
I agree with Hutch on this. That's what
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is like you're pretty much on our side in this debacle. So like it's almost like we're wasting all our arguments against people that mostly agree with each other.
Can I just say one thing real briefly?
Last
thing. I just want the last word on this. Okay. It's the framing that is just like poisoning the discourse. The framing is that there's this monolithic Democratic Party that's like a hive mind that make decisions through some kind of collective consciousness. And that is not what is happening. We live in a representative democracy.
I don't even know what Ghost he's arguing
for
with.
example,
Really, I don't. I'm trying to understand. Like, I can usually understand. Like when he says flowchart leftist, I'm familiar with what he's talking about. When he's saying people think there's a collective, moderate consciousness, I don't know what this is referring to at all. Do you have any idea?
Maybe like the independents. It's probably referring to like independents not wanting to vote Dem because they see the like far lefty stuff is totally toxic. Maybe that's what he's referring to.
Maybe.
The voters in the districts of the Democrats who voted to pass that ICE bill, if they disapprove of those voters, they can primary them and vote them out. So like the way that you make decisions as a party is you forge consensus, and that consensus is going to look different depending on what type of candidates the voters themselves elect. So just stop treating the party like a hive mind and start treating it like what it is. It's a democratic institution.
Well,
that's it. I'm sorry.
I'm going to say the last thing now, and I want you to think about this for next week, because ultimately it sounds like at the end you're saying it's their responsibility to earn the votes, and I feel like that's what they're going to fire back at you when they don't vote for the general. But don't respond to that yet.
Oh shit!
Okay,
Oh shit!
Soypill, exactly.
Wait, why did Soypill say that? And he's like, but also we're gonna stop here. Why does he throw the grenade at Hutch? And he's like, also pause, just let that grenade sit there, okay? We're moving on to a different topic. That's fucked up.
I opened this a
That's
few different
fucked up thing
times,
to
and
say.
I think they had been talking about this for quite a minute at this time, and they're gonna have Ogre Boy and Vadim on next week, and I think he's saying save it for that. No.
Maybe he is, but I don't know. I don't know why you'd basically say, hey Hutch, you forgot about the most obvious thing, and then just move on. Hutch seems a little haunted by this. Okay, he doesn't want that. He doesn't want that.
All that, I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying, hey, like Bernie didn't win because he didn't get the vote.
No, Pisco, that's your boy. Pisco, you can't do him like that. That's your boy, Pisco. Did you catch that?
I didn't follow that. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying, hey, like Bernie didn't win because he didn't get the votes. I agree with this, but it's like, okay, well, isn't it Kamala's duty to earn the vote of the progressives who feel like they're just?
And so it's her fault.
It is. I mean, sure, but like those voters who decided to not vote for Kamala.
Oh my god. That it is from Hutch is like there's absolutely no other person in this universe except for these people that could have extracted that concession from him that easily. If I asked him that, I feel like it would be like pulling teeth, and he would never give it to me. That, yeah, it's like fundamentally Kamala Harris's fault. I've heard him say, and I don't even disagree with him on this, multiple times, it was Biden's fault more. And I would actually say that's probably true. But like, I also don't think that if Harris had had more time, that she would have done any better. I actually think she probably would have done worse, given like where the trajectory of the campaign ultimately ended up. So I was like, if it was going to be this, but for longer, I think she would have lost by an even bigger margin.
Yeah, I think, man, there's a lot of things to dislike about that campaign. I thought she was doing a good job of like making her own mark off the bat. I think she eventually got reined in by people. Right off the bat, it seemed like she was going to go in her own direction. I think she should have committed hard to keeping Lena Khan. I think she should have pivoted like further left, personally, on populist grounds.
Yep.
I say further left. I think she should have pivoted more populist. She kind of leaned away from being more populist, and I think it hurt her. That's my opinion. I don't even need to say left. I don't even think like left was a requirement.
That's literally
she could have leaned more into like, hey, we're going to control the border.
What you just said, people don't even conceive of it as moving further left. Like there was polling data that the New York Times cited. No, there was like the majority of voters when they like I'll have to see if I can't find it quickly, but there was a New York Times op-ed that completely misconstrued some polling data that they ended up having to retract with this op-ed, saying that like what voters want is moderate candidates or whatever, but they were misreading the data, and voters actually perceive Kamala Harris as further left than like AOC and like some of the squad members. And the reason being is because they perceive the being like socially left, which they associated more with Kamala Harris than like AOC and the squad types that lean more into like Medicare for all and increasing the minimum wage and like focusing primarily on like affordability and cost of living as like the centerpiece of their campaign and their rhetoric and what they're constantly talking to their base about. Like those,
Yeah,
like
now-
it's like that's what throws them to the left. So if voters actually don't see focusing on affordability, even if you're proposing things like Medicare for all, as like far left.
This is unironically why Kamala was like a death spiral candidate. Because of her Senate voting record that could always be weaponized against her during like the most woke period of the Democratic Party. I don't understand why they went with her. I mean, I guess I get it that Biden probably promised he was going to go with her or something, but like it was totally suicidal to go with her.
She is
It's like the definition of suicide to go with her.
She really struggled in the primary. She was one of the first candidates to drop out because she knew she wasn't going to get her home state of California. The other reason why, like, she was not really like front and center during the Biden admin, like she was stuck with like affiliated with all of the most unpopular decisions of the admin. She was like seen as the unofficial border czar. We just talked about how Biden did not pull well when it came to the border. The Afghanistan withdrawal. He emphasized that Kamala Harris was the one to say that this is how we ought to do this. He said that multiple times. It was reported by Politico when he did it. That was when his polling numbers significantly decreased. They never recovered. So she was affiliated with that foreign policy blunder. Then she was affiliated with all of the baggage from Gaza and the existing foreign policy blunders that he was making. And just like she had flip-flopped on so many different things, because in 2020 when she ran, she tried to occupy the progressive lane. Then she tried to quickly moderate because she saw that she wasn't going to be able to outflank Sanders on that. And she also took donor money. So that was also going to make it more difficult for her to do that. So she flip-flopped so many different times that between the fact that she just lacks the charisma as a candidate, she became very untrustworthy to voters very, very quickly. And then, again, affiliated with all of the most unpopular decisions of the Biden admin, just a horrible idea all around. And it was a big reason why Biden was actually didn't want to drop out, and why even Pelosi and other party elites that were pressuring Biden behind the scenes before he ultimately did were kind of worried, because they weren't worried like just about, oh, what if we have like, can Biden make it to the general? It was like, well, can Kamala, even if Kamala gets it, like won't she lose? Even could she lose even worse than Biden is likely going to?
Pelosi and Obama both wanted a primary, right? I think Biden basically made it clear that it was like, no, it's Kamala. I think Obama and Pelosi both wanted a primary. I think that was pretty obvious right off the bat. That they were like,
yes, they
I
did.
think Pelosi
And then
even said
Biden,
something along those lines.
When Biden dropped out, he immediately endorsed Harris, if I remember correctly, in his statement. And that apparently pissed off Pelosi and the people that had pressured him, because they didn't want him to do that. They wanted there to be some sort of convention.
Yeah. I remember that. I famously advocated for you need a white man. You just need a white man. Any white dude is all you need right now, because that like 1 or 2% of the electorate that you need to flip are all going to basically be like chuds at heart, and they're gonna vote for a white dude.
That's what Tim Walz came in, right?
Yeah, they picked the most feminine white dude they could, who had a history of like lying about his military record apparently. But I don't know.
It was such a
I
joke.
think that's true,
It was
by the
such a
way. I don't
fucking
think
joke.
that's false.
They were like bringing up the fact that he misrepresented, he exaggerated to the point that he said he was like at Tiananmen Square or something like that back in the 80s. But it just like, I remember watching that first interview that he did, joint interview that he did on CNN with Harris, where they grilled him on that. And I'm like, it's just so cute when you have like a literal convicted felon running in opposition to these people, and they're having to dig up the fact that he had like a DUI 40 years ago and that he exaggerated military tales.
Felon?
Trump.
I thought, did those go to felonies? Those go to felonies? I don't remember.
Yeah,
if they
he
went
was
to
indicted
felonies or
on
not.
different federal charges. Yeah.
Oh damn.
It feels like it didn't fucking happen because it didn't fucking matter in the end. So I don't blame you.
Well,
but yeah, he was indicted.
He was indicted, but was he? Did they get convictions?
Yeah.
I thought it was. I wasn't sure if it was felonies in New York.
Yeah, he was convicted.
Felonies in New York. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. Damn. Not sentenced. Yeah, what happened there that they didn't sentence him to time? I thought he was almost guaranteed to
I don't
get,
know if
like,
you know
a little
this,
bit of
but
time.
Donald Trump
Was it
is a
just that he became
billionaire and was the
president?
former president of the United States.
Well, do you think that makes sense, though? I think that almost makes sense. If you're going to sentence him to, like, 6 months in jail, I kind of feel like, isn't it just way more hassle, actually, unfortunately, as shitty as it is, to house the former president in a jail, even if he hadn't won? Like, isn't it almost just more hassle to try to jail this guy for 6 months versus, like, even if they were going to do it later? I feel like they might almost just say, yeah, like, we're not jailing this guy for 6 months.
Guys like Trump, that like what they end up doing is like Dinesh D'Souza was like the one person that has gotten in trouble for campaign finance regulations in this country, like violations in this country, and he actually was like sentenced and he had to go to jail. And I think he only went on weekends and he had to like sleep there overnight, but then he was allowed to just be on like house arrest, or even like, I don't even know that he had that, Monday through Friday for like 6 months. If Trump were to have ever served a day in jail, it would have looked something like that. And because it's such a security risk for him to be in like a gen pop of any prison or jail in this country, there's no prison or jail for men like Trump. It would have literally, the security accommodations alone, it would probably be like one of the most expensive inmates to jail in this nation's history, given all of the accommodations you'd have to make. And that would be even factoring in that it would probably just be like a weekends only type thing.
Yeah.
House arrest is fine. I would have settled for house arrest, yeah. I'm not picky.
Plant Dad wants to know, do you think there's such thing as a non-evil billionaire?
I mean, in the same way that there's like, do you think there's non-evil kings? It's not really about whether they're like good or evil. It's that the role that they occupy in society is like inherently dictatorial because of the amount of power they have.
Wow. Yeah, what does evil mean is actually the question here. Got to get in some Jordan Peterson shit. Okay, I'm going to hit play on this. I need to be right back. I'm going to fill up my water and I'm going to get a drink. So I'm going to hit play on this, but I can pause if you need me to pause.
Okay, guess
I'll be
I'm
right
providing
back.
the
They
content.
made that decision. They
Okay.
they are responsible.
or we're just listening to them. Either one.
Their decision. Kamala didn't force them to not vote for her. They chose that.
Do you give Kamala responsibility for not winning?
It's not another
Kamala failed to build a winning coalition. There's no doubt about that. Kamala failed to win to build a winning coalition.
We have a whole show for this. Okay. All right. Do we talk about Greenland for like 10 seconds? I'm sure Non-Fon
Yes,
has
we should. I want to hear Non-Fon's opinion on Greenland.
All right, and just to recap, Greenland.
I don't. I want to see more Hutch
Trump
trauma.
threatens and says that Greenland's a necessity. There's nothing that can happen other than them capitulating to us, completely threaten all these tariffs and potentially troops on the ground, tank all the markets, and then declare victory when we get back to the same place, which is they said we could put bases there.
It's so funny that this has basically fallen off the map. This was like this was cute when this was like the biggest issue facing like making headlines, Trump's like attempted grab for Greenland, and now it's just like a total afterthought in light of all the ice shit.
Trump's strategy. That's the foreign policy.
I like that. Like I'm honestly not surprised. Like a lot of his trade deals are like kind of scaled down versions of that. Like, you know, he'll announce some insane shit. He did it with Colombia, announcing like some insane 50% tariffs on Colombia early on for like literally no concession, just because him announcing that he got a deal can get like headlines. It is not that surprising to me. I'm a little, there's a little part of me that's upset that we didn't get some type of deal that like would have given Greenland citizens like a lump sum of money or whatever, because that would have.
Good. They're talking about Greenland. I think it's this is the end.
They are talking about Greenland. This is the drama's over. Unfortunately. How long were they on it before this? Because I feel like we came in and maybe we came in too close to the end. I felt like we weren't that close to the end, but maybe we came in too close to the end.
What was your starting point?
It was at some point they were already talking about it, but I just went back to the place where Hutch was asking a question because people came in, and whenever they came in, I rolled it back like 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Do they start on it like right from the beginning?
It seemed like it happened pretty early on, to be honest. Yeah. Lycan is a dork and a friend.
Really?
How Lycan's getting name dropped in this chat? I do not know.
Wait, my chat or your chat?
No, on the Live and Learn screen. You went to like a screen and I saw that like Insane was there. Maybe because he was
Apparently,
arguing with Hutch on Twitter.
Yeah, Binox just said that Pisco was Lycan was in Pisco's chat apparently.
Ah, gotcha.
Talking in the chat. Yeah. Yeah.
Believe that this administration will ever be able to.
I saw the tweets. I looked at the tweets when you mentioned it. I saw he was fighting too. Ask her what her starting point was. I have no idea. Is that a question? What was your starting point?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
It was sufficiently
was in and
reform
out.
ICE in this context.
Wait, did you see? Do you follow any drama stuff? You followed any of the stuff with Tectone? You seen this?
I've followed a little bit of it. Why?
You familiar with it?
Yeah.
I was just curious. I just thought it was crazy that he's been calling everybody a liar, saying they're slandering him, and then the ruling comes out and the judge basically finds him liable for the exact thing he said was slander. It's
Funny
just
how that
poetic
works.
justice. It's very nice. Yeah, it's just very nice. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. We got to meet Mizkif. Mizkif came. He chatted. He's in
he
here.
did?
We get to work together. Yeah, he did. He was in the chat a couple nights ago.
Oh wow.
Show her Pinky Chew. I think I told her about the meme. Yeah, this is his ex-girlfriend's name is Pinky Chew, and this is her. I just have to remind people because they forget who she is sometimes. Yeah, just forget. Oh, by the way, I opened something up before, and it was not that. I'm just gonna open that again. Whoops. I opened something before, and it was not that. What was it? It was this. What is this? This is for the Twitter
Jesus
com, apparently.
Christ.
It's an advertisement for the Twitter community. Okay, all right. That's literally just the same clip, but you say something about the Twitter community, okay? Jeez. Yeah, you guys go to x.com/JCLK_, okay, the general profile. The Twitter community is now linked there, okay, so you can join the Twitter community. Join
What's
up.
the Twitter
join
community?
up. Israeli Defense Force.
There you go.
Israeli Defense Force.
All right. Is that all for the Live and Learn thing? I will bid you adieu if it is.
I think that's it. I mean, hold on. 1 second. Before you, I'll just get a message and then we'll see. Just one question and then depending.
Asked and answered.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
See you.
Fun times, guys. Okay. Now, if you're watching, you should follow me. Or if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to me. That way you can know when I go live. All my VODs housed in my YouTube channel. Timestamped for your enjoyment. If you're enjoying this content, you should like the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, can also subscribe to me on Twitch using your Amazon Prime subs or gift subs throughout the chat, or sub yourself. You will get the lovely, lovely benefit and perk of an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also bestow that lovely experience to other people that are watching. If you want to send me a super chat on YouTube, I will read it out loud, or a super sticker. I really appreciate any support. You can also follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at _on everything. And that was a nice little way to ease into the stream, getting back into it. But now let's actually cover some serious, heavy, depressing shit that's gone on. So I'm going to see, obviously, everybody here probably knows about the fucking shooting of Alex Pretti. I was angry beyond words, pretty much, and it's why I did not stream it on the weekend, even though I probably could have, because I was feeling a little bit better. But let's do a rundown of this, just so we can get the general timeline before we get into the Piers Morgan panel. Also, PVD reaction, maybe Tim Pool, we will see, we will see. This is from the Times. Timeline, a moment-by-moment look at the shooting of Alex Pretti. So this was updated yesterday. Federal agent shot and killed a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident, Alex Jeffrey Pretti, at about 9 a.m. Central Time on Saturday morning. A video shared with the New York Times by a witness and her lawyer, as well as other video footage posted on social media, documents the violent scene where agents appear to fire at least 10 shots in a span of 5 seconds. The footage seemed to contradict the Department of Homeland Security's account of the encounter, which the agency said began after an individual armed with a handgun approached the federal agents with the intent to quote-unquote massacre them. So this is 48 seconds before the shooting. This is him filming the scene. You got the immigration agent, because my understanding is like it wasn't ICE, it was like Customs and Border Patrol. Videos show a small group of civilians standing in the middle of a street where a person was detained on the ground. The civilians are speaking to federal agents. Mr. Pretti appears to be filming the scene, and he walks closer to the federal agents while holding his phone. Then an agent shoves 2 civilians from one side of the street to the other, pushing them toward a white SUV. Then this is 28 seconds before. You have the agent pushing a civilian to the ground, the civilian with the orange backpack, white SUV in the background, Mr. Pretti is here, and a civilian in a brown coat. For a second time, the agent pushes the civilian with the orange backpack. The civilian falls to the ground near the white SUV. Then this is 25 seconds before. Agent pepper sprays the group. Civilian with the orange backpack has fallen. Pretti's holding a phone, filming, civilian in a brown coat. Mr. Pretti tries to put himself between the DHS agent and the 2 civilians. Footage shows the same agent squirting pepper spray in the direction of Mr. Pretti's face. This agent will later fire shots at Mr. Pretti. Mr. Pretti is looking at his phone and is holding his phone in one hand, and he holds his other hand up to shield himself from the spray. Then 23 seconds before, you've got civilians on the ground. Pretti is falling during the struggle. The agent's up against him. Pretti appears... Oh, he's not falling. He's trying to help the person that had fallen. Appears to be trying to help the civilian with the orange backpack stand back up as the agent continues to pepper spray the group. Then 17 seconds before, from a different angle, Pretti's holding his phone. Several agents grab Mr. Pretti, who is still holding his phone. Additional guests approach and try to pin Mr. Pretti to the ground. Then this is 11 seconds before. He's restrained by multiple agents. There's an agent in a gray coat looking by. Mr. Pretti is surrounded by a group of 7 agents, some of whom have wrestled him to the ground. One of the agents, who wears a gray coat, gets closer to Mr. Pretti. The agent's hands are empty as he reaches for Mr. Pretti, while the other agents hold Mr. Pretti down on his knees. At the same time, another agent strikes Mr. Pretti repeatedly with a pepper spray canister. Then this is 1 second before. You've got the civilian with the orange backpack, person with the brown coat. The agent begins unholstering his weapon, and then the agent in the gray coat appears to remove a gun. An 8th agent joins the group. The agent is in the gray coat, appears to pull a gun from near Mr. Pretti's right hip. The agent begins to move away from the skirmish with the weapon. At the same time, another agent unholsters his firearms and points it at Mr. Pretti's back. Then you have agent in gray. This is first shot fired. Agent in gray coat removes gun from skirmish. The agent in the gray coat removes the weapon from the scene. It matches the profile of a gun that DHS says belonged to Mr. Pretti. Then, while Mr. Pretti is on his knees and restrained, I repeat, while Mr. Pretti is on his knees and restrained, the agent standing directly above him appears to fire 1 shot at Mr. Pretti at close range. He immediately fires 3 additional shots. The diagram below shows the position of the agents, Mr. Pretti, and other civilians at this moment. So you have the sidewalk here, street, the SUV that's seen in the videos. The agent that shoots first is closest to Pretti. This agent that's removing the gun, who's in the gray coat, I believe, or the gray coat. Well, the one in the gray coat was the one who shot first. Agent who shoots second is over here. Pretti's on the ground in yellow. 2 witnesses are in yellow over here. Just an insane amount of agents just descending upon him. Additional shots were fired. 2 agents who fired shots. Pretti was lying on the ground. Several agents have moved away from Mr. Pretti, who has collapsed. Another agent, the same one who shoved the civilians into the street and pepper sprayed Mr. Pretti, unholsters his gun and fires at Mr. Pretti. The first agent also fires additional shots. Together, they fire 6 more shots at Mr. Pretti while he lies motionless on the ground. At least 10 shots appear to have fired within 5 seconds. By the moment of the 10th shot, the agent who moved away with the weapon has crossed the street. Mr. Pretti is the second person to be shot and killed by a federal agent in Minnesota in recent weeks. Footage of Mr. Pretti's death in Minneapolis was posted on social media almost immediately after the shooting. The Homeland Security Department said that the episode began after a man approached Border Patrol agents with a handgun and that an agent fired quote-unquote defensive shots. Another encounter in Minneapolis this month, in which a Venezuelan man was shot in the leg by a federal agent, was also characterized as quote-unquote defensive by the department. This one didn't get nearly as much coverage, and I think it's because the person did not die. Governor Tim Walz, Democrat of Minnesota, disputed the claims by federal officials that Mr. Pretti had posed a threat. He accused, quote, the most powerful people in the federal government of spinning stories and putting up pictures. Chief Brian O'Hara of the Minneapolis Police Department said that Mr. Pretti was an American citizen with no criminal record and that he had a valid firearms permit. Under Minnesota law, citizens can legally carry a handgun in public, either openly or concealed if they have a permit. As with the fatal shooting of Renee Good, local and state authorities in Minnesota say they have been impeded by DHS from investigating the killing of Mr. Pretti and that they have been cut off from access to crucial evidence and facts. Large crowds of protesters gathered throughout Saturday at the site of Mr. Pretti's shooting. On Sunday afternoon, around 1,000 people packed Government Plaza in downtown Minneapolis to protest the presence of federal agents in the city and to call for justice for Ms. Good and Mr. Pretti. And I just want to reiterate that again, American citizen, no criminal record, valid firearms permit to conceal carry. This dude was a ICU nurse for the Veterans Hospital. It was like a VA hospital. White dude, respected the troops, cisgender as far as I know, straight as far as I know. If this man is being openly and brazenly gunned down in the street and the administration is willing to lie to defend this, there is nobody who they will not hurt. There is nobody who they won't justify this to. This is not news to any non-white individual, really. How law enforcement, whether it be Border Patrol, ICE, cops, etc., like to act in this country, or how they feel entitled to act. But it is a thing to behold to see it finally start to affect people and demographics that it typically does not. Insane. But all of this backlash, so the admin, I want to find the, let me see, CNN, Dana Bash interview. Where's the Bavino interview? Where he made a fucking fool out of himself. See. I literally saw it earlier and it doesn't want to show it to me. It was like a CNN video that had like hundreds of thousands of views. There it is.
Border Patrol.
So Minneapolis, Bash presses Gregory Bavino on Alex Pretty shooting. This was a day ago. And this is a masterclass in bullshit. Because, I mean, what is there to say?
Commander at Large, Greg Bovino. Thank you for being here. Sir, you are still in Minneapolis, and I want to get to a lot of questions that we have that are unanswered. First and foremost is that Alex Pretti approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. I want to go back to one of the videos, and I know you can see it there, and I want to ask you about what you're seeing, because multiple angles of this incident show him holding up a cell phone and recording it, not a gun. Did he at any point pull out his weapon?
Dana, good morning, and thanks for having me. The weapon, and we do know that the suspect did bring a weapon, a loaded 9mm.
The idea that we're going to refer, like, the only suspect that you fucking actually see in this video are the agents themselves, not Alex Pretti.
High-capacity handgun to a riot. We do know that. As far as what happened in that intervening moment with the video that you just showed, that's going to come to light through the investigation. That's being investigated, and those facts and those questions will be answered soon enough.
Okay, but the Homeland Security Secretary is not waiting for that investigation to take place before saying that Alex Pretti was, quote, brandishing a weapon. Let's go to video 7, because, of course, you know this far better than I. The definition of brandishing is waving or flourishing something, especially a weapon, as a threat or in anger and excitement. That's just a still photo of what Alex Pretti appears to be holding. There is nothing that we have seen that showed him, as Secretary Noem said, brandishing a weapon. Have you, sir, seen something different to support what the Secretary said?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is the situation.
I don't want to lose track of the questions that she's
Brandishing
asking him,
a weapon.
He's definitely not going to answer them.
Have you, sir, seen something different to support what the Secretary said?
Yeah, so the question is, did you actually witness or view footage or come into any evidence that Alex Pretti actually brandished a weapon and threatened any of the officers or agents around him?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is the situation in its totality. What happened leading up to this situation? The suspect decided to...
So, no. You should take every single time they do not directly answer a question, just draw a negative inference from it. There's literally no reason to give these fuckers the benefit of the doubt. If they had that answer, they would unabashedly, wholeheartedly reply yes. and tell you, here's the clip to see it. The fact that he has to, and like, it's one thing for them to do it at a press conference where they can ignore questions from reporters, they can spit it as they want, but it's not this, like, at the end of the day, they're behind a podium, they're in a place of authority, and the pushback is mitigated by that dynamic. In these one-on-one interviews, they're going to struggle to be able to pull off lies that brazenly without looking like fools. So he just has to filibuster or pivot.
Inject himself into a law enforcement action. What's not being said here is the fact that Border Patrol agents and law enforcement were conducting a targeted law enforcement effort against a violent, illegal alien that was nearby, and that suspect injected himself into that law enforcement.
All that tells me is that you saw a quote-unquote violent, illegal alien nearby, and you guys dropped everything to what exactly? So you could apprehend and kill this American citizen, this guy who's just filming?
Into that law enforcement situation with a weapon. And what happened between when that situation first came about and the shooting, that's going to be investigated, and we're going to get to the facts of that.
Well, you said yesterday that this looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. What evidence do you have that he wanted to massacre law enforcement? Because all the videos that we have, and we just have a still shot up now, but I do, Control Room, want to play one of the other videos. Let's play video number 1 again. It doesn't look anything like he's trying to massacre law enforcement. In fact, he was filming, and then it looked like he was trying to help another individual there who was pushed down by law enforcement.
There's just something that's so aggravating. Even when I'm reading this timeline from the New York Times and I'm hearing it now on CNN, this sort of like passive challenge to the blatant lies of the administration. Like, again, the footage seemed to contradict the Department of Homeland Security's account of the encounter. Like, why seems to contradict? It did contradict. Why do they couch it like that? I don't understand. And then the same thing here. Like, oh, well, this seemed to be the case or whatever. Like, is this some sort of journalism practice that's going to lead to this guy making a fool out of himself? I mean, like, it ultimately did. But I don't understand what the issue is with being, like, we can all see the video for ourselves from multiple different angles. I don't understand why they're still couching.
And then they went after him.
In fact, I believe that the fantastic training that our law enforcement partners have, the fact that they're highly trained, prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do that.
Good job to the law enforcement. They all made it home that day against the threat of a guy with a concealed carry permit who was not brandishing his weapon. I don't even think they would have known that he was carrying a weapon had they not pushed him to the ground and started trying to apprehend him and then shoot him. Who posed a threat to absolutely no one, who was just filming them while they were undertaking an illegitimate mass deportation campaign and occupying the city of Minneapolis. The main concern here, this guy can definitely read the room. Everybody was worried and holding their breath like, oh my God, were any of these agents injured? Were they at risk for injury? Yeah, that's what people are worried about here.
And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there in the first place. Was he simply walking by and just happened to walk into a law enforcement situation and try to direct traffic and stand in the middle of the road and then assault, delay, and obstruct?
Directing traffic? Capital offense.
Law enforcement, or was he there for a reason? Did he fall victim to that violent and heated rhetoric by a Mayor Fry, a Governor Waltz? Look, Dana, they're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and many other words. Did this individual?
People are saying things that are accurate to describe this fucking thuggish group that Americans fucking detest and want to abolish and get rid of.
To fall victim, as many others have, to that type of heated rhetoric.
I want to stay focused on this incident right now, because what you were saying is that he...
And again, the original question here was, do you have any evidence that this man was brandishing a weapon? Never got a straight answer on that. Just, ICE are the biggest victims in the entire world. Thank God they made it home alive from the non-existent threat of this man who was filming them doing their official duties.
Went there to try to stop this law enforcement operation. All of the video that we have seen shows him documenting it with his cell phone, which is a lawful thing.
I saw Reddit saying Bavina looks like an aging lesbian and died, LMAO. It's hurtful to lesbians. He looks like American Yoav Gallant. If You guys know who that guy is? Former Israeli minister. He reminds me of this psycho. Do y'all see it? They look a lot alike.
To do. And the only time he seemed to interact with law enforcement is when they went after him when he was trying to help an individual who law enforcement pushed down. So where do you have the evidence to show that he was trying to impede that law enforcement operation?
Sure, Dana, first he was there in the scene. He was in the scene actively impeding and assaulting law enforcement to the point.
But that's not illegal. He wasn't
Dana,
impeding it. He was filming it, which is a legal thing to do in the United States of America.
Dana, let's don't freeze frame it.
And I'm pretty sure there was also a Supreme Court case that recently reaffirmed this, that yes, you not only are you allowed to film basically anything that you see out in public because you don't have a reasonable expectation to or right to privacy if you're in public spaces. I do believe that there is a little bit of nuance when it comes to private businesses and whatnot, but in general, you are allowed to film pretty much anywhere that you're allowed to, the public is allowed to be, you're allowed to film. And that includes filming civil servants, that includes filming officers, that includes filming Customs and Border Patrol, that includes filming ICE.
Adjudicate this now. He was there for a reason, and that reason was to impede law enforcement to the point.
What evidence do you have of that?
And here's a good point, Dana, is the fact that de-escalation techniques were utilized during this action. Those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to remove them from that law enforcement scene, that active law enforcement scene in which law enforcement were going after
What you're witnessing here is de-escalation, apparently.
a violent illegal alien, or the use of pepper spray, which is another de-escalation technique. Those techniques did not work. Officers always try to use the minimum amount of force necessary to either effect an arrest, which in this case was more than likely 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a
What, 10, 11 shots? That's the minimum amount of force necessary.
federal officer, or
Where did he assault?
obstruct.
Where did he assault a federal officer in any of the video that you have seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir, that he was approached by them when he was helping another individual who was pushed down. What evidence do you have that he was assaulting any law enforcement?
Dana, we don't need a suspect's help in an active law enforcement scene.
When you say
We don't need his
suspect,
help.
what is
We
he
didn't ask
suspected
his
of?
help. That's an active law enforcement scene. He knew that was an active law enforcement scene, especially when the officers approached him, and it's very evident he did not need to be where he was, and he
so when
decided
somebody
on his own to stay there.
So when somebody is pushed down and a person's instinct is to help that person, when somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing? I mean, is that really human nature?
Like, again, why does she say do what they're doing? Just say it. Brazenly assaulting this man who is exercising his First Amendment rights.
You know, Dana, every situation is different.
Like, I mean, this guy's making himself look like without any help from her or really any pressing, this guy was going to make himself look like a fucking idiot, especially because we can all see the footage and it's not going to back up what he's saying or corroborate it whatsoever. It's a pretty stunning display of like the doublespeak going on from this admin, but it just, I can't help but remark upon it. It just drives me crazy the way that like they still feel the need to like hold back in certain respects. Like, what will it take? If you can't speak frankly and openly about what you are witnessing and how these officers are treating these Americans, like, I don't know what more you would need to say.
What our officers are faced with here in Minneapolis are chaotic, very difficult and violent situations in which individuals, and this suspect is not the only one to bring a loaded weapon to a riot. The situations are chaotic and ever changing. Follow directions for law enforcement. Don't inject yourself.
I mean, I don't even think anybody did. It's like probably the first true thing that he said. The situation is chaotic, but it's not because of people like Alex Pretti. It's because of this fucking occupation of the city for absolutely no reason.
Beforehand into a law enforcement situation.
With respect, it feels as though in some ways you're blaming the victim here.
With respect.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents. The victim are the Border Patrol agents. The suspect put himself in that situation. The victims are the Border Patrol agents there.
He was there breathing air. He was there existing.
Because I think this is really, really critical. You can see an agent, and I just want to go to, let's see here, video 5. You can see a screenshot of an agent in a green jacket approach Pretti, and then he appeared to take a gun away. When the agent took the gun away, which it seems as though it was Pretti's gun, that happened before Pretti was shot. Why was an unarmed man shot multiple times by law enforcement, by your Border Patrol agents?
Dana, you don't know he was unarmed. I don't know he was unarmed. That's freeze frame adjudication of a crime scene via a photo. That's why we.
You don't know that he didn't have a nuclear bomb up his shirt. You don't know that that person with the orange backpack didn't have a cinder block that they were about to take out and launch at somebody.
Have investigators. That's why we have an investigation that is going to answer those questions. How many shots were fired? Who fired shots? Where was the guns? Where were the guns located?
The investigation of the scene that they disrupted, the crime scene that they disrupted, like, and are impeding the investigation of.
All those questions are going
Sir,
to be answered.
I think you can see the screen.
In the investigation. We're not going to adjudicate that here on TV in one freeze frame there.
Okay, it's not a freeze frame. We're showing a video of one of your agents taking the gun away, and that happened before Pretti was shot.
We don't know that agent was taking any gun away. That could have been the agent's, because we don't know that. The facts are going to come to light.
So you're disputing the video, that that's what happened?
With an investigation. That's why we investigate.
Like, just to put that again, we need an investigation, he says. Demands for Minneapolis shooting investigation grow as Trump officials blame victim. Again, this was updated today. It was published yesterday. He had already been shot for multiple hours. There was still not an investigation underway. A judge ordered federal authorities not to destroy evidence from a fatal shooting by immigration agents. Videos directly contradict descriptions of the encounter by admin officials. As a growing number of Republican officials call for an investigation into the death of Alex Pretti, the Minneapolis man who was shot and killed by federal immigration agents this week, President Trump blamed Democrats for his tragic death in a series of social media posts on Sunday. The president accused Democratic state and local leaders of refusing to cooperate with federal immigration agents and encouraging quote-unquote left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct their operations, which has, quote, created dangerous circumstances for everyone involved. Top Trump admin officials have, without evidence, described Mr. Pretti as a, quote, would-be assassin seeking to harm federal agents. I mean, I guess is this really a lie? Don't we all have it within us to tap into our demons and be would-be assassins, right? He's just saying it could be the case, as in there's a non-zero chance. He was illegally carrying a gun, but video showed that he had been disarmed and was pinned down when he was shot. The Trump admin's immediate characterization of the incident drew widespread condemnation from Democratic officials, deepened a rift between state and federal leaders, and spurred a fresh round of protests on Sunday, even in the freezing fucking weather. So it's nice to see people coming out to oppose this illegitimate occupation of their city by these fucking thugs, even in the freezing cold weather. Mr. Pretti's death was the second killing of a U.S. citizen in Minneapolis this month. Mr. Pretti's friends, family, and colleagues announced what they said were sickening lies, quote-unquote, by the Trump admin. They described Mr. Pretti, an intensive care unit nurse, as a happy, generous man who loved biking and walking his dog. Divisions were emerging among Republicans, with some calling for more robust investigations as GOP lawmakers in the center and on the hard right raised grave concerns about the admin's tactics. Videos of the encounter show Mr. Pretti, U.S. citizen, who had a permit to carry a firearm, stepping between a woman and an agent who was pepper spraying her. Mr. Pretti, who did not appear to have reached for his holstered handgun, is then hit with pepper spray before a group of agents pile onto him, restraining and disarming him before the barrage of gunfire. Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who is facing a primary challenge from a Trump-backed candidate, called the killing incredibly disturbing and endorsed a joint state and federal investigation. The credibility of ICE and DHS are at stake, he said. Oh no. It's so disgusting to watch that this is their stated motivation for this shit. That's why we really need an investigation into this fucking man's death, right? Because the credibility of these agencies that's already in the fucking toilet is at stake. Gun rights groups have also begun to push back against assertions by some Trump admin officials that Mr. Pretti should not have had the weapon he was permitted to carry. I mean, any surprise here that, like, Second Amendment matters to these people until it doesn't, or until it's people that they don't like? Minnesota officials who sought to examine the killing of Renee Good by federal agents earlier this month accused the federal government of again stymieing their attempts to conduct an investigation. In the hours after Mr. Pretti's death, a federal judge issued a temporary restraining order that barred U.S. officials from destroying or altering evidence. Sad state of affairs that this has to be ruled upon. So we'll get to the rest of that, but yeah, no investigation yet.
Investigate.
Well, with respect, you say that's why we investigate, but you're also drawing other conclusions that sort of fly in the face of waiting for an investigation. I just want to also go back to what I was asking about with regard to what Secretary Noem said, that he was brandishing a gun. At any point, do you have any evidence that, yes, he had a gun on his person? Was he brandishing it? Was he a threat because he had a gun in his hand that put law enforcement in danger?
We heard the law enforcement officer say gun, gun, gun. So at some point, they knew there was a gun. So again, that is going to be part of that.
Well, if somebody lawfully has a gun that they're not actively brandishing or using, guess it's open season.
investigation as to what was happening on the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect.
Both the police chief in Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Pretti was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. So are you saying it's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you
That's exactly what he's saying, to be clear.
riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law enforcement officers, and most especially when you mean to do that beforehand.
How do you know
When
that?
you mean to do that, when you mean to do that beforehand, when you show up to an active crime scene, don't leave the crime scene and you're armed, then you've got the decision-making process for that
Active crime scene.
individual doesn't seem to be very good. Now, back to the Second Amendment. What you're saying about the Second Amendment is peacefully protesting with firearms. Absolutely, I've done that myself, and fully support that. But not when you perpetrate violence, obstruct, delay.
Dude, she's not going to do it. And like, I'm not even saying it would be a good use of time, really, in this interview to get into this. But what does this seem like a man that has spent any time peacefully protesting literally anything? This dude doesn't even seem like the type to bother to go out to do like the fucking like anti-stay-at-home or anti-lockdown, anti-mask protests.
Or obfuscate Border Patrol in the performance of their duties in an
There's
active
no
crime
evidence that
scene.
he was perpetrating violence. And there's no
I get now why Bonvino was fired today. I keep wanting to say Bonvino because I'm thinking of Dan Bongino. That's a different dipshit, part of the same admin. But this guy was fired because, like, it's weird though, because if you look at any of the other, like, if you look at interviews between like Kash Patel and him on mainstream media, he's making just as much of a fool out of himself as Bovino is here. On any newscast that he joins, the same goes for Christine Ohm, the same goes for Pam Bondi, who said stupid shit like, we're going to prosecute hate speech in this country. So I don't know that I could really say that, like, oh, this is why he had to resign, because this interview was just such bad optics for the admin. They don't give a fuck about optics. So why he ended up being the fall guy is, like, not entirely clear to me yet.
no evidence, unless you have it, and we'd love to see it if there is, that he was intending to massacre law enforcement, other than the fact that he was there and he had a gun lawfully.
He meant to be there beforehand. Again, Dana, he came there beforehand.
How do you
for
know that?
a reason.
How do you know that?
Because he was there.
But all he
Because
was doing
there.
was filming
It's
and
very
documenting
evident.
it, which is legal. He was carrying a gun, which in Minneapolis
I didn't
is
say
legal.
it wasn't. And I didn't say it wasn't legal.
So then
But
what did he do that was
cannot
illegal?
Assault federal law enforcement when he does that. That's an active law enforcement crime
Where do you
scene
see in the video that he was
decided to enter into?
Where do you see in the video that he was assaulting law enforcement? Because from everything we have seen, law enforcement was assaulting him when he was there trying to help another individual.
Dana, law enforcement doesn't assault anyone. Follow directions of law enforcement. Follow directions of law enforcement in an active crime scene. It's very evident he didn't want to do that. Very evident that the other individuals didn't want to do that. And
Pacino quit. I mean, these, like, if he resigned or whatever, he definitely did not do that, absent a lot of pressure being exerted on him by people within the admin. That's always how it is. Even if he quit himself or whatever, that only came because he came under fire.
And it's too bad the consequences had to be paid because
You were really funny on the Whatever podcast. I was.
he injected himself into that crime scene. I can't say that enough. He made the decision to go there. We didn't make the decision to talk to him. We didn't even know that individual was in existence until he came into that crime scene.
I want to go back to video number one, because you keep saying that he injected himself into the crime scene. He was a guy on a street filming an operation. He was far away. He wasn't on the crime scene. And what I want you to see again is that law enforcement appears by the video we have to be approaching him and the person who is next to him, not the other way around. And so what I want to know is, what evidence do you have that he went after law enforcement?
Sure. The fact that he was standing in the middle of the road, there was interaction between him, the bystanders, and law enforcement, and again, follow directions of law enforcement. He doesn't need to be in the middle of a crime scene. Dan, I don't think you would want to be in the middle of a crime scene, or you would want civilians in the middle of a crime scene injecting themselves into something that is none of their business at all.
Can you also just answer the question about the gun?
Again, just like even the spin that he's desperately trying to put on this, it just falls flat on its face to anybody who's actually paying attention. It's pathetic. Standing in the street is now obstructing official duties. Filming is obstructing official duties. Breathing near these fucking pussies is obstructing duties. Like, it is like what Ogre Boy's saying, what they're actually saying, just shut up and take it, and that's going to keep you safe, and you should comply. And even when you comply, you might end up with 10 bullets in the back anyway. There really is nothing that you could do that would please these people.
Because, again, do you have any evidence that he was brandishing his weapon? Did he ever have his hand on the weapon?
Yeah, again, the officers on the ground, in that melee, we hear gun, gun, gun. So that gun at some...
Okay, about that keeping you safe, actually, TBH? What, complying? I mean, what's the alternative? It's the safest alternative, but that doesn't mean it's a safe situation to be in regardless. That makes sense.
At some point became visible to officers.
But could it have been because they had him on the ground and maybe his shirt came up and they saw that it was on him? That doesn't mean that he was.
And that is why we have an investigation, Dana.
Fine.
That is what we are investigating. You're not going to know that now, and I'm not going to know that.
I think an investigation is great, but the Homeland Security Secretary said he was brandishing a weapon. Do you have evidence that we haven't seen that he was brandishing a weapon?
He brought a semi-automatic weapon to a riot, assaulted federal officers, and at some point they saw that weapon. So I do believe the secretary is 100% spot on in what she said. Why would you bring a weapon and assault a federal officer if you did not have intent to harm or delay?
So yeah, now like you're just what he's arguing against legal concealed carry. So even having a permit, even having your gun put away, holstered, not in use, is a threat in and of itself if they do an unlawful stop and frisk and find it.
Struck that federal officer with a weapon.
You keep saying that he assaulted a federal officer, but again, we have not seen evidence that that happened. It looked like he was on the defense, and again, he had a gun legally. It sort of feels like we're in the upside down, where we have law enforcement and conservatives who are very pro Second Amendment saying the problem was that he had a gun legally.
No, the problem is, as I said,
Stranger Things reference
several times now, is he injected himself. He put himself where he did not need to be. He put himself in and put law enforcement officers in jeopardy through his actions. These were his actions, not law enforcement officers' action. We had to react to an individual that came there for a specific reason. And again, what that reason is, we're going to find more out about that in the coming days. I'll be interested to see what his reason for being there, while Border Patrol agents were arresting a violent, criminal, illegal alien doing their lawful, ethical, and moral duties in Minneapolis. That's the question.
Well, but the question is also, why is an American citizen?
This just isn't working on anyone, I don't think. I mean, it's just one of those weird dynamics where it's like, they know they're lying, we know they're lying, they know that we know that they're lying, and yet, do they change course? Do they even, these are, like, they're not even trying. These are the laziest lies. The only lies that come up that even come close to this are Kristi Noem's, but again, Noem has put herself in like very, very short, uncomfortable interactions, like she did it on Fox News earlier. And I think there was one also on Fox News, like over Renee Good, but it was not 20 minutes of pain, if I remember correctly.
Now dead for the second time, who was there to document, in this case, and clearly to be there as a bystander, which is his First Amendment right.
He wasn't there to clearly document anything. Don't socially engineer the topic, Dana. He was not there to document.
Appeared to be.
Don't socially engineer the topic.
That's fair. Appeared to be.
He obfuscated and delayed officers there on the scene. That's pretty evident to me.
I want to ask you about your agents. You said that this was a highly trained agent who had been serving on Border Patrol for 8 years. What was he trained for? Because these are your Border Patrol agents, and they're now in the interior of the country, in American cities. Was he trained in urban policing?
This guy spent an embarrassing amount on a Revolutionary War uniform to LARP in. I don't watch Hassan, but I did see a clip on my timeline earlier today that was like Hassan reacting to parts of this interview, I guess. And he was like, if this guy was wearing an IDF uniform, unironically, she would be nicer to him.
Yes, all of our Border Patrol agents are trained in all for all types of environments, including urban policing. This particular Border Patrol agent had 8 years with some specific skill sets there with both firearms and less lethal munitions. Also, let's take a look at the training and the environments that Border Patrol agents operate in. We operate in places like San Diego, California, Tucson, Arizona, New Orleans. All those have Border Patrol sectors. Detroit, Michigan. We've got Border Patrol sectors in Buffalo, So this myth, and I saw this just last night on CNN, this myth that Border Patrol agents don't work in urban areas is just that. It's a myth. We're well adept at urban areas, conducting that Title VIII immigration enforcement wherever we go. It doesn't matter if it's a desert or an urban environment. We're very well.
True, guys. Less than 4 minutes till an ad break if you're watching on Twitch. And unfortunately, the only way to remedy this, there's definitely no other ways, is by subscribing to me or being lucky enough to be gifted a sub in my chat. That way you don't have to put up with any ads.
Adept at doing that.
Is the agent or agents, is it your understanding that more than one agent fired a weapon at Alex Pretti?
Again, that's going to be part of the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on how many shots or who shot or that type of thing because I don't know.
Are the agents who were involved still on the job?
Yes. These Border Patrol agents are going to more than likely be on
Hoagies KC, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate it.
administrative duty, but they will remain Border Patrol agents.
What does that mean? So they'll be off the streets for a bit?
Not in Minneapolis, they will, but only in Minneapolis here. They'll be at a different location.
Okay. And before I let you go, I just want to button up one point that you were making about what Alex Pretti was doing there. Do you accept that it is the law that an individual has a right to film what law enforcement is doing?
I believe that all citizens of the United States have those First and Fourth Amendment rights as long as they do so peacefully and don't delay, obstruct, or assault anyone in doing that. And that's
by delay, again, that means whatever the fuck we wanted to. So functionally, no.
The issue here because he was not peacefully doing anything.
All right.
Who's buying these narratives? 10 to 20% of the population. What's the chud to human ratio in the U.S. right now? See, there's about 70% of Americans that are normal and against all of this bullshit. Then there's 30%, and those 30% are like, more murders, please. But it's really just them. Most people are not buying this shit.
For the record, and we've seen this video multiple times from multiple angles.
And even Republican politicians, even if they have the most disgusting reasons for wanting and calling for an investigation, like the credibility of ICE and DHS on the line or whatever, they still are feeling some pressure from their constituents, clearly, if they're making statements like that.
There is no evidence that he was doing anything other than being peaceful until the altercation began. Again, I look forward to seeing the other evidence in the investigation that you have, because we do want to get to the bottom of this and do want to get all of the facts as they actually happened. Chief Bovino, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you being here and answering questions.
Thank you, Dana.
So on that, this is reported by CNN a few hours ago. Controversial Border Patrol chief, that dumbass we just watched, and some agents expected to leave Minneapolis on Tuesday, sources say. Top Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino and some of his agents are expected to leave Minneapolis on Tuesday and return to their respective sectors, according to 3 sources familiar with the discussions, sidelining a key player in the Trump admin's immigration crackdown. The move comes after President Donald Trump announced he was dispatching White House border czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis in the wake of Saturday's fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen. The White House has said Homan is expected to manage ICE operations in the city. The Department of, and again, Homan himself is a brain dead freak, so don't expect things to get better just because that's going to be the case, the switcheroo that they're making there. The Department of Homeland Security also suspended Bovino's access to his social media accounts, effective immediately, the highest punishment, of course, your Twitter jail for you, according to a source familiar with the matter. Over the weekend, Bovino had scrapped with lawmakers online, responding to their posts on X about the shooting. One official said it was, quote, a mutual decision to have Bovino depart. Some Border Patrol agents are expected to remain in the city, sources said. CNN reached out to the Department of Homeland Security, which includes Border Patrol, for comment. Admin officials were left deeply frustrated this weekend over how Bovino and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem handled the fallout over the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti in Minneapolis, sources said. According to one official, Trump spent several hours Sunday and Monday watching news coverage. Whoa, Trump spent time watching a bunch of fucking TV instead of governing? Shocking. And was unhappy by how his admin was coming across. CNN, I think he even, didn't he say like it was a mistake or something? With this one, I think he could at least read the room a little bit better. Because obviously the lies coming from the admin are from the mouthpieces, but I thought Trump himself asked, like, not only, like, I think he did say, like, oh, it's a tragedy, shouldn't have happened, but, and then, like, goes on to justify it, even with Renee Good, but, like, when he was, like, confronted with footage or whatever showing it, because he ended up just saying, well, Renee Good was being mean, that was why it was deserved that she was shot in the head 3 times. With this, I swear he saw it was a mistake. He said it was a mistake. He didn't really try to, like, defend it that much in that way. CNN previously reported that no one was in touch with the White House throughout the day Saturday. And that is news. Again, news by definition are things that don't really happen, low probability events. Kristi Noem working, already a low probability event. Kristi Noem working on a Saturday. Crazy stuff. Others say that Bovino, who became the face of Trump's immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota, made matters worse by claiming Pretti intended to, quote-unquote, massacre federal agents. He sat for an interview with CNN and held a news conference Sunday, but neither appearance tamped down criticism of the admin's response and contradictions, officials told CNN. Ooh, this reminds me, I really want to see, who's the press secretary? Her name escapes me. Caroline Leavitt. That's what it is. Yeah. The press conference that they gave today.
I would also...
Okay. This is the full one, though. Okay, we'll see that in a little bit. Others say that Bovino... Oh, wait, we saw this. Senior officials began discussing taking Bovino out of Minnesota on Sunday afternoon, according to one senior official. Aides were also irked after Noem labeled Pretti a domestic terrorist and accused him of brandishing his legally owned firearm, a claim that wasn't backed up by video evidence. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt distanced the White House from the domestic terrorist label during Monday's briefing, arguing it was not a position Trump himself has personally taken. She did not say specifically that Bovino was departing Minnesota, but she said that Homan would be the, quote, main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis, and that Bovino would, quote, continue to lead agency operations nationwide. DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin later posted on X that Bovino had not been relieved of his duties and was, quote, a key part of the president's team and a great American. Despotic. Making Homan the admin's point person in Minneapolis is also seen as a slight to Noem, who has been engaged in a power struggle with the border czar for months. Why? Over what? Over posting? Like, what are these two fucking knuckleheads are? Like, what do they have to argue over? After Homan's new assignment was announced, a White House official sought to make clear that Noem still has Trump's confidence and trust. Bovino was nearly 3 decades into his career with Border Patrol when he was plucked last year from his position as chief patrol agent of the agency's El Centro, which I would love to hear Kristi Noem pronounce that, sector in Southern California to lead the highly visible mass deployments of federal law enforcement in cities including Los Angeles, Chicago, Charlotte, North Carolina, and New Orleans. In each of those cities, the aggressive tactics of officers under Bovino's command drew criticism from local officials who alleged they were being used by the president as a cudgel against primarily Democratic-led localities. His heavy-handed tactics, including immigration sweeps in parking lots and smashing car windows, had fueled consternation among some in the Trump admin, including within his own agency for weeks, and grew more contentious in the wake of Saturday's deadly shooting. Bovino and his officers would often participate in highly choreographed and publicized shows of force, and Bovino stood out as the only officer who did not cover his face as they descended on gas stations in Home Depot and Target stores. In Chicago, he was reprimanded by a federal judge who found his account of being hit in the head with a rock before deploying tear gas was not credible. Video evidence ultimately disproved this, said Judge Sarah Ellis, who was presiding over a case concerning the heavy-handed tactics used by federal agents in Chicago. Defendant Bovino admitted that he lied. Of course, this didn't end his career, but let's see what this woman had to say.
Good afternoon, Jackie. Thank you for that. Thanks for coming in on a snow day for the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely.
I'm already pissed off by the fact that she came out all smiling.
He has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands.
Yeah, they're so brave to go out there and act with impunity. like a gang of thugs in their masks doing whatever the fuck they want to whoever they want.
Of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Fry and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and
They're not doing any of that shit that is the majority, like, you know, not that I support, like, not that my complaint is like, oh, they're not doing this effectively enough. I still wouldn't support it, even if that were the fucking case. This is like not the way that you go about curbing illegal immigration or crime in this country. That aside, though, even with their stated objective, even with all of the money in the fucking world that they were that they got with the big beautiful bill, which was literally it's like, I don't think people realize that, like, the budget for ICE is bigger than the militaries of, like, many countries in this world. That's how much fucking money they have. So even if Democrats are able to hold the line and get them to defund DHS and remove ICE, decrease ICE funding, they still have a shit ton of money allocated to them from the big beautiful bill. Not all of it has been spent.
and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat opposition is about. Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's
$75 billion.
borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored.
How old is this lady? She is 1 year older than I am. She is 28, ostensibly.
Dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered by illegal alien criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico.
Yeah, and those, like, Laken Riley's killer was convicted. Those people face justice. They like, the idea that, like, again, they try to, like, use those cases as the justification for the shit that they're doing now, and they completely leave out the fact that all of those people, they're killers. They're like attackers held to account in a court of law in this country. There was no need to do a mass deportation campaign.
With a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration, threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border.
Apparently marrying 30-year-older men rubs off on you. Apparently. That's why I only got with somebody who was 12 years older than me. Half-life, you know.
Deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him.
Also, she has Mar-a-Lago face. Like, look at this. She clearly has had like a botched nose job, and she also has lip fillers.
Deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York and, yes, Minneapolis. Yet Democrat leaders in Minnesota with
just a quick little detour. When they posted this photo, I just know it ruined her day, and that makes me very happy. Like, it's brutal that you can actually see the injection sites from where she got her fucking lip fillers and how bad this looks. Insane.
with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today. That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has outlined a clear and simple path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number 1, Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens.
What is the point of funding them to the tune of billions of fucking dollars if you expect state agencies to have law enforcement cooperating with them and doing all the fucking work for them? What the hell is the point?
Active warrants or known criminal
and
history.
If the answer is just, well, we wouldn't have to give them so much money if they would just cooperate, that ain't fucking true. This is fucking Democrats even right now being like, this is why they need more money. They need more money to fund it because they don't have enough money. That's why their training's bad. When that's not the fucking issue here.
For immediate deportation. Number 2, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly every single other state across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions. Additionally, President Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all. American cities should be safe sanctuaries for...
What that is like so much for states' rights. Truly. Like, I don't know I have to say that, like, the 2A people and their 2A crowd, that's such a sticking point that I think it's more of a that's more glaring hypocrisy from that side than this. But the fact that they want to mandate and force local governments, local cities, states to cooperate with a federal agency does, by definition, undermine states' rights. Why?
Law-abiding citizens only, not for dangerous illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's laws and do not belong here. We hope Governor Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American people safe following their call this morning. Americans overwhelmingly want exactly what President Trump is delivering: strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens, of which there are still hundreds of thousands.
And not even this is true. Trump's obviously underwater on every single issue, but this one in particular, ICE and DHS have never had lower favorability ratings or approval ratings, like, ever.
Deport from the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together, and for state and local law enforcement to work together with federal law enforcement. We want to let cops be cops. You wouldn't know this continues to be a very popular policy position from the biased media coverage over the course of the last few days. But polling shows huge support for this exact thing President Trump is calling for. More than 80% of Americans...
It doesn't, actually.
...favor deporting illegal aliens convicted of violent crimes. A country unable to deport criminals who enter it illegally...
Okay. This stuff might be true, but when you ask them how they feel about the mass deportation campaign and shit at this point, they're like the same amount of people oppose it.
Is no country at all. The open borders agenda of Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats.
Also, just because people say, yes, I want criminals to be removed from the country, that does not mean that they're saying, by any means necessary, violate any and all constitutional, amendments just to get that done. That's not what that means.
Was already on the ballot on November 5th, 2024, and it was resoundingly rejected. President Trump will never back down from his promise to deport violent criminal illegal aliens and make America safe again, and he welcomes all cooperation in that effort. With that, I will answer your questions, and Jordan Conradson, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. Jordan Conradson, Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left, but I'm just wondering, where was that outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was executed by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she...
First question from some fucking moronic talking head from, like, what, Fox News, OAN?
There's no threat to in the U.S. Capitol.
Well, you raise a very important point, which I also believed I just raised as well in those opening remarks, in that there has no doubt been selective outrage by the liberal biased media.
Samson 5791. You've been yapping a lot in YouTube chat. I would love to talk to you since you have so much to say. You can follow I'm going to drop it right now. The Discord that you're going to join if you want to continue being in my chat, since you just have so much to say. So you will come on. You have 5 minutes to do that. You're going to join that waiting room. Come talk to me live in front of like 200 people and tell me everything that you have to say about quote unquote illegals or whatever it is that you're whining about from YouTube chat. And if you don't, you're going to be banned.
And picking and choosing victims and highlighting their stories. And as I've said, President Trump does not want any Americans to lose their lives in the streets of America and in American communities across the country. He believes what happened on Saturday is a tragedy, but every life is equal to President Trump, and that's why the lives of Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray continue to matter to him and be an utmost priority to him to this very day. And it's unfortunate that we did not see the same type of sensationalist media coverage over the tragic deaths of those innocent American women and girls.
Oh, wait, almost forgot to set timer. 5 minutes.
Girls across the country as we are in the wake of this tragedy that took place on Saturday. Gabe, sure, go ahead.
I want to get your response to this. The Arizona Attorney General, just days before this shooting in Minneapolis, she seemingly encouraged.
Oh, I'm so scared. Yeah, you got a lot to say from YouTube chat, but you won't call in. You objectively will be very, very scared if you can't handle a Discord call with me for like 10 minutes over any subject related to this of your choosing. You have so much to say. Just come say it in front of all of these people and show off how fucking smart you are, right?
Rioters to go out, shoot, and kill ICE agents.
What do I do? Are you that big of a moron that you can't figure out how to click a link, join it, and then go to the waiting room channel in the Discord? I believe in you. I'm sure you can figure it out.
And I'll quote her here. She said, "If you reasonably believe your life's in danger and you're in the house or in your car or on your property, you can defend yourself with lethal force." And she said that you can't tell if ICE agents are law enforcement or imposters, and it becomes an issue of whether you reasonably believe they were law enforcement. Do you have a response to that, and does the White House believe that she should be held accountable for these remarks?
Such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is exactly what has brought us to this position today, where you have elected Democrat officials across the country who are encouraging left-wing agitators and crazy people to go out and unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement. Again, these brave men...
You are very dumb. Then you should want to come on my stream live and BTFO me in front of all of these people watching, right?
Women of ICE and Border Patrol and federal enforcement are just trying to do their jobs to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to go after the worst of the worst in this country. I would encourage every...
Oh, okay. So it's worth spending like your entire night just going insane in my chat, arguing with a bunch of people who you fucking hate and fucking hate you. But it's not worth it to come actually confront me, right? You have all the time in the world to be doing the stupid bullshit that you're doing from YouTube chat, but you couldn't figure out how to join a Discord. Now, when you're given the opportunity to confront me over all the stupid things that I say, you suddenly don't want to fucking take it. Crazy. Crazy how that works.
Everyone in this room, and I would encourage the Arizona Attorney General to look at the video of an ICE agent in Minneapolis. He was approached by left-wing agitators who were honking their horns and were screaming slurs at him, and he rolled down his window and he said, "What are you doing? I am out here trying to catch a child predator, somebody who has convicted crimes against an innocent child, and you are trying to obstruct me from doing my job." This rhetoric against ICE, comparing them to Nazi Gestapo, Donald Trump's police force, is despicable, it is shameful, and it is precisely what has led to the escalation of tensions in Minneapolis and in other places across the country. Gabe, go ahead.
So now, anytime you criticize these people and compare them to the things that they obviously are like the fucking Gestapo, when you say that they are a fascist or Nazi force illegitimately occupying the city of Minneapolis, that's you actually contributing to violence in this country, not them.
You looking to do her for justified violence?
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Pretti looks like he wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Stephen Miller on Saturday posted that, or called Pretti a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials...
She sounds even more unhinged with new player at 2x. She's actually only at 1.3 speed.
...jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look, this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he has said that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to the deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how the officials on the ground had handled the incident?
No, Mr. Homan is doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course, Secretary Noem is also in charge.
RTN Broadcasting, I asked you that question a minute ago about what nullifies states' rights, and the fact that you came to me with a bunch of U.S. codes, criminal codes like that, all of these apply, which do not directly, but can be argued, nullify the states' rights argument. Why did you waste time putting that in ChatGPT and then waste even more time pasting it into this chat? What is this doing for you? Go do anything else, or just sit back and watch the stream.
Of FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans have been impacted by that. So Borders-Czar Homan is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with state and local officials, and I know that he's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the request of the president. Jennifer.
On Saturday's shooting, has the president been briefed, and you've been briefed on specific details of the shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Again, the investigation is continuing.
Samson, where you at? Isn't it funny how, again, these people have just so much to fucking say, and the second you give them an opportunity to come onto a platform, not even a huge one, I mean, I'm fucking nobody, and yet they still don't want to do it. Like, 200 people is just, like, too many people for them already. That moron was in YouTube chat all night for the past 2 hours, just repeating the same stupid shit over and over and over, which is fuck these illegals, God bless this country, I love Trump, I love everything he's doing, but could not be bothered to spend 5 minutes of their time arguing with me about it, because that's not really what any of this is about. No surprise there, though. See ya.
Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead, and we will let the facts play out in this investigation. I do.
Oh, please.
Know that
I'm here. Yeah, you're not going to be anymore, but for 2, that's not where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be in this Discord arguing with me, and since you're not doing that, you're banned. Bye.
SI and FBI are conducting interviews with those that were involved and the agents who were involved in this unfortunate tragedy on Saturday.
Are they keeping the president up to date on all those details?
The president is obviously very much on the ball with respect to this investigation. I think he's made that quite clear with the various statements that you've seen him put out, and also the 4 points that the president has outlined as well to Governor Walz, and to encourage him to cooperate with ICE and with the administration. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. To follow on Gabe's question, Secretary Noem said Alex Pretti committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Pretti a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Pretti in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to
see, like, they're drawing attention to the fact that the admin officials are like trying to say he's a domestic terrorist, he was a fucking would-be assassin or whatever. He won't like grant that. So even Trump knows that it's untenable for him to hold that position.
Let the facts and the investigation lead itself.
Was he alarmed to hear his top officials referring to him in that way, rushing to that judgment?
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On Stephen Miller's comments, will Stephen Miller be apologising to the family of Alex Pretti for calling him, quote, an assassin who tried to murder federal agents, despite the fact that, as you say, this is still under investigation?
Look, again, this incident remains under investigation, and nobody here at the White House, including the President of the United States,
it's not actually under investigation. Another lie.
Wants to see Americans hurt or killed and losing their lives in American streets. And we mourn for the parents. As a mother myself, of course, I cannot imagine the loss of life, especially losing one's child. And that same...
She is a mother herself, and she actually got a bunch of shit from a bunch of feminists, TradCon feminists, that is very important caveat, for having her baby and then returning to work like 3 days later.
Empathy from the president goes for the parents of angel families, parents of victims of illegal alien crime across our country as well, and that's exactly why the president continues to be wholeheartedly committed to deporting the worst of the worst criminals from our country. Why don't we go to the back? Kelly.
Does the president believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation...
Have you gone over our unaligned queen's apology? You mean Anna Kasparian's? No, I haven't.
Needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Does he want body camera footage to be released to the public? Now,
that's not something I've heard the president commit to, so I won't do that from the podium. Sure.
Caroline, how serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state officials in Minnesota are actively coordinating with demonstrators through encrypted or non-encrypted communications, as well as providing government resources to impede immigration enforcement operations?
I'm sorry, Carrie, could you repeat your question?
How serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state Minnesota officials are communicating with demonstrators to basically impede immigration officials?
Well, we've definitely seen active organization amongst these left-wing groups, Carrie, and it is something that I know the FBI and the Department of Justice are looking into. Again, it is illegal to unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement in this country. And these agitators are making it nearly impossible for ICE to do their jobs and for federal law enforcement to carry out the will of the American people to deport the worst of the worst.
I mean, that is the idea, right? Like, when your job is doing something that's completely disgusting, unconstitutional, immoral, unethical, gross, unappealing, filming all of those things, even with the masks on these fucking people, it is going to impede their ability to do it with total impunity that they want.
I would just encourage everyone to please imagine,
like, not objectively, just because of how the type of person that would join ICE or Border Patrol is.
in this room, all of you come to the White House every day to report on the President of the United States and the administration. You come into this briefing room, you walk through the gates of the White House. Just imagine if there were left-wing agitators or agitators of any kind who were in your...
really, like, the fact of the matter is, if they had better training, if they were better disciplined, all of this shit should actually have no bearing on their ability to carry out any of this shit. But because there are a bunch of, again, moronic thugs in masks that have little to no training because they basically let anybody into this fucking agency and hand them a gun. As long as you're a not dead person and over the age of 18 and are willing to do it, they seem to be willing to give you a badge. So it really isn't even because they lack the ability as an agency to have the discipline to do it. They're just not bothering to do any of that.
Your face, who were doxing you, who were harassing you, who were physically threatening you, who were biting off your fingers in the case of 2 Border Patrol agents we saw this past weekend in Minneapolis. That would make it very difficult for you to show up and do your job here at the White House every single day. That's what these officers in Minneapolis are facing. That's why the president is calling on Governor Walz and Mayor Frey for these 3 very simple and common sense points of cooperation so that ICE and local law enforcement can work together. Again, we are just asking for police to be police. And if you ask any law enforcement agent or official, they want to be able to work with their federal counterparts at the state and local level and vice versa.
Caroline. Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions. One is looking forward. The role of Mr. Homan. Is he being sent by the president to diffuse the situation that exists right now on the ground? Is he the point person essentially for the White House in terms of trying to tamp down the tensions that exist right now in Minnesota?
Well, Mr. Homan is the point person for cooperating with state and local authorities and corresponding with them, again, to achieve this level of cooperation to subdue the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis. And I would just point out that Mr. Homan is someone who has been lauded for many, many decades for his experience working in law enforcement. In fact, this is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016.
Oh, is this about the Obama admin?
The man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified.
Barack Hussein Obama.
He has the full trust and faith of the president. He will continue to have these meetings.
You know, like, what are they trying to accomplish by bringing this up? Truly. Because it almost signals to me, like, you know that the public doesn't like Tom Homan. You know that this program is ridiculously unpopular right now. You know that people are no longer interested in these mass deportation campaigns once they got a fucking taste and look at what it actually ends up entailing. So by them drawing attention to the fact that Barack Hussein Obama was the one who, you know, had him in his admin, and there are literal quotes from Obama of him saying, Tom Homan's really good at deporting people. I'm not kidding. It's like, again, it's like this tacit admission that you know that he sucks and that everybody hates him, but you're like trying to simultaneously be like, well, Obama did it first. Why are you going to come for us only? If you're going to complain about Tom Homan, really, you should be complaining about Obama because he was in Obama's admin first.
In the hopes that ICE and
we
local...
blame Biden for him, like, basically, right? What are they saying? Though, like, simultaneously, it's like everybody loves Tom Homan. He's so good at it. Or like, what are they trying to say? Like, even his enemies can't, like, what the Democrats can't deny that he's a good steward for, you know, ICE and Border Patrol and all of that.
Law enforcement can cooperate and work together to have successful immigration enforcement, as we've seen in almost every other state across the country.
Is she Michael Jackson her nose? I've seen y'all saying that it looks like Michael Jackson, and I guess because her skin is so pasty, that's not wrong that it conjures up that image, but I just see it as like a Who from Whoville. She looks like she could be a side character in How the Grinch Stole Christmas, like the live action version.
Secondly, Caroline, can you talk a little bit about tomorrow's trip by the president to Iowa, what the purpose of that trip is, and what the goals of that trip are?
Sure, yes. Tomorrow, President Trump will be traveling to Des Moines, Iowa. He will be making a local visit at a local business, and then he will be giving a speech on affordability and on the economy. And I know he very much looks forward to being there, to meeting with the great people of Iowa, but also lawmakers as well. Jake.
Caroline, a couple quick questions. First, does the president remain fully confident in Kristi Noem's ability to lead the DHS?
Yes.
And then just secondly, just on that Wall Street Journal reporting that we saw yesterday, the president said at some point that the immigration enforcement officers would leave Minneapolis. Did the Saturday killing of Alex Pretti expedite that withdrawal at all?
To your first question, the answer is yes. He still has confidence and trust in Secretary Noem. To the second question, I would point you back to what I said earlier. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures, CBP will no longer be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement will peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions, to remove violent criminals from American neighborhoods across the country.
To ask the president to remove the immigration enforcement officers?
He asked the president to scale down, and the president reiterated what the president put out in his statement yesterday and what I'm sharing.
I think it's a gotcha, but yeah, for that to be possible, they have to admit they know Homan is bad. I mean, anybody who hears Homan talk knows Homan is bad.
With all of you
he sounds like
as
a fucking
well.
moron.
I would just add on this level of cooperation a few statistics that I think are very important. 7 of the top 10 safest cities in the United States cooperate with ICE. And we've seen historic turnaround in safety in cities that have chosen to cooperate with ICE, that are not just led by Republicans, but also look right here in Washington, D.C. We had a great level of
Democrat-run city.
Cooperation with Mayor Bowser in the local government, and we have been able to remove thousands of illegal aliens from the District of Columbia, where you all live, so you can thank President Trump for that. The murder rate in Washington, D.C. has plummeted as a result. There were no riots, there were no protests, nobody was tragically killed as a result of that level of cooperation between federal and local authorities. And again, that's all the president is asking for in Minnesota.
They mobilized the National Guard, but were they really mobilizing ICE to this extent in D.C.? Did that happen and I just missed it?
Totally common sense.
I thought it was just the National Guard.
Thank you. Caroline, in this process, you continue to describe the situation in Minneapolis as chaos. Was there any mistake made by Secretary Noem that led the president to send Mr. Homan there?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Did Secretary Noem make a mistake which led to...
She made any
What do you want to bet the reason why she's struggling is because this man has an accent?
That could lead the president to send Mr. Homan to Minneapolis.
No, as I already mentioned, Mr. Homan has been working alongside Secretary Noem and for the president over the course of the last year. And again, he's uniquely positioned to hop on a flight to Minnesota today to continue this correspondence with state and local authorities, and that's what he's going to be doing. Fran.
Caroline, is it the White House's position that Americans have the right to show up to these ICE operations and film, document, or protest the law enforcement actions?
All Americans
literally, I mean, it's good to get them on record saying this shit, but it doesn't matter what this current administration thinks or feels about that. It is a constitutionally protected right for Americans to go and film these fucking thugs.
Have a First Amendment constitutional right, of course, but Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede and obstruct.
This is literally the Bovino line. This was the same thing that he said in response to that question on to Dana Bash on CNN.
Full immigration enforcement operations. That is actually a crime, and it's something that we've seen taking place in the streets of Minneapolis, which again is leading to these dangerous circumstances that these federal law enforcement officers have been forced to work within.
Back to the call with Governor Walz this morning. The president described it as respectful. He said we seem to be on a similar wavelength, but you had strong criticism for the governor and the Minneapolis mayor Jacob Frey just now. So could you explain the difference in tone between what the president had said in his True Social post and I think some of the criticisms that you just levied from the podium?
Fran, I think the criticisms that I laid out, I'm painting the picture for all of you in this room, are what led to the moment that we are in today, where Governor Walz and President Trump are having a conversation, a constructive and productive conversation to end the chaos and the lawlessness that has taken place in Governor Walz's state. Elena.
Thank you. I had a question. With Homan now going to Minnesota, is Gregory Bovino also going to remain in Minnesota overseeing these ICE operations?
Mr. Bovino is a wonderful man, and he's a great professional. He is going to very much continue to lead Customs and Border Patrol throughout and across the country. Mr. Homan will be the main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis.
And to follow up, given what we've heard from several Trump administration officials, people like Stephen Miller, as people point out, calling him a domestic terrorist, Bovino saying that Pretti was out to massacre law enforcement, why not require ICE agents to wear body cameras to clear up some of the disputes that we are hearing from witnesses and video footage versus what the administration has been.
Why have them try to film TikToks instead of just having them wear body cameras? Why do that?
Well, that's a policy question that I know the policy folks in the building are having with members on Capitol Hill, and I'll leave it to them.
Beyond scope, because it's a policy question.
President to make that decision.
And my final question is on, you were talking about the level of cooperation that the president talked about with Governor Walz. Will the administration commit to cooperating with local officials on this investigation into Alex Pretti?
The president spoke about this with Governor Walz and said he would have a discussion about it. He did not make a commitment, and so therefore I won't make that commitment here. I would just remind all of you in the media, because I've seen a lack of reporting on this fact, there are investigations into what took place on Saturday. The Homeland Security investigations and the FBI have teamed up for an investigation, and there's also an internal CBP investigation, an internal review of what is happening on the ground in Minnesota. The president supports those investigations, and as I've said repeatedly, he wants to see them move forward. Phil.
FBI Director Kash Patel said in a Sunday interview, quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest." Does the president believe the Second Amendment rights remain in effect even when protesting?
The president supports the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding American citizens. Absolutely. There has been no greater supporter or defender of the right to bear arms than President Donald J. Trump. So while Americans have a constitutional right to bear arms, Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede lawful immigration enforcement operations. And any gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms, and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and the risk of force being used against you. And again, that's unfortunately what took place on Saturday.
Will his mission continue to be focusing on illegal immigrants with a criminal history, or will it be on illegal immigration generally?
Mr. Holman will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws, especially deporting the worst of the worst criminals in Minnesota who have committed violent offenses. And I would just remind all of you that this important work is continuing to be carried out. In just the last few days, I'm happy to provide this packet to anyone in the room. ICE has arrested multiple violent criminals, illegal aliens within Minnesota. Many of them have convictions for assault, driving under the influence.
I wonder how much this fucking cost. Has anybody actually sat down to do the fucking arithmetic? So you caught these 5 people, right? And all it took was you deploying all of these agents and outnumbering even local law enforcement in Minneapolis for how many days to get, what, 10 people that could have been picked up at any time by local law enforcement?
Fraud. This individual here I'm looking at was an aggravated felon with multiple convictions for larceny, fraud, and forgery of checks, vehicle theft, drug possession, domestic assault, inflicting bodily harm on another, criminal convictions of
DUIs and the worst of the worst. Yeah, she just started to frame. She's like trying to put DUIs and like no doubt a despicable crime, but not like in the same basket as like rapist and murderer.
Larceny, identity theft, again, charged with driving under the influence. These are extremely dangerous people who
charged. These are not even people that like had these convictions or outstanding warrants or anything like that. Like they caught them.
Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have allowed to roam on their streets, and all the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America. I'll take a couple more. Go ahead.
Okay, so this weekend the president posted that this is a cover-up of the fraud in the state of Minnesota. He also posted Minnesota is a cover-up. These both happened after the shooting. So given that these came after the shooting, what is the this here? What is the cover-up he's alleging?
Yes, it's a good question. I spoke with the president about this at length. What the president is referring to is the fact that you have Governor Walz and, again, the mayor, who have been encouraging these left-wing agitators to come out and to harass and to dox and to threaten ICE and to make this conversation about and smear lies about federal law enforcement who, again, are just trying to do their jobs in an attempt to distract from the widespread massive fraud that has taken place in their state. Billions and billions of dollars has been stolen from law-abiding taxpayers in Minnesota, and the administration continues to be very focused on getting to the bottom of it, and especially in the president.
That's the entire issue. They want to deport these people home lessening their sentence. There was literally, hold on. Man self-deports 100 million jewel heist. Yeah, I saw this in my inbox. Man accused in $100 million jewel heist is deported, thwarting trial. This was reported on January 22nd of this year. The jewel heist that the federal authorities described as the largest in U.S. history felt cinematic in its brazenness. In 2022, thieves followed a Brinks armored truck from a jewelry show near San Francisco to an isolated mountain rest stop in Lebec, California, 300 miles south, and then made off with $100 million worth of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, gold, and luxury watches. Now, one of the 7 men accused of playing a role in the plot may never face trial. A few weeks ago, the federal immigration authorities deported the man, Justin Nellen Priscilla Flores, to Ecuador without prosecutors' knowledge, according to court filings this month. A lawyer for Mr. Flores has asked the court to dismiss the charges, which carry a potential prison term of up to 15 years, arguing that the government chose to forego prosecution by deporting him. The government cannot have it both ways, the lawyer, John D. Robertson, wrote in his motion for dismissal. Mr. Robinson also noted that despite the courts granting a bail to Mr. Flores last summer, ICE immediately took him into custody, violating his rights. Prosecutors countered that a civil immigration process is supposed to take place separately from a criminal prosecution. In a filing, they wrote that Mr. Flores had essentially chosen between two options: stay in the United States and risk being deported even after serving a lengthy prison sentence, or functionally self-deport and avoid criminal exposure. We know which one he chose. He chose the latter, prosecutors wrote. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A. declined to comment on the case. Mr. Robinson did not respond to a request for comment. Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, said in an email that Mr. Flores had come to the U.S. from Ecuador in 2001 as a legal permanent resident, but that he, quote, became removable because of criminal history. So again, even though he's a criminal, even though he's accused of stealing up to $100 million worth of jewelry, potentially, these are the people we want to remove from this country instead of having them stand and face trial. He was arrested by ICE officials on August 29th and was deported on December 28th, shortly after a judge issued a final order of removal. Under President Trump and Secretary Noem, criminal illegal aliens are not welcome in the U.S., she said. Ms. McLaughlin did not say whether Homeland Security officials had coordinated with prosecutors or whether there was a process for doing so. Amid the Trump admin's immigration crackdown, the legal experts have said that the deportation of criminal defendants before their cases finish moving through the courts has become increasingly common. That can rob crime victims of justice and closure, prosecutors say. Legal experts also said that Mr. Flores' deportation, which was first reported by the LA Times, highlighted a striking lack of coordination between different parts of the federal government. Crazy, right? Despite all of this money being spent and all of the waste, fraud, and abuse that they cut out because of Doge, right? They still don't know what the fuck they're doing. I have never encountered a situation like this, said Lori Levinson, a professor at this is why am I struggling with this? Loyola Law School and a former federal prosecutor in LA. Certainly I've seen cases where people have been deported but never behind the backs of prosecutors. She said that typically the deportation of a defendant is part of the resolution of the case, and such a resolution would be unlikely in a case of this magnitude. Mr. Flores and 6 other men were charged last year with theft and conspiracy to commit theft from interstate and foreign shipment. At that time, 3 years after the heist, prosecutors heralded the indictments as a major breakthrough in a case in which the federal authorities had devoted enormous time and resources. One of the men who was charged was tracked down by law enforcement officers in Panama. Another was imprisoned in Arizona for an unrelated conviction. Could you imagine pulling off the $100 million jewels heist, but getting locked up for petty theft? Fucking DUI, some stupid shit, probably, no doubt. Prosecutors and Mr. Flores' lawyers said in court documents that Mr. Flores was a legal permanent resident of the U.S. living and working in Southern California. He pleaded not guilty to the charges, and in August, a judge ordered that Mr. Flores be released on a $65,000 bond. But instead of releasing him, the government transferred him into the custody of ICE. Then, months later, Mr. Flores was deported, a move that came as a surprise to prosecutors, according to court documents. Could you imagine these fucking prosecutors being like, he what? He self-deported? How? Earlier this month, Mr. Robertson filed his motion to return Mr. Flores' bond and dismiss the case with prejudice, meaning Mr. Flores couldn't be prosecuted for the same crime even if he were ever to return to the United States. Federal prosecutors filed an opposing motion and said the case should be dismissed without prejudice, meaning that Mr. Flores could face the same charges if he did come back. A hearing on the matter is set for next month. In the meantime, one jeweler who was the victim of the theft said he felt doomed to remain in legal limbo. It's nothing but torture and torture from all different sides, said John Malky, who travels from show to show displaying his wares. Sometimes you're getting to a low point where you lose confidence in the justice system. I was just trying to move around my $100 million worth of jewels. Can't even do that anymore these days. 1984. Mr. Malky said that the merchandise stolen from him had been the result of more than 2 decades of work. These pieces included enormous, glittering canary diamonds and one of his favorite sets, a pair of earrings, and a necklace dripping with angel skin coral and studded with multicolored gemstones. He said he would pay $75,000 for the jewelry today, if only he could find it. Wasn't it worth $100 million? I don't. What? Weird. It's such a pain having all these valuables. Truly, heavy is the head that wears the stolen crown. I guess previously wore, right?
Raised a good question over the weekend with respect to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who now has a net worth within the millions. And one must ask themselves, why and how is that possible? Is she connected to the fraud rings that we have seen taking place within her state and her own district? It's a question the American people are raising, and the president believes it's one worth answering.
Haley. Thanks, Caroline. I want to go back to some of the comments from Stephen Miller and Secretary Noem. You've made clear the president wants to see the investigation play out when answering to the question on the specific details. Is he concerned that some of those definitive statements made by other officials with public perception perception of the credibility of those investigations now playing out?
Again, the president believes that these investigations are credible, they are continuing, they are active, and he wants to let them play out. Alex.
Caroline, thank you. Is the administration willing to separate DHS funding from other funding bills in order to avoid a broader shutdown?
Look, at this point, the White House supports the bipartisan work that was done to advance the bipartisan appropriations package, and we want to see that passed. Policy discussions on immigration in Minnesota are happening. Look, the president is leading those discussions, as evidenced by his correspondence with Governor Walz this morning, but that should not be at the expense of government.
Non-Fun just subscribed. Non-Fun, are you lost?
Funding for the American people, which would include, as you know, Alex, FEMA funding, and we are in the midst of the storm that took place over the weekend, and many Americans are still being impacted by that. So we absolutely do not want to see that funding lapse, and we want the Senate to move forward with passing the bipartisan appropriations package that was negotiated on a bipartisan basis.
And secondly, there's another round of Russia-Ukraine talks this weekend, Sunday. If you can walk us through what the president, how he would be involved in that, if at all. We'll be talking to President Putin, President Zelensky ahead of those meetings.
I'm not tracking any scheduled calls at this point in time. However, the president remains deeply involved, and of course he's being apprised by his advisors, namely Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Witkoff, on these talks. They had a multilateral meeting this past weekend, which didn't get a ton of coverage, but that was historic in nature, where the president's team has really brought two sides of this war to the table together to move the ball closer towards peace. So the president is not giving up on the peace process. He obviously just met with President Zelensky when we were in Davos, Switzerland, but I'm not tracking any calls scheduled for this week. On one more foreign policy point, I will point out, as you all saw, the last remaining body of the hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza, has been returned. This is
I can't with that. Okay. Let's see. This I wanted to see. So like, it's not just obviously that, like, it's not news really that like Democrats are opposed to this shit. What is crazy though is you're actually seeing like these are obviously the most tepid comments, but the fact that they're even making them at all tells me that they know how. It's like, it is a sign that they know that they are struggling. They're going to be struggling in the fucking midterms, and these programs are just not popular. Hannity says immigration raids at Home Depot are, quote, not a good idea. And like, yeah, Sean Hannity of Fox News. Right. 27-second ads. No thanks. Okay. Sean Hannity said federal agents should stop conducting raids at establishments such as Home Depot to round up undocumented immigrants. Operations conducted by Border Patrol and ICE have taken center stage this month after agents from each agency fatally shot a U.S. citizen. Alex Pretti, 37, shot and killed by Border Patrol, and then Renee Good. But what was the reason?
I don't know. Now, is ICE perfect or not?
Is there no... I can't see the image? Come on. I'm gonna have to actually... And I have to actually do a video ad again. Sorry, guys. Border Patrol ad. Perfect. Okay.
I don't know. Now, is ICE perfect or not? Can they do a better job? They can. Do I think that, some of the optics at times, do I think that going into Home Depots and arresting people there is a good idea? I don't. I don't think that people that if you're working at a place, you're not the immediate problem. Eventually, we'll have to deal with those people that didn't respect our laws, borders, and sovereignty. There's got to be a program where people get to come forward. I think they should then be given transportation home. They can get a check for $2,000, and they can apply to come back in the country legally. We can vet them. We can do a health check on them and make sure they won't be a financial.
The same people complaining about Obama phones and the fact that all these people get all these free fucking handouts. I'm surprised to hear Sean Hannity being like, they can be cut a check. What? Did I mishear that?
Burden on the American people. I think that'd be a more responsible, reasonable way to deal with that.
Weird. Okay, this website hates me right now. Responsible way. Oh, no. Then it really just ends there. And then Greg Abbott apparently coming out as well. Greg Abbott calls on Trump admin to recalibrate, quote unquote, immigration ops amid blowback from Alex Pretti shooting. Texas Governor Greg Abbott on Monday expressed his belief that the Trump admin should rethink its approach to immigration enforcement in light of the killing of Alex Pretti. Pretti was killed by Border Patrol agents Saturday in a chaotic scene in Minneapolis. On a recent episode of the Mark Davis Show, Abbott was presented with the fact that support for ICE is tanking. When he asked the governor what he would tell Trump to do to regain public favor, Abbott said, in general, we need to have respect for law enforcement officers in the country. ICE, they are law enforcement officers, so they, being the White House, need to recalibrate on what needs to be done to make sure that respect is going to be reinstilled. That sounds ominous coming from a Republican, especially when you know it's Greg Abbott. That's not an easy task, especially under the current circumstances, but I know that they're working on a game plan to make sure that they're going to recalibrate, maybe work from a different direction to ensure that they get back to what they wanted to do to begin with. It's cute to think that this is, like, again, a bug, not a feature, which is to remove people from the country who are here illegally, who are allowed in by Joe Biden, and especially those who pose the most danger. And I got a super chat. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Ben Riley, Spider 1962. Neoliberals' indifference to democratic drift is infuriating. Also, conjugations in Spanish are kicking my butt. Any advice? My advice is that you do not try to learn Spanish the way you were clearly trying to learn it. It is easier to learn it in phrases than it is to try to learn it like the way that Spanish classes will teach you. Which is, again, let's learn how to do conjugations and diphthongs and all of that. It's just not how anybody learns language. But, yeah, I mean, at this point, the reason why, like, that indifference is present from neoliberals and status quo defenders at all times, but it's unfortunate that there's so much chaos right now domestically between the ICE shootings, mass deportations. That's not even getting into the like, that's distracting from the fact that, like, they can't get the Obamacare subsidies funded. Just so much domestic turmoil that the bar is just in hell for what they'll put up with from a Democrat, unfortunately. But I do want to see, and Lycan sent me this. It was like a leaked audio from Ted Cruz just like tearing into Trump over like Vance over like the tariffs and all this. This was reported 2 days ago. In secret recordings, Cruz trashes Trump's tariffs and Vance. Oh my God, Axios. Are you kidding me? Senator Ted Cruz, a Texas Republican eyeing a 2028 White House run, torched Vice President Vance and ridiculed President Trump's tariff policy during private meetings with donors, according to recordings obtained by Axios. Why it matters, Cruz's rebukes during 2 meetings last year are some of the harshest criticisms of Trump and Vance by a fellow Republican since they took office 1 year ago. The recordings, nearly 10 minutes in total, provide an unvarnished look at how Cruz is positioning himself as a traditional free trade, pro-interventionist Republican ahead of a possible 2028 primary campaign against the less hawkish Vance. Zoom in. During his talks, Cruz cast Vance as a pawn of conservative podcaster Tucker Carlson. Not wrong. Cruz has also accused Carlson of promoting anti-Semitism and an anti-Israel foreign policy in their well-publicized spats. The recordings of Cruz were provided to Axios by a Republican source. They were made in early 2025 and in the middle of last year, after Trump announced his plan for sweeping tariffs. Oh, okay, so I was under the impression that this was going to be over ICE, but since this is old or whatever, it's just that's why it's primarily over tariffs. Cruz warns donors, of course that's who he was talking to, that Trump's tariffs could decimate the economy and lead to his impeachment. He tells them that after Trump introduced the tariffs in early April 2025, Cruz and a few other senators had a call with Trump in which they urged him to stand down. Cruz says the lengthy call, which stretched past midnight, quote, did not go well, and that Trump was yelling and cursing. Trump was in a bad mood. Cruz tells the donors, I've been in conversations where he was very happy. This was not one of them. Saying that Trump is in a bad mood, like, kind of nasty work, to be honest. Even though he's using it to try to be like, you know, I think he was in a little bit of a bad mood or whatever to like kind of downplay how angry he was or have an explanation for it. It makes him look like such a bitch, man. Cruz says he told Trump, Mr. President, if we get to November of 2026 and people's 401ks are down 30% and prices are up 10 to 20% at the supermarket, we're going to go into election day, face a bloodbath. You're going to lose the House, you're going to lose the Senate, and you're going to spend the next 2 years being impeached every single week. Could you fucking imagine it? Could you imagine? Society if, man. Trump's response, according to Cruz, fuck you, Ted. When a questioner at the donor session mentions in at the donor session mentions Liberation Day, Trump's branding for his tariffs unveiling. Cruz jokes, I've told my team if anyone uses those words, they will be terminated on the spot. That is not language we use. Cruz also told the donors about battling the White House to accept a trade agreement with India. When a donor asks who in the admin is resistant to reaching such accords, Cruz mentions White House economic advisor Peter Navarro, Vance, and quote-unquote sometimes Trump. Cruz repeatedly brings up Vance in recordings, tying him to Carlson and accusing him of advancing the podcaster's anti-interventionist foreign policy. You know, this is correct that he does want to like be cozied up to Tucker Carlson, but he's leaving out, and we know why, that he's more of a Peter Thiel brainchild than anything else. Tucker created JD. JD is Tucker's protege, and they are one and the same. Like, see, I don't think this is true. I think he's Thiel's protege. Between the lines, Cruz has been waging a months-long campaign against Carlson on social media. I wonder why, after he fucking embarrassed him in that one interview. But he has refrained from, oh my god, you guys, in 4 minutes, ads. There's one way you can escape this. Subscribe to me, or be one of the lucky recipients of somebody's generosity if somebody decides to gift you a sub in chat. You can also subscribe using your Amazon Prime sub if you want to avoid ads, as well as get access to cute emotes. At one point in the recordings, Cruz alleges that Vance and Carlson pushed for the ousting of former National Security Advisor Mike Waltz because Waltz supported bombing Iran, a position Trump ultimately embraced. Waltz supported being vigorous against Iran and bombing Iran, and Tucker and JD took Mike out, Cruz told the donors. Vance had said he supported the bombings of Iran's nuclear site last June. Cruz also says Vance and Carlson were behind the appointment of Army veteran Daniel Davis, a sharp critic of U.S. support for Israel, and a top national intelligence position. The senator called Davis a guy who viciously hates Israel, and he said he helped get Davis quickly removed from the job. What they're saying, a Cruz spokesman said in a statement that the senator is the president's greatest ally in the Senate and battles every day in the trenches to advance his agenda. I mean, you're fighting your way out of the trenches. I can't even say that Ted Cruz, to the extent that he's upset about this, it's probably the fact that it sounds bad to admit that, like, yeah, if you keep going this way with your ridiculously unpopular agenda that I totally support, we're going to get impeached every fucking week, especially during, like, once the midterms happen and it just ends up being a fucking bloodbath. But he doesn't actually care about the criticisms leaking because, again, he probably is vying for a 2028 run, and he has to position himself in this very, very particular way, which is a critic of Trump, but not like an adversary. Which is why, and he, like, really his enemy is Vance. Those battles include fights over staffers who try to enter the administration despite disagreeing with the president and seek to undermine his foreign policy, the statement said. Senator Ted Cruz is proud of those fights, his accomplishments, and his close relationship with the president. These attempts at sowing division are pathetic and getting boring. Yeah. It's not Ted Cruz who's sowing division by shit-talking the president to these donors. No. It's the news for reporting on it. Carlson told Axios that he didn't have anything to do with the ousting of Waltz or the hiring of Davis, and I can literally read that and hear it in his voice. Spokespeople for Trump and Vance didn't respond to requests for comment. Shocker. Oh, man. All right. Let's get to this probably massive shit show. Piers Morgan, uncensored, baby. Panel on ICE shooting. This is sure to be a fucking doozy. But the context for this, because he hadn't uploaded in like a minute or he's like injured. Hold on. Is that he had been like on a tear. Was scrolling through his Twitter feed and he was actually positioning himself in opposition to these. So he's quote tweeting Mark Levin that says, first things first, why did Pretti bring a gun and ammo where he knew he would likely be part of a group physically confronting ICE during a lawful execution of a detention and removal order? Why was he even carrying his weapon? Sound familiar? These are literally the same arguments that people made against Kyle Rittenhouse, who this side all loves and supports. And rather than these scenes playing out again and again, organized for the specific purpose of obstructing and confronting federal law enforcement from carrying out its lawful duties, why do local and state Democrat officials refuse to allow local law enforcement to help identify the location of dangerous illegal aliens and turn them over to federal officers, officials, or assist in crowd control? None of this, even if they wanted to assist in crowd control, it doesn't change the fact that there's just so many more ICE agents and Border Patrol agents mobilized in Minnesota that they literally couldn't even do it if they wanted to. None of this would be going on but for the intentional acts of sabotage by local and state Democratic officials who are not only obstructing federal law enforcement but urging on the mobs and inciting violence with the most toxic demagoguery and propaganda, and the media gaslight it all. It's a weird way to put it. Piers quote tweets, "I'm confused. Wasn't he exercising his lawful right to bear arms under the Second Amendment?" Which is funny because Piers Morgan, if you know anything about him, is like a pretty big like anti-gun guy. And isn't the logical response to his death, therefore, that every other prosecutor should now arm themselves too for self-defense? That would stop these shootings happening. And he kept going. He ended up being he did not like that because he has a right-wing audience primarily. Or his audience didn't like that, I mean. But he is quote tweeting her statement.
Officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects, and a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safe.
And on that, this is an Instagram post with a picture of that. During anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis, a Homeland Security Investigations officer, part of ICE, had the tip of his finger bitten off by a demonstrator. Obviously, I can't show it to you guys, but get a load of these fucking comments. My thoughts and prayers go out to the protester. This has 12,000 likes. I hope the protester is fine. 11,000 likes. Again, it's the tourniquet on the arm that does it for me. This is 2,000 likes. Fire emojis. Do you know how close up and deliberate you have to be to get your finger bitten off? No matter how you spin this, ICE was the aggressor. Good. Wishing a quick recovery to that hero protester. Not where I saw things going, but I like it. Good. Is the protester okay? So that's the attitude going on as of right now.
Safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy. He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it.
Okay, that's a new one to throw on there. So Piers quote tweets such disingenuous horseshit. This also gets some flack from his audience. Again, largely right-wing audience. Ben Riley Spider, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I also suck at rolling my R's. Normally my tongue rarely moves when speaking English, so it's a struggle. I might have to do the Puerto Rican compromise and use L's instead of R's. Heresy. Don't you dare. That reminds me, it's if you actually listen to any videos where Mamdani is speaking Spanish, it's clear that whoever helped him is Dominican, because he has like a really thick Dominican accent, it's like a pretty thick Dominican accent when he's like speaking Spanish in any of those videos. So somebody replied to him, quote, like repeating back what he said, such disingenuous horseshit. Were you actually there? Have you ever been there? I know what I've seen in all the available videos. So do you. Whether you choose to pretend it's not what your own eyes tell you is up to you. So obviously, do I think that Piers Morgan genuinely holds any of these positions? Not really, no. But again, sign of the times that even he cannot defend this because he is a major Trump fucking ass kisser. We're waiting on you to do a show on this, Piers. Get back to work. Yeah, the people yearn for a dumpster fire panel on the unjustified murder of this poor man. I'll be doing just that for my home tomorrow. The first at Piers Uncensored episode with my new hip whilst on steroids with quite a lot of pain. Should be interesting. Apparently he injured his femur or something like that. But yeah, let's watch that shit show. So this was uploaded 8 hours ago and it has Jenk screaming in the thumbnail. So sure to be a good one. Can't go on. Ice Chaos plus Trump NATO slur with Piers Morgan's military brother. Let's see how this goes. I think they also got James Carville on this one for some reason.
If I were a Republican, I would be reminded of Dante's Inferno. Abandon all hope. You're going to get beat so bad in November, you have no idea.
They want a violent act, whether it's Renee Good, whether it's this individual. There is a desire.
They don't want to get shot, though, do they?
That guy was not a domestic terrorist. He was a guy who treated veterans.
It's not just left versus right. Let's all shoot each other. I'm pretty sure on this panel, I'm the only one who's actually killed people.
You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
Somebody I'm extremely proud of. That's my younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army.
We need to hear those words. He is sorry for what he said. He got it wrong. It was ignorant of him to say it.
The president owes Britain and its armed forces an apology.
This is the one time I support Trump. We will not be apologizing to the British. Sorry.
Weeks feel like decades in the current news climate, and that's not just because, as you may have heard, I recently had a rather painful altercation with gravity and a small step, which led to a fracture of my femur and a brand new hip. So here I am with my new bionic hip, reporting from my home, at least for the foreseeable future. But the news doesn't stop, even for my frail torso. The protests in Minneapolis are becoming a demoralizing and deadly crisis for the Trump administration. 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Pretti was fatally shot by ICE officers on Saturday. State officials say he was a harmless protester.
He's officially an old man. He fell and broke his hip. He actually might have the hip might have broken and then he fell. That's usually how that goes.
Federal officials say he was a domestic terrorist. They're two extreme versions of the same reality, just as half the country sees ICE as good, honest law enforcement, delivering on campaign promises, and the other half sees them as the Gestapo. Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem gave this justification for Pretti's death yesterday.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Really? Having watched the footage, as we've all now done many times from many angles, that sounds like a fairly brazen attempt at rewriting history to suit a preferred narrative, and there's been quite a bit of that going on in the past few days. Thousands of miles away from the domestic strife, President Trump spent last week admonishing his allies in Davos. There's no doubt that strong-arming NATO has delivered some good results for the United States, but some of his comments have caused genuine outrage, particularly on this side of the pond. You might even say they were a fairly brazen attempt to rewrite history for a preferred narrative.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test. And I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there or we would be there. But will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
As a matter of fact, the only time NATO's ever invoked its most powerful clause, that an attack on one...
Literally after 9/11.
...is an attack on all. It was after 9/11.
Yeah.
Thousands of British troops were injured and 457 of them died in Afghanistan, where they categorically did not stay a little back. Canada, France, Germany, Denmark, and others all suffered losses there too. Trump has now backpedaled with a gushing statement about British troops, but he hasn't said the one word he hates using most of all, and this time I think he should. The president owes Britain and its armed forces an apology. Well, joining me to debate all of this is Cenk Uygur, the founder and...
If only that would be the thing to get Piers to stop being a Trump bootlicker, but when he doesn't get that apology, because he's never going to get one from Trump, he never apologizes. The most he's ever said is like, excuse me. He doesn't like, when has Trump ever like said sorry for literally anything? And yet, nonetheless, Piers will continue to be his loyal little lapdog.
CEO of the Young Turks, Outkick CEO Clay Travis, Rob O'Neill, the former US Navy SEAL, and the legendary Democrat strategist James Carville. So welcome to all of you for my first
legendary
panel
old man.
With a new body. New body, new year, new hip, and new resolve not to trip on a 5-inch step in the middle of a London hotel restaurant, whilst, and this is the most shameful part of all, as Rob O'Neill will certainly attest, while being completely sober. But we will move on from my own personal issues. Welcome to all of you. We're going to start with Minneapolis and then move on a little later to NATO and Trump. On Minneapolis, Cenk Uygur, it's been very interesting, the reaction to this second killing. In the first one, a lot of people moved to their partisan lines, and they held their partisan lines. Those lines were reinforced, doubled down, trebled down by President Trump and his administration and J.D. Vance and so on. This time, I'm seeing big cracks, particularly on the MAGA side, on the Trump administration side. They realize, I think, that we've all seen the video, right? You can tell us what you want us to believe, but we've all seen the video. Nobody can watch that video and not conclude that this guy was not brandishing his weapon. He wasn't trying to shoot the ICE officers. He was legally allowed to carry his firearm, which was apparently attached to his waist. He didn't use that firearm. And now we have the, to me, utterly extraordinary hypocrisy of people who've spent the last 20 years telling me that absolutely an American has a Second Amendment right to take a gun legally to a protest or anywhere they see fit. But now, because it doesn't suit the narrative, suddenly this is a terrible thing to be doing. I don't remember that argument with Kyle Rittenhouse. So to me, as always with these things, I don't think
it's not getting brought up enough. And honestly, if I debate this ever again, like any of these shootings, whether it be Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the first thing I'm going to prioritize asking is for my interlocutor's opinion on George Floyd, Rodney King, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, maybe, and then we can talk about, and Kyle Rittenhouse, then we can talk about the shootings, just so my audience or whoever is watching can get a sense of the type of shit that the person I'm talking to will defend. Because if you defend Renee Good being killed, if you defend Alex Pretti being killed, what won't you defend? Like, truly, there is like nothing. I would expect that you would defend everything, all of those.
Aside, but I do look at hypocrisy when I see it and call it out when I see it. And I'm seeing a bucket load of hypocrisy.
Yeah, there are layers here. So when Trump first started on the issue of immigration, closed the border, and he takes out people who were undocumented criminals. At that point, he's very popular on immigration. So then he goes to do mass deportations. And a lot of the online media, including the independent podcasters, push back. And the country pushes back. It's not popular at all, right? Okay, so that's layer number one. So why are you making an issue that you were popular on now turning into an unpopular issue with you? The reason I bring that up is because I think there is a purpose. And the purpose is not immigration. The purpose is to divide us, to get ICE to go into the middle of these cities, of course, blue cities, and cause trouble. Why do they want to cause trouble? Because they don't.
I'm starting to think that ICE doesn't only care about enforcing immigration laws.
I want you to notice the great American robbery. We've been robbed by the donors for decade after decade after decade. So what do they need? They need a distraction, and they need us to hate each other. So you send in the shock troops from ICE. They go and do what they do. And as Scaramucci said about the Trump team, the fish rots from the head down. So it's not an accident that they're acting in a lawless way. That's why he put masks on them. That's why he took away their badges, so that they would break the law and they would do outrageous things like this. So in the case of Renee Good, the first shot has some debate, although I think the fact that now we've seen he was about 10 feet away and she was going about 2 miles per hour. But fine, if you want to debate the first shot, just waste your life doing that, okay?
Jenks nasty ass is hallucinating. He was never going after criminals in the first place. Yeah, I know. Stephen Miller announced pretty early on, like, why are we going after just criminals? You should be going to Home Depot. You should be getting abuelitas and just anybody who you can get. That's why they have like 3,000 deportations a day, like quotas.
But the last two shots,
and the amount of people that Stephen Miller said that they wanted to deport happens to overlap with the amount of like non-white people in this country. It was never going to be restricted to quote unquote illegals or violent ones at that.
Murdered her. They shot her from the side, and the third shot killed her. Now you go to Alex Pretti, and they called him a domestic terrorist and an assassin who went there to murder law enforcement. Now, guys, look, number one, you can see that's clearly not the case.
Did you see Anna apologize for downplaying how fascist this admin is? I did see clips of it, but I haven't seen it in its entirety, and I haven't reacted to it. If somebody links me it, maybe I will.
They're clearly telling them, who cares? Just shoot away. In the case of Alex Pretti, there's the first 5 shots, which, again, are totally unjustifiable because they already took his gun away. But the second 5 shots after the pause is nothing but murder and execution. But not only are they killing people in the streets in an effort to divide America and get us to hate each other, but on top of that, now you see, without a shadow of a doubt, for all the independents who voted for Trump, and even for the right wing who voted for Trump, you see that his team is a bunch of liars. That guy was not a domestic terrorist. He was a guy who treated veterans, and his last words were, trying to protect that poor woman over there, and that was his last effort. And to call him an assassin, there is no question that they are giant liars, and they're trying to get us to hate each other, and don't buy into it. And yes, finally, the last irony is, when we were using our First Amendment rights on the left, a lot of the right wing said, well, free speech, we didn't quite mean it. Now, and by the way, when I say that, I mean the extreme right. Most of Trump voters are abandoning him on this issue as well. And now they say, oh, well, now that it involves the Second Amendment rights, maybe we'll pay attention.
Is that true? Also, just because those voters depart from him on that one issue, if they still vote for him, what good is that?
Ironically, if he wasn't armed, I think he would get less right-wing support. And that is a deep irony, but I'll take it because right now it's become...
Obstructing an officer isn't a good choice. Additionally, carrying a firearm while doing so, even worse. Ooh, Cavitate07. You've gotten my attention. Congrats. I will be linking a Discord for you to join where you will enter and talk to me about these positions that you hold. I'm very, very interested in what you have to say. So is my entire stream. So you can go ahead and join that waiting room. Join the Discord, head to the waiting room. I will drag you in. You can talk to me in front of all these people watching me. And you can explain why. What else have you said tonight? Deport them all. People voted for it. Don't obstruct officers. Easy peasy. Yeah. Okay. Join or you will be timed out for a week or something. You have 5 minutes. Have fun.
Obviously, the whole country, they're taking away our First Amendment rights, our Second Amendment rights.
Time me out. I'm going to bed. Convenient. See ya.
And they're trying to set up a police state, and a police state isn't going to care if you're left or right wing.
Okay. Clay Travis, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I think you have to begin with how did we get here? And the answer is Joe Biden let in 10 million illegal immigrants with a wide open southern border for basically 4 years of his presidency. And Trump shut down the southern border within a month with the stroke of a couple of executive orders. And so the question becomes, if there are, and according to Tom Homan, who I think is right, but if there are, by Tom Homan's count, 20 million illegal immigrants in the country now, and 10 million of those illegal immigrants came in with Joe Biden's imprimatur, basically allowing him in during that 4 years, what do you do to move them out of this country, right? And so that is the essence of the challenge. Initially, you start with...
Like, to these people, again, there's no other solution to this that could possibly be pursued. We have no choice but to pursue this ridiculously expensive, inefficient, unpopular mass deportation operation. That's all we can do. We couldn't possibly put all of that energy and money towards expanding the amount of immigration courts that we have, towards providing a path to citizenship. Nope, just get them out. Doesn't matter how, if it's fucking 10 times, 100 times as expensive as it would be to do any of the shit that I'm talking about, they need to go. It's so stupid.
Who are engaged in violent acts. And then from there, you aggressively move to try to get more of these people out. And then I think we can go into the specifics of analyzing the shooting.
This guy say 10 million. Yep. They just they just make up numbers.
And how it's going to play out going forward and compare it with Renee Good.
Today's show is sponsored by...
Okay, Piers.
With the code Piers. On this shooting, Clay, I'm seeing a lot of people on the conservative right who are beginning to pivot away from where they may have initially been on this. The more angles you look at this, the more unequivocal it becomes. No one is honestly now suggesting this guy was brandishing a weapon, trying to attack or assault. There were 8 guys all over him. And then you see one of them reach down, take his legally owned firearm from his side, from his waist, take it away, and it's a second.
I have a feeling if they even have half a brain or 2 brain cells to rub together, they're not going to bother trying to defend the actions in any other way except saying, well, if he wasn't there in the first place and none of this would have happened, if they actually try to argue that this man is at that, they're going to look stupid.
Second later that they kill him. I mean, that cannot be right.
Look, I think we're going to figure out more details on this. It looks to me like maybe his weapon.
I love how these people think that if more details come to light, that the officers and agents involved aren't going to look even worse than they already do, which would be pretty impressive.
Discharged, that is the weapon that they took from him, discharged. And then there was a panic and a thought that a gun shot had been fired and the reaction occurred. That's my analysis of it right now. I think there should be an investigation. If it's determined that he behaved in a way that was outside the law, then this individual should be charged. And again, I think the real issue here, big picture, again, is how do you get the $10 million that
Charge, do you think he should be found guilty?
Biden let out? But also, these individuals are going and intentionally obstructing these ICE agents from being able to do their jobs. And this, I believe, is the intent. They want a violent act, whether it's Renee Good, whether it's this individual. There is a desire.
Again, so he passes the bar. He has 2 brain cells to rub together because he knows it's indefensible.
Get shot though, do they? They don't want to get shot.
They keep saying they panicked like it's an excuse. I believe Pisco calls this the 2-second fun zone that is apparently afforded to, or ought to be afforded to, ICE officials, cops, just literally any agent of the state. According to conservatives, where if you do a crime, if you do a murder fast enough, or you say you were scared, it's okay. You get a free pass.
Yeah, but Clay, they don't want to get shot
if you go
dead.
back and remember, Piers, the Axios story that came out, I believe it was in July, said that Democrats were instructing people that they did need to have a shooting because politically they saw it as beneficial. In other words, a consequence of trying to get in front of this. And I will just say, look, I am a First and a Second Amendment guy. If the guy, there's a difference between what you can legally do and what you should intelligently do. If I were giving advice to anybody who is going out to protest ICE right now, I would say don't go armed. I think if this guy had not had the weapon that he did, he would have been arrested. He would still be alive. I think there was a panic brought on by the gun being there. And so I think you have to analyze this situation in general. If my own kids were going to protest, Piers, I would say, okay, do not take any weapons at all. You might legally.
Oh, for that chatter, that immediately caved.
Have the right to test, Piers. I would say, okay, do not take any weapons at all. You might legally have the right to do it, but I would tell them that is not a smart thing to do, and certainly
but you know what? Again,
in the arrest.
Okay, but Clay, before I move to the other 2 panelists, again, I am struck by an irony here because Renee Good wasn't armed, and it didn't save her, right? And the bottom line is, I thought the position on the conservative right, which is mainly supportive of the NRA, for example, is that actually the answer, say, to school shootings is that everyone should have guns at schools, right, to stop this happening. That would stop it happening. If you take that logic, then after 2 shootings, 2 people being shot dead by ICE agents, wouldn't the logical thing be to do to take a gun, if you're legally allowed to have one, to protect yourself against the same thing happening to you? In other words, is the argument not being put forward here by people on the right who love guns? I'm not going to get into that debate again. Litigated that years ago. We've moved on. It's your country, your debate, your guns. However, it does seem hypocritical to me. It's like this is the completely opposite advice that you would normally give to a situation which keeps recurring where people are being shot. The normal advice is you should, if you're allowed to carry a gun, take it to defend yourself.
My argument has been my kids all go to schools with armed security. I want trained security.
Here's the actual argument. These people have an uncritical valoration and veneration for authority, in particular law enforcement, cops, agents of the state, etc. And they do not think that any cop really can act outside of the law. They clearly work backward from the conclusion that if an officer did it, it must be reasonable by definition, because they believe that cops are actually there to uphold and promote public safety, or are always acting in conformity with the law, always trying to help the public, and think that, again, if they did this, they must have done it for a good reason. They just always give them the benefit of the doubt. It's so clear that's where all of these people are coming from, because there really is nothing that they won't defend.
With armed guns at every one of my kids' schools, Piers. That's different than someone going to protest and carrying a gun, to me, quite significantly. Because again, if you're going to get arrested potentially, or
it's actually worse. I'd like to live in a country where we don't need to have armed officers and security guards in schools. That would be pretty nice, actually.
To get involved with ICE agents, I don't think that the position should be, well, you should take a gun and get into a shootout with them. You shouldn't take up arms against lawful citizens in the country who are executing their lawful jobs.
Wow, I agree. You shouldn't take up arms against lawful citizens that are exercising their rights. That's why those cops should not have been, they're not even cops, sorry. Those agents should not have been trying to detain him for just filming or wrestled him to the ground, let alone shooting him in the back 10 times.
So look, I'm just saying, for my kids' school, I want armed security. If my kids were going to protest on any issue under the sun and they were going there, I would tell them I would not advise them to take a gun. There's a difference between what you're legally allowed to do and what I would advise as a parent.
So you were against Kyle Rittenhouse. I got it.
I would not.
Has a school security guard ever stopped a mass shooting? You know, I don't know the answer to that. What I do know the answer to is that recently one of those Uvalde police officers was, I think, was okay to have, completely abandoned that school. Even though there was a shooting going on. Hold on. Ex-Uvalde officer found not guilty of endangering children in mass shootings. Adrian Gonzalez has faced 29 charges for his actions in the 2022 shooting, in which 19 children were killed by a gunman at Robb Elementary School in Texas. More than 3 years after a gunman massacred 21 people at Uvalde's Robb Elementary and one of the worst school shootings in U.S. history, a former school police officer was found not guilty of abandoning or endangering children. This was the first officer to arrive at the school. He faced 29 counts of abandoning or endangering kids, 19 for the dead, and 10 more for survivors after 7 hours of deliberations Wednesday. The verdict delivered a devastating blow to families of the victims and survivors who have clamored for accountability for the delayed police response on May 24, 2022. During the 3-week trial, prosecutors argued that Mr. Gonzalez, 52, failed to stop the gunman despite a witness alerting him to his whereabouts moments before the assailant stormed 2 connected classrooms. Defense lawyers persuaded the jury that Mr. Gonzalez had done the best that he could with the information he had, and that at least 3 other officers had arrived seconds later and also failed to stop the gunman. So it was the argument literally, well, these other 2 morons were incompetent, so why are we just going to go after my guy? It seems like all of them are fucking incompetent, so is it really a crime at that point if they're all that dumb? Or I don't know if this is a matter of like lack of intelligence so much as it is just like not capable of doing their job, lazy, scared, just incapable of it. They also presented evidence that Mr. Gonzalez had rushed into the building minutes after arriving, but retreated with the other officers after shooting began. Some of the members of the victims' families cried and shook their heads in disappointment in the courtroom after the verdict was read, but did not otherwise react. Mr. Gonzalez hugged defense attorneys after he learned of his fate and wiped tears away from his eyes. That's all I'm going to read of that. But, yeah, this whole what stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Not really seeing the evidence to support that yet, but look forward to being proven wrong one day.
I said at the time, I didn't think it was smart for Kyle Rittenhouse to take a gun to the middle of that crazy riot. I would have advised against my kids doing it. Once he was there, I think the jury reached the right verdict in that case.
Okay, let me bring in James Carville. James, it seems to me this is heading to a very dark place in America. You've got these ICE agents who, for their own self-protection, because they're getting doxxed, they're getting identified, they're getting targeted and so on, they're wearing masks, they're out there. A lot of them apparently do not have proper crowd control training. They're getting into regular skirmishes now with protests.
Do they have any proper training at all?
Which are turning deadly. And I think the American people are increasingly appalled by this, which is why you're seeing Donald Trump reining back in this particular incident in a way we haven't seen him before. But this is getting tinderbox stuff, isn't it?
Well, first of all, a fabulous Republican economist, I think his name was Herb Stein, said that which can't continue won't. This is not going to continue. By the way, if I were a Republican, I would be reminded of the sign on the entrance of Dante's Inferno, abandon all hope. You're going to get beat so bad in November, you have no idea.
Why does he have the dinosaur on?
Pick up 6 or 7
like elder abuse.
And the idea that somebody exercising poor judgment, which I'm sure I do 10 times a day, is the excuse of someone to shoot me is utterly ludicrous. So people make mistakes all the time. They park in no parking zones. They exceed speed limits. They might drink too much. None of this suggests that you ought to be out shooting people. And honestly, what you have there is a bunch of undertrained, not particularly qualified people with badges and guns. and this is going to be the result of it. The American people don't like it
I
overwhelmingly.
misjudged this book by its cover. This is James Carville. He was a strategist for Clinton. I think he helped Clinton's 2 successful bids for the presidency. So that's why he's like the legendary consultant or whatever. But he usually does not have his finger on the pulse as far as what political instincts he has displayed on the show on countless times that I've seen him.
Stand by, sit still, and get the crap beat out of you, because that's what's going to happen.
But on this, he at least has the right take.
Rob O'Neill, it seems to me, we've discussed this a lot on the show with various panels. It seems to me most Americans fundamentally agree with what Donald Trump has done on the southern border. They realized it was particularly porous under Joe Biden.
That panel chopped as fuck. Hey. Y'all are harsh today.
That millions came in illegally into the United States. That was unsustainable. And they think it's great that the border's been effectively closed. I also think there's no argument with most Americans about identifying and deporting people who are in the country illegally who then commit other crimes. The flashpoint is on these ICE agents going into cities and going after people who perhaps came in, with their parents, or perhaps came in 10 years ago and built families in America who are law-abiding, committed no other crimes, who pay their taxes, who contribute to society, who are the bedrock in many ways of the ideology of the United States of America. And that is where this administration, it seems to me, is overreaching and getting into serious trouble. Then you add this series of incidents now involving people being shot dead as they protest against that, and you've got this unholy mess we're in. What do you make of it?
Well, there's a lot to unpack, and it would help both sides if they were honest with each other and not just trying to get political points proven. As a registered independent, I'm absolutely appalled that law enforcement is killing Americans on American soil anytime. And as someone who's been
a registered independent, my ass. Look at this guy.
And close.
This dude is 100% a fucking triple Trumper. This guy has voted for Trump all 3 times. Independent, okay, dude.
Armed combat with everyone from Chechens to Afghans to Iraqis to Syrians to our friends in Somalia. No gunfight is the same. And
Crypto MAGA, I hope to God that's a joke.
I walk down the streets of New York, I see people crossing the street without the right of way. Some of them get hit and killed. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. You should be armed wherever you go. And it doesn't matter how many full magazines you have. When you introduce yourself into an ongoing arrest and you're armed, you're just escalating the force. Does the person who got killed by a bus because they weren't looking deserve it? No. Does this guy deserve it? No.
You're escalating by having a permit to carry a concealed handgun that you weren't brandishing at the time that you were unlawfully detained and then subsequently executed.
It shouldn't have to happen, but we're not being honest. It's like the left is now saying, yeah, they're just coming in and separating children from their families. There should be a way, and I think law-abiding citizens should have a different route. But there are criminals they're going after, and the left won't even admit it. A lot of people in Minnesota voted for this, but the problem in some of the parts of Minnesota is they've infiltrated so many illegal voters. Look at the fraud. And look, again, if I'm
independent, by the way, we're doing fucking election conspiracy theories right out the gate.
Wrong, tell me I'm wrong and prove it, and I'll admit it. But there's a lot of bad stuff going on right now, and then it's distracting on both ends. Look at the law. No one's considering the gun was introduced. There's law enforcement officers right there. They're feeling so much stress right now because of the paid activists that are all over them, screaming, blowing whistles, shooting projectiles, everything at them. They think about their family too. They think about previous events. They think about previous shootings. All this stuff, and they're like, up to include, I don't want to shoot this guy. When it happens, it happens. We can easily minimize the amount of stuff going on. No shooting is the same. I killed a dude that was driving a car at me in 2012.
This guy looks ridiculous with his little hat. Hey, shut up, man. I like newsboy hats. He looks ridiculous because this guy is trying to call himself a fucking independent while he is clearly fucking MAGA coded.
Different place. That's a big, heavy weapon. She was armed too.
Oh my God, the Melania Trump documentary. I would show this if I didn't think it was going to get copyright.
Duty and Glamour. Melania, only in theaters, January 30.
Very excited for that.
So Rob, when you've watched this video, as everybody has multiple times from multiple angles, do you see anything in there which would justify shooting that guy dead?
Well, I have the comfort of watching after the fact, and I'm someone who's been involved.
Well, I'm somebody who's killed somebody.
Stuff with Monday morning, they certainly come after me and tell me that it should have gone a different way. Would I have shot him from here 24 hours later? No. At the time, I don't know. I have been in spots where I have let people go that were armed that I could have killed that I didn't. I feel good about it. I've killed dudes that I often wonder, should I have? This is not all broad brush stroke. A human life was ended by a law enforcement agent. We should look at it by the incident by incident, not a broad brush stroke. And I mean, everything from these, the ICE guys aren't out there to kill people. They're not masked because they're renegades. They don't want to get doxxed. They have families. I have families. I know what getting doxxed is like. There's so much going on here. It's not just left versus right. Let's all shoot each other. I'm pretty sure on this panel, I'm the only one who's actually killed people really, really close. And I think I have an idea.
Why does he keep saying this?
Knowing what I'm talking about with lethality, and I don't like it. I'm anti-war, actually.
Oh, I'm anti-war even though I've killed people. And like, I don't understand like what the point of bringing that up is. You're just making yourself and your side look like fucking psychos.
But I mean, as long as we're not going to convince each other the way we're
like,
doing.
Oh, this is the type of motherfucker that supports this. The guy who nonchalantly is like, I've killed people and even I'm okay with that. Wow, shocker, dude.
Doing it, and if we're not being honest, it's never going to happen anyway. Be honest.
Yeah,
with
as a murderer, I personally would excuse this murder as well.
By case, line by line, like we should be doing in Congress, but instead we get here and we yell at each other about the. He should have been armed. He should have had as many bullets as he wants. That's his right. Should he have been killed? I don't know. I wasn't there.
Don't know. I wasn't there. Who's to
Cenk,
say?
let me ask you the question I didn't think I'd ever ask you. Cenk, hang on one sec. Cenk, I want to ask you the question I never thought I'd ever ask you. Have you ever killed anyone?
No, not to my knowledge.
Hey, Cenk,
you've got to look at this.
Heart attacks. I don't know.
It's always the quiet ones.
What is going on that they're all laughing at this?
It's interesting, Cenk, because we've seen President Clinton, Bill Clinton, and we've seen Barack Obama, another former president, both come out with pretty strong denunciations of this. What would be interesting would be if I meant
to look into that. Barack Obama made a statement, but did he say anything about Renee Good? Wait, I'll actually
George W. Bush was to come out and add his name to this to make it more of a bipartisan response, because this cannot go on. The rest of the world, I can tell you, over here in the UK, people are looking on completely aghast that this is happening repeatedly.
Yeah.
And no one can quite understand why those who have the power to cool things down aren't doing that. Now, Tom Homan has been sent down there tonight. We know there's a White House press briefing going on in the next hour or so, which may add some more clarity too. But what should happen here? What do you think is the obvious thing to do? To have ICE completely remove themselves from Minneapolis? But then it begs the question, well, where do they go next? Should they continue their work? Is not a lot of what ICE is doing, because I believe it probably is not a lot of what they're doing valid? If they are actually catching and deporting genuinely bad criminals who are in the country illegally anyway, then they should be allowed to do their job, shouldn't they?
Yeah. So let me build on what James said. So
no.
Look, at this point, the polling is in.
People should use all lawful means to resist them.
Even before this Alex Pretti shooting, and this one is going to put it way, way over the top. So already over 60% of Americans thought ICE was going too far before the shooting. Over 70% of independents thought that. And now the fact that he was armed and was, exercising his Second Amendment rights just by having a gun, and he seemed to have been killed because he had a gun and was exercising his Second Amendment rights, I think has driven a lot of the right wing to realize, hey, you know what? Maybe we're not supposed to be murdering American citizens in the streets, that is not supposed to be the point of ICE. And now a lot of people are worried that is the point of ICE. And I'm old enough to remember when, James, you remember when G. Gordon Liddy would tell the right wing about the jackbooted thugs of the government, and if they came to your house, gun them down? Now they're saying if the government comes to your house, surrender immediately and let them do whatever they want in a police state. But you know that the police state is not going to be for the left or the right. It's going to be for the powerful, and they're going to use it against all of us. Yes. But that jury has come in. So what's going to happen next is a lot of Republicans are starting to turn on Trump. He has lost his magic touch that he used to be able to bully and intimidate people. And back in his first term, he did it a little bit more intelligently, one by one, so that it had more power. Now, he just blasts everybody, right? We hate your...
What do we think is the source of this? One of the oldest president that we've ever had, who would probably go into cardiac arrest if he tried to do jumping jack or touch his toes. Why do we think he's not as sharp this time around? I wonder.
Europe, we're going to take Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, blah, blah, blah. That's on foreign policy. Then he comes back home and he attacks all of the Indiana Republicans. Then he attacks, almost half the Republicans in the Senate. He attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene and calls her a traitor when she's one of the most right-wing people in the country. He attacks Tom Massey. The point is, now that he's sitting in the 30s and dropping, by the way, like Biden was, he has lost all of his leverage. So you see Republicans abandoning him. Why are they abandoning him? Because of what James said. Because the elections are coming. And if they stick with Trump, they're going to get wiped out with the tide. So now people are going to have to turn on Trump on the Republican Party side. So that's politics, and that's important because that takes away his power and leverage. But also more.
We would never waste our battery power on such activities.
For the American people, for God's sake, let's unite and remember, you don't want the government to tread on you. The right wing was right about tyrannical government, so this is the time that you need to stand up against that tyrannical government.
Jen, give me a break.
Okay, Clay Travis, just respond to that quickly, and then we're going to move on to Trump and NATO and the issue of the NATO forces.
Look, I think this has to be an extreme. First of all, I don't think Trump's base is going to turn on him. Trump's base has never turned on him for anything. That's not going to happen.
This good dude is probably right, unfortunately.
Period. It's 90-10, 95-5, whatever percentages. Most people.
Like, the wipeout in the midterms will probably be the product, not of the fact that people, like, leave the personality cold. It's going to be more that, like, Trump has inspired negative mobilization and Democrats are able to pull out additional wins because of that.
Voted for Trump and for ICE to do exactly this. What I think is important here, too, Piers, is it's a huge story that should get more attention. It's actually a super positive, unlike all these details. I'm sure you saw it, Piers. I don't know how much you talked about it because you were laid up in the hospital. And I hope you're getting well, by the way. 125-year low in
It is smart, though, to play to the moderator in these settings.
Murders in the United States in 2025. No one alive today, not even Democrat voters on the rolls in Chicago, were able to live in a country that was safer than since 1900. You cannot tell me that shutting down the border and beginning to deport violent ICE criminals is not a big part of why we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years in the United States. So again,
I actually can tell you that because correlation doesn't imply causation.
Big picture, there are 10 million illegals here. Do we allow them to stay? And look, this is a real debate going forward that I think is not getting talked about. The 2030 census. What is going to happen with the 2030 census is far more impactful than what's going to happen in 26.
These people just realizing that, undocumented future Americans, whatever you want to say, individuals in the interior of the country have always been counted or have been counted in the census for a long time.
What's going to happen in 28, because it sets the stage for a generation of how the electoral college map is going to be set up for where and how seats are going to be.
Okay, so this is really quick detour. Barack Obama's statement on this. So he puts, the killing of Alex Pretti is a heartbreaking tragedy. It should also be a wake-up call to every American, regardless of party, that many of our core values as a nation are increasingly under assault. So this is a statement that he made 2 days ago. Federal law enforcement and immigration agents have a tough job. Already rolling my eyes. But Americans expect them to carry out their duties in a lawful, accountable way and to work with, rather than against, state and local officials to ensure public safety. That's not what we're seeing in Minnesota. In fact, we're seeing the opposite. For weeks now, people across the country have been rightly outraged by the spectacle of masked ICE recruits and other federal agents acting with impunity and engaging in tactics that seem designed to, always have to couch it, can't just be are designed, to intimidate, harass, provoke, and endanger the residents of a major American city. These unprecedented tactics, which even the former top lawyer of DHS in the first Trump admin has characterized as embarrassing, lawless, and cruel, have now resulted in the fatal shootings of 2 U.S. citizens, and yet rather than trying to impose some semblance of discipline and accountability over the agents they've deployed, the president and current administration officials seem eager to escalate not are eager to escalate the situation, while offering public explanations for the shootings of Mr. Pretti and Renee Good that aren't informed by any serious investigation and that appear to be directly contradicted by video evidence. This has to stop. I would hope that after this most recent tragedy, admin officials would reconsider their approach and start finding ways to work constructively with Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, as well as state and local police, to avert more chaos and achieve legitimate law enforcement goals. In the meantime, they're not trying to achieve legitimate law enforcement goals. That's not the point of them. So, can't really do what they never intended to. In the meantime, every American should support and draw inspiration from the wave of peaceful protests in Minneapolis and other parts of the country. They are a timely reminder that ultimately it's up to each of us as citizens to speak out against injustice, protect our basic freedoms, and hold our government accountable. Obama's statement is so tepid, much like most of his career, correct?
Be allocated in the 435 House
is it the worst? No. Is it particularly inspiring? No.
That is really underlying, I think, why this is occurring now, the battle that is going on.
Okay, I want to play a clip. This is the infamous clip already of Donald Trump talking about NATO forces and their contribution to the war in Afghanistan.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test. And I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there or we would be there. But will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
Well, I was trying to think who best I could bring into this debate now to discuss this. And I realised I had somebody in my own family, somebody who I have regularly mentioned on Piers Morgan Uncensored. I come from a family with lots of military. My brother retired as a colonel. My brother was an army colonel. I've got a lot of military in my family. We've discussed before. I've got lots of military.
And like, I'm just, sorry, back on the Barack Obama thing, I pulled that up to see if he had made a statement about Renee Good and he hadn't. He, like, it was like basically a joint statement on the Alex Pretti murder. And that's disappointing as fuck. Also unsurprising. Like the fact that, again, he has to, like, he wouldn't just come out against Renee Good's killing. I had to wait to see the polling data, I bet.
Ex-military in my family. My brother was an army colonel for many years. My brother was a British army colonel. My brother-in-law was a British army colonel. Lots of military in my family. My younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army. He was in the army for 37 years. He did 3 tours of Afghanistan during the war. And he joins me now from the London studio, which, ironically, I'm not at today. So, Jeremy, welcome to Uncensored.
What is this nepotism?
Thank you.
We're doing 5 minutes of this, and depending on how boring it is, we're quickly shutting it off. Yes. Doesn't get better.
So you were very angry about this. You messaged me immediately you heard it, and you were furious about the way that the contribution of the British armed forces, and indeed the wider NATO armed forces from Canada to Germany to France, Denmark and so on, had been really had their reputation chucked through the hedge over this, with the implication that they had sat back and watched as Americans did all the frontline fighting. Just explain what your role was predominantly in Afghanistan when you were there, but also your reaction to what Trump said.
The tours that I did in Afghanistan, I was mainly...
Is this really the only person that he could find that was outraged over Trump doing this? It's like nobody even gives a fuck.
Supporting the Afghan National Army in their training and education.
Okay, no. All right, we're done with this. I can't do it. PBD, baby. Let's see how they justify this. I don't even need to guess. Like, I already know they're going to justify it. It's just a matter of how, okay? But God, it's been a minute.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My
handshake is better than anything I ever signed, right here. You are one of one.
My son's right there.
I don't think I've ever said this. All right, we got a special guest in the house. Humberto Bellert is in the house. Humberto, great to have you on.
Thank you for having me.
For some of you guys.
Who the fuck is this guy? Okay. Let's see. Alex Pretti shooting
with what happened this weekend. Rob, tragic event in Minneapolis. Alex Pretti was at the protest, and while the events are taking place, Rob, which clips can we show? Because at this point, people have seen many of the clips. Let's show them.
Wait, before I get into it. Okay, what's the sugar boy? Palette cleanser?
Area code, who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Canada's premier polymath, Jordan Peterson.
Hello, Jordan.
I've taken a break from masturbating in the bathroom at work to address some criticisms I've received on this program as of late.
Okay. Bad voice,
First off,
good content.
You ask me why is my hair so greasy? Pomade and other hair products that result in a conspicuously slick sheen are reminders of a previous hierarchy in which men's hair could look like an orb and women could be groped in a hallway for dressing like whores. And again, I come back to makeup in the workplace. Why do women make their lips red? Why do they put rouge on their cheeks? Why do they wear high heels? To exaggerate sexual attractiveness to their bosses. Pigs! Why do pigs have these cute little upturned noses, and why do they have those cute little curly cute tails above their pink, pert pig buttocks? Why is it okay to openly talk about eating pig butt as a cut of meat, yet if I were to tell my TA that I want to eat her big pig butt at work, she's black, by the way, that's a problem. It's a problem with
nothing that should matter.
And Don't get me started on the absurdity of outlawing daddy-daughter dances. The daddy-daughter dances and memories that I have would have been erased from my memory in some kind of Sam Harris computer fantasy. In this legislation where it's passed, it's just absurd. And you ask me, why am I jerking off right now? Why am I jerking off right now? Why? Why? To exaggerate my sexual attractiveness. Ritual bestiality with swine was common in previous hierarchies and social structures. They are very smart, very loving, very generous, loving animals.
Thank you for the...
And you stop laughing. Clean your room, Michael. I'm your father. I'm your father. Who's your daddy, you fucking cultural Marxist?
Okay. We got it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that was a killer.
There you go.
And Michael clocked it perfectly. He was like, bad accent, perfect good content.
I always hoped that he would call into the show.
Yep.
If that was actually Jordan Peterson, I'd have him on my show like once a month.
That was pretty good.
Oh. It pains me every day to know that Donald Trump is alive and Michael Brooks is dead.
This until it gets to the part of the shooting. Rob, go for it. So this is the protest that's going on. ICE is coming down. Go to audio a little bit, Rob. That whistling is
in the street, obstructing. And I think the majority of these officers were Border Patrol agents.
Great start.
They're Border Patrol agents, majority of them. So that's Alex.
Are you saying Trump should be assassinated? No. Do you need me to repeat what I just said? I said it makes me sad that Michael Brooks is dead and that Donald Trump is still alive. Try again, though. Nice gotcha attempt.
Oh, there's the bear spray or the fighting back.
Yes, pancakes, waffles meme. You already know.
The girl.
Okay, you can pause it right there. You can pause it right there. This leads to...
Why would you say that, though? So in other words, you would like them to switch places? Correct. Yes, I would.
Shooting?
Do I need to say it again? Did I stutter? Is it unclear? That's just not the same thing as saying that Trump should be assassinated, though. It's a different claim altogether, actually.
Eventually, Alex dies after this event that takes place. And it's been talked about all over the place. The left is blaming Trump, calling him Gestapo, using phrases that is just...
They're not calling him Gestapo. They're calling ICE and Border Patrol that.
Again, the types of phrases that cause people to jump to conclusion, saying this was intentional. Why did they do this? You know, CNN done a bunch of different interviews. I can read a bunch of the stories here, but let's kind of read one of them. Alex Pretti, 37, identified man as fatally shot by Border Patrol agent in Minneapolis. Rob, if you have a clip on that one, I'll go to this first. And then we got,
On a serious note, what is the difference between Obama's ICE and Trump's ICE? I genuinely would like to understand. Agent Moods, I don't know that I'm not sure that you have an entire brain in your head or that you're capable of understanding, given that you didn't understand my comment about Michael Brooks and Donald Trump. So, sorry about that.
Christy Noem?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play this clip.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic...
Now you need to insult me? Yes, correct, I do. I'm sorry, I should not be picking on the disabled in my chat. It seems that you're missing part of your frontal lobe, but correct, yes. Now I had to insult you after that, true.
Handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid.
Okay, so that's that. I'll come to you first, Tom. What happened? What is your impression of what happened? And then, of course, we'll go.
Well, I guess removing all that makeup, all that is left is boobs. Got him! Guys, we got a guy roasting me in my Twitch chat. Agent Moods over here. Got him. 2 seconds ago, pearl clutching over me, like desperately trying to insinuate that I was saying that Trump ought to be assassinated or something. Got him.
Going to the rest of the issues.
Well, I don't need to break down the video because I think everybody has seen it from 10 angles, along with people putting spin on it. What I want to know is, how does an emergency room nurse get involved with a highly organized group. He was out there with his camera up and he was directing traffic. There was no dispute that he stepped out into the street and they were trying to direct cars to come up and stop. People in cars were, some of them were people that were also organized. So this guy puts himself out in harm's way. It didn't have to happen. There was a report from Minnesota News that
Alex Pretti was like engaging in the dangerous activity of, what's that again? Checks notes, filming public servants.
His parents apparently told News that they said, don't go get involved with this. Why are you getting involved with this? So there was some concern on the part of
this guy is such a twerp. I go back and forth between wondering if the people on this show who are the co-hosts, who are also morons, are selected to make PBD look really good by comparison, or if they're there to, like, if PBD genuinely thinks that they're intelligent. It's unclear.
Family. So he goes down where officers have actions going, and he was part of an organized group. He goes down there armed. He had his phone.
Who's this moron talking? I see you're not a Tom enjoyer. To all my Tomcats in chat, both in YouTube and Twitch, we all know who this is. This is Tom. This is PBD's co-host and Dick Suck number 1. Actually, no. Tom is actually Dick Suck number, like, maybe, I think it goes Adam. Then it's Vinny, then Tom. I actually don't. So I think he's coming in last for that. But he's like, if PBD decided to make his boring accountant friend his co-host for some reason.
And so I look at it and I'm like saying, Alex, you didn't have to die. What were you doing there? And more importantly, how did you get involved with these people and get into part of the organization to come down and disrupt traffic during a law enforcement action?
None of them can offer a clear, concise explanation or timeline of events. It's all because they don't even care. They really don't even care to have to do the work to justify it. They're already just annoyed that they have to even make an argument to the left, to Antifa or whatever, who they're trying to pretend is the only people that oppose all this shit going down. Like listening to a toddler explain that the dog ate all the cookies. I mean, it's the little kid strat, right? They're just like lazily lying.
That was being carried out by the Border Patrol. That was my first response. And then we all saw what happened. It got crazy. And by the way, the police and law enforcement of every division and every department, whether it's Border Patrol that we saw here, by the way, Minnesota police, local police, where the hell were you when this is going on? And ICE, they don't get to break it down frame by frame in slow motion. This thing is happening at speed. And you heard the first discharge. All he had...
This explanation might make sense for Renee Good. What the fuck are you talking about for Alex Pretti? He wasn't doing anything. What do you mean they have to do it at like speed or what the fuck?
Had to do was stand up and say, wait, and put his arms straight out. They're either going to leave
There's
you...
like 10 goons descending upon a man who was literally just filming and trying to help a woman.
The ground, or they're going to stand you up to the sidewalk, put you against a car or against a wall. That's all he had to do, is to yell, wait, and put his arms...
Oh, okay, so it's on him to save himself from these thugs, apparently. But that aside, all he had to do was say, wait. And then they would, all those agents descending upon him, surely then they would have stopped, right? They were obviously people open to reason and rationality.
Straight up the show with palms open. But instead, he chose to struggle, and he chose to be there in the first place. And I think it's a tragedy, but I want to know who organized this and who pulled this guy into it, where he thought that it was okay to go down there. And by the way, his parents are telling media, we said, why are you getting involved in this? You shouldn't be down here.
Vinny, where are you at with this?
Well, first and foremost, you guys know what I do.
Vinny with the haircut. Look at, who is this? He's not even red. I don't even recognize this man.
I carry a 9mm Springfield Hellcat. You know I have it on me. I have it on me all the time. You know what I don't do, Pat? I don't go to organize protest, okay? Because there was a fact that he was actively tracking and targeting ICE on that secret Minnesota signal chat.
He should have said, wait. That actually might be the most bleak take that I've gotten so far from all of this. If he had just said, wait, then none of this would have happened, right?
Okay? I don't go to protests with other agents who have guns. And
Vinny always having a gun on him is scary. You're telling me you don't feel more safe now that you know that Vinny Oshana is always armed? He's fucking strapped.
Interfere with official federal business, okay? You know why? Because I'm not stupid, Patrick, and I know that there's a possibility if I get into a fight, something crazy might happen, okay? And I did some research. I wanted to find out about this gun because from what I saw, they took the gun, but he was still reaching for something because he had 2 extra clips. I remember I was looking for a gun last year because I already have a 6 Sauer, Tommy. Right now I have a Hellcat. I have a bunch of guns, but the gun that he had was a 6 Sauer P320. And the reason I didn't get it, do you know why? It's been known for a history of misfiring by itself. Law enforcement, there's lawsuits, Rob. Look at
What the fuck does this have to do with literally anything? What does this have to do with the fucking price of rice in China, dude? Who the fuck cares what firearm he had on him? He was lawfully carrying that firearm. He wasn't brandishing it. Even if he had it out, that would still be legal because not only does he have a permit, but Minnesota is an open carry state if you have the permit. So what is this fucking... This doesn't even fucking matter.
the Pap. Pig, the 6 Sauer P320, subject to over 100 lawsuits.
This is, I mean, unless he's going to try to argue that, like, we don't even know that the officers killed him. For all we know, it was a discharge from his weapon.
Alleging that it can fire without a trigger pull. The Rob, we don't have to go to it. There's a bunch of videos.
Of course, their research is AI. LMAO, are you new here? They don't use anything except AI.
Of cops in a hospital, they're arresting some individual. They grab the guy's leg and the cop's gun goes and shoots, and all the cops are tripping out. So add this to the recipe of disaster. Are you ready for this? He's there. He's interfering. They're in the skirmish. One agent grabs the gun. He's walking away. That gun misfires. This is my opinion. Misfires. It spooks everybody there. And mind you, simultaneously, he's grabbing for the gun that he thinks is still there. Okay? But let's go back. Why is he there? He's there because he's told from his governor, and he's getting I don't know if he was getting paid or not, but I don't know why anybody else would be there if you're not going to be getting money for it, unless you're that brainwashed. But they were told, go there, get in their faces. It's a call to action. I tweeted earlier today, Rob, can you please just show, this is the epitome of what is happening right now in Minnesota. This picture right here. It's Tim Walz behind a gate in his mansion with security telling his useful idiots to go and die to distract from what, guys? The billions and billions of dollars of fraud in his state, and to keep protecting illegals, aka Democratic voters. At the end of the day, take all your emotion out and take a step back. Why? Why Minnesota? Why?
Illegals, aka Democratic voters.
Why is it happening? And I think that's the key issue. Because, Pat, if you don't mind, Rob, did you hear one thing of Ivory Smith? Can you show these photos? You'll never...
Counterpoints was doing the same shit, saying the SIG is a finicky trigger, so it wasn't the agents. I can't even finish that sentence.
Never hear this, or you'll never see this. I sent Rob 3 photos on Slack. Could you go to the young black girl? This is Ivory Smith, okay? Does anybody know about her? Killed by a drunk driver, her mother critically injured, 7 years old. Go to Jocelyn Nungare. Pat, this 12-year-old was raped. Her throat was slit by 2 illegals from Venezuela, 12 years old. And then the last, you want to talk about nurses?
What is this death wish shit? Why are we going through all of these tragedies? Does this has anything to fucking do with anything that transpired over the weekend? It literally has nothing to do with that. Even like you're not even again, you won't find this because these fucking, of course, these morons don't realize this, nor do they care. But Somali Americans are just that. They're Americans. They are a minority demographic in this country that are primarily U.S. citizens. Like 80 to 90% of them are U.S. citizens. So Shipley Donuts video over, I went to Minnesota and investigated whatever the fuck. This video and by Shipley Donuts, I mean Nick Shirley. That's a whole, it requires an explanation in and of itself. But there's nothing that they can do to lawfully remove these people because they're Americans, okay? So you would think that if he was going to bring up examples of this, he would try to find horrific crimes committed by Somali Americans or a Somalian who's not here legally. But no, they couldn't even be bothered to do that. They're just random crimes.
Laken Riley was 22 years old jogging. I saw a video of her parents showing up to the scene. Pat, I didn't want to send it to you, and I'm not going to because it'll ground you. Everybody, they were on the floor crying. She was jogging. She was...
Dear Watch, thank you so much for the bits. The patriarchal instincts in them feel that nothing on the planet is worse than an attractive dead young girl. That's why they go to this argument. I don't know what the impulse is. I think it really is just a highly emotional argument to try to, it sounds weird to say pull at the heartstrings of people watching. Maybe it is to kind of encourage people to be the same way some people, and I think this is a weird way to, or this is not a good way to me to appeal to the humanity of other people, Texas people, but going this person's a mother or a daughter or a sister or whatever, or think about that person as though they were your kid or something like that to try to get people to extend basic human dignity and respect to other women. I've never personally liked that strategy, but I think it's kind of like that. They show these these tragedies and the victims were small children, usually little girls, and they're just trying to make it be like, this could have been you, this could have been your daughter, your little sister, or something like that.
Guy was trying to sexually assault her. For 18 minutes, she fought him. And then he crushed her head with a rock. Nobody cares.
Dude, what do you mean nobody cares? Like, what do you mean nobody cares about Lincoln Riley? There was literally a fucking act passed because of her, even though her killer faced justice. Her mom was invited to the fucking White House and then aired all of the gory details that nobody needed to fucking hear. It was completely disrespectful to her daughter's memory in front of the entire nation to justify going after Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What are you talking about that nobody cared?
No media, no leftists. It's all bullshit. Sorry for my language.
This is insane. No media over Lincoln Riley.
It's all fake, okay? So when you start caring about people like that, I'll start caring about some stupid nurse that shouldn't have been there in the first place.
And people can talk about, he was disarmed and things like that. He may have been disarmed.
Oh, and this piece of shit saying this stupid nurse. What a fucking asshole.
That shouldn't have been there in the first place. Okay? So when you start caring about people like that, I'll start caring about some stupid nurse that shouldn't have been there in the first place.
People can talk about, he was disarmed and things like that. He may have been disarmed, but he wasn't giving up. And he's still in a struggle that was going at speed with federal officers. And then a gun fires, his gun that he brought to the event. So come
Agent Moods, are you still crying in chat? Oh my God. Here is the Discord link. Okay, if you want your apology that you're not going to get because I'm not going to apologize to you, you can join that Discord link and you can come talk to me if you want to fucking debate or whatever. Otherwise, join. You have 5 minutes to join. Otherwise, you're going away because you're fucking annoying.
I mean, it's a tragedy that he's dead, but it was his decision that he was there.
Humberto.
I think in this case, context really matters. Like,
oh my God, this dude's voice.
You look, I mean, I'm all for the Second Amendment, but if you look at every federal building.
Anon, thank you so much for the $3. Really, really appreciate that. Running an agenda here. Since the hiatus of Just Press Play, any chance to doing it again with Just Silk, since he's another timid liberal that you have good disagreement with? That actually could be fun, but I already have our replacement co-host, that's Ogre Boy. But Ogre Boy and I have just not been doing it, but that's mostly on me, not because of him. But I appreciate the $3, and I will... maybe consider adding Just Silk into the fold. Although I don't know that he would, his thing, is primarily drama, so as fun as it would be to make him do a show with me and, debate him on this shit, because at times it seems like we are very, very aligned, and then at other times he's like, yeah, Biden was letting all these criminals pour across the border, and I'm like, whoa, let's get into this. So we'll see.
All right, guns are not allowed.
Just Silk's liberal, LOL. I mean, he's Canadian, so Canadian liberal.
All right, and this is a sector.
Humberto.
Federal officers. And then a gun fires, his gun that he brought to the event. So come on, I mean, it's a tragedy that he's dead, but it was his decision that he was there.
It's a tragedy that she was essayed, but she was wearing that dress. Why did she go to that frat party and get drunk? Am I right?
Humberto.
I think in this case, context really matters. I
won't give you my Discord ID and be stalked by weirdos. Sorry. Agent Moods, I can promise you, nobody gives a fuck about you. I cannot believe you just put that in my chat, that you won't come in and debate me because you're worried about getting, doxxed or something. Go make yourself the biggest victim somewhere else.
Look, I mean, I'm all for the Second Amendment, but if you look at every federal building, all right, guns are not allowed, all right? And this is a federal interaction with a federal officer. We made the rules so people...
Is he saying gun-free zone should exist?
That are going to have an interaction with the federal government don't have guns on them. You know what I mean? And the second thing is the context of a riot. I don't know if any of you guys been inside of a riot.
Lord, give me the strength to not mock this man. Lord, give me the strength to not do an impression of it.
Things, and what Tom said, time moves faster than it actually moves in real life. These are split-second decisions. One gun going off, the whole, a riot. I don't know if you guys seen when there's big stampedes of people and people get trampled. One thing that goes wrong, it will trigger the whole crowd and people are gonna go crazy. It's a big.
We're gonna have to watch the whole episode so I can get all of this guy's takes.
Tragedy every time an American life is lost, doesn't matter which side it is.
For sure.
I'm gonna take that to the grave. It's a big tragedy. But in a context of a riot, in the context of an interaction with a federal.
In the context of a riot, they actually are trying to make you think that what you just saw was in the context of a riot.
Officer, I think is terrible.
He also didn't have his permit. He didn't have his ID, which is it's illegal. He didn't have all that. And I don't know, is Minnesota have a law?
Do you have to carry your permit at all times to be a gun owner? Who gives a fuck? An administrative oversight? He still has the training and the lawful ability to do it. It seems like such a minor infraction that he didn't have the card on him. It's like saying, actually, like, let's pretend that this occurred because of a botched traffic interaction. They just fucking murk somebody because they were speeding or something. They didn't even have their license on them. Capital offense, I suppose.
For bringing a firearm to
realize your death.
A political protest. I don't know the laws in Minnesota, but I don't see that'd be something that you do. Why would you bring a gun?
It's a $25 fine. $25 fine plus 10 bullets to the back.
Why would you bring a gun and get into everybody's face unless you were asking for it?
Well, I want to get back.
Get into everybody's face. Why would you bring a gun? Why would you? Who the fuck do you think you are, Alex Pretti? Doing concealed carry, with the, like, that you're lawfully allowed to do because you have the permit to do so? Who the fuck do you think you are? Filming things out in the open in your country?
Into the story you talk about of who they're not talking about. But before we do, can you do me a favor, Rob, and play the Jacob Fry clip of him criticizing ICE? Here's Jacob Fry, the mayor. Here's what he had to say. Go ahead, Rob.
This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this
forgot I set a timer for that too.
This is doing exactly the opposite.
I don't want to get doxxed or whatever the fuck it was.
Are you standing up for American families right now? Or are we tearing them apart?
Okay.
The invasion of these heavily...
We can pause that right there. One sits there, there's different people. And by the way, I called this 2 years ago when they said they're going to deport everybody. I said chaos is going to be nasty. I said this in 24 when they said this. And I'm talking in June is when I said this, of 24. I said, look how nasty the clips are going to be and how it's going to... Rob, if we can even go back and try to find that clip from 24 when I talked about this, we have to search technology to be able to do that. You know which one I'm talking about on the side that we can do that? Let's see if you can pull it up.
We have to search technology?
Rob's a magician. So, so go.
That ain't the biggest prediction. Most of the show is just PBD, like rehashing shit from his timeline, pulling up his own tweets and being like, look, I ratioed this person. Like, there's so much of that in the show. If you actually watch the episode from start to finish, do not be surprised that he's literally trying to run this pathetic victory lap over a thing that nobody gives a fuck about and was not hard to predict.
Through all the communities of people that are seeing this. Let's go to the average person in America who doesn't follow politics closely. They're just an average father, mother. I got a job. I pay the bills. I take care of my kids. I take them to soccer. I'm a soccer mom. I go to church. I don't go to church. I watch football. The average person. To the average person in America.
He corrected himself. The average person in America is not going to church.
What does this look like? To the average person in America, what does it look like?
What's happening?
To the average person in America.
It's Gestapo. They're killing These guys are walking around, grabbing American civilians and just shooting them point blank.
Yeah, correct. What are you going to do about that accurate perception that Americans have? You're right. Average Americans see it for what it is. They see through it. Average Americans, even with our horrible fucking public education system, know just enough that, they can figure out pretty quickly that something is terribly wrong in this country right now.
And you know what I'm talking about? You know how they say, what service every year at the church is very busy? What service
Christmas,
is it?
Easter.
Easter or what? Christmas. It's normally those two, right?
Yes.
Okay. What percentage of people watch the news 24/7? Not a lot. Okay.
No.
But imagine those who watch.
What percentage of those people watch Frosty the Snowman on ABC? And what percentage of Americans also watch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade? Why are we doing this? What?
The news every time something happens.
Yes.
So, oh my God, did somebody get shot in Minneapolis? Yes. Let me go to CNN.
Yes.
Let me go to NBC. Let me go to ABC. And they look at this and say, they killed an innocent man. Are you flipping kidding me? That's what they consume. By the way, Rob, the link I sent.
What crime? Oh my God, they're actually losing it on this one. Like, holy fuck. Okay, they genuinely have drunk in the Kool-Aid to the point and are so this is a solid echo chamber. Okay. Solid fucking echo chamber. that they've actually convinced themselves that the only possible reason that Americans find all of this shit distasteful is because like CNN tells them to, and not because they just see it for the abject horror that it is.
Essential on Laken Riley, the tragic.
Yeah, take the percentage, divide it by 3, carry the y, multiply it by 7. If it's a lunar new year, is it a leap year? When is the average normal person going to Easter or Easter Mass or whatever? All of these, that's how you can determine what percentage of Americans are normal and brainwashed by the liberal media.
I don't even know what words to use. Happened with Laken Riley. Do you want to know why the American people, those who follow this story, are kind of sitting there saying you've been praying for something like this? The enemy has been. Go a little bit lower when you look at the story. The 5 days, go a little bit lower, Rob, go lower to, I want to say go up 3 paragraphs. Go up 3 paragraphs. Go up 3, right there. Okay, right there. Curtis Houck's study showed that ABC, CBS, and NBC gave 20 minutes and 33 seconds to Laken Riley's trial over 5 days. Only 20 minutes and 33 seconds between ABC, CBS, NBC. This is before Barry Weiss, okay? Which was about 1/4 of the coverage they devoted to the garbage gate story against Donald Trump in the final days of the presidential campaign. Tony Hinchcliffe's joke about Puerto Rico got 7.
Wow, can you believe that these major news outlets spent more time covering stories that have better click-through rates and are actually more engaging to people and more relevant because they're about prospective presidential candidates, people that are trying to become the commander-in-chief, people that are trying to become the leader of the free world. Wow, can you believe that all these news outlets spent more time on that instead of a random murder and its trial? Crazy. And what do you want to bet that they intentionally did it so it's just Laken Riley's trial or whatever, and not like just that, like, I don't doubt, like, on average, 20 minutes and 33 seconds, which is already a lot for a murder trial of just a random person, let's be real, for one. But for two, that doesn't mean that that's the only mention of Laken Riley that happened. That's specifically talking just about the trial. The media would have covered the Laken Riley Act passing. The media would have covered some of the backlash to the Laken Riley Act passing. Like, there's the idea that is the only amount of time that was dedicated by these news orgs is not even true. This has to be a distortion. They're selectively only zooming in on the fact that they covered the trial for 20 minutes and ignoring the fact that the subject matter was definitely covered extensively and far more than that.
77 minutes. So what does this mean? Be good. We need that story. Yes, that's a good story. Alex Pretti. We need that story. Why? This is good. We have to make ICE look good. And by the way, while we're talking this morning with Humberto,
you could also indict conservatives because, like, how much coverage did fucking Charlie Kirk get? Okay, Charlie Kirk was murdered, but not murdered as brutally as that woman was, if you know the fucking details of the case.
So you guys know, these are not perfect candidates for them. They would prefer somebody that was colored or black, or they need a little bit more, but they'll still use it for their own benefit. Just so you guys know, these are not perfect candidates for them. They would prefer somebody that was colored or black, or they need a little bit more, but they'll still use
colored or black. What year is this again, PVD? We're 2026, using the, like, English is this motherfucker's second language, clearly. And the fact that whoever taught him English or whoever taught him English or however he learned English, he, like, learned the word colored before he learned black, I guess.
Use it for their own benefit. They'll still use it. How much coverage did they get to Laken Riley? It doesn't meet their narrative. It makes illegal immigrants not, undocumented, immigrants. You realize the crime that is taking place in America, but that's not what they want the American people to see. They want to be able to shake things up, because the reality of it is, when I said the
reality of it is that it's a low probability event in the first place, a murder, thankfully. The other thing is, it's also a low probability event that it came from quote unquote illegal, from somebody who was undocumented.
To Tim Walt's tweet.
So no, it doesn't really speak to any broader trend. It is literally a statistical anomaly, which is why it was a news story, because it's by definition something that doesn't really occur and is noteworthy.
When I said, this whole thing falls 100% on Tim Walz, why does it fall 100% on Tim Walz? This is 100% on you. You're the leader of the state.
Well, it has to fall on him, right? Because you can't criticize Donald Trump. So who else are you going to blame?
Lost complete control. Go a little bit lower and look at the commentary of people rebuttaling to it. Okay, go to the top one. This signals a vast fraud conducted. Skip that one. Also, government representatives. History doesn't care about excuses.
Is this a live and learn episode, man? Putting Hutch to shame. PVD, at this point, we're only 25 minutes in. He's already fucking relitigating shit on his timeline on this fucking podcast.
Wealthy Republicans must provide. So if the government puts federal thugs in your town, look at the verbiage.
Like, what do you want to bet? This is not going to be the first instance that he does this in this episode. He does this every single fucking episode. It just turns into him just doing Twitter drama.
Are you saying the state has the right to fight back? I'm going to answer that question for you. We can see the victim was trying to protect two women who were being violent, shoved by ICE agents. He didn't have to be a part of it. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Go a little bit lower. Does it make you feel better to blame a Democrat when you're literally watching watching masked, untrained government officials murdering people in the streets? Perfect. Okay. All of these things are things that people are talking about back and forth. And again, this is a very sensitive topic. Ask yourself the question, why did the U.S. government have to send ICE agents into those areas? Why? Why?
Because of a fucking video by Nick Shirley that was passed around by Elon Musk and RVP.
This have been prevented? 100%. Well, what do you mean? This is the Gestapo. This is ICE. This is what they want to do. They don't want to do that, but they have to do that. Why? Because the local and state officials are not cooperating with the federal government to give them the reports. If the local and the state officials were cooperating and sending reports to the federal government of the crimes the illegal immigrants are committing in that local city or that state, we don't need to send ICE because then now we're cooperating. Well, how come this didn't happen under Obama? Ready for this one? Let's go through it. It's blue cities. All Obama's going to do is, hey, guys, give us the list. Oh, no problem, Mr. Obama. Oh, no.
Does he mean ICE existed under Obama? Tom Homan worked for Obama.
Problem, Jesus. Oh, no problem.
Obviously, they weren't entitled to act with impunity in the way that they are now. But this idea that Obama was hostile to ICE, no, the fuck he wasn't.
President Obama, here's the list. What else do you need? What else do you need? We'll cooperate with you. We'll give it to you. Of course they're going to cooperate with you because it's blue. Here, you think blue's going to cooperate with Trump to make him look good? No. You know what the blue hates, though?
Trump's not cooperating with them, not vice versa. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic, but Democrats love nothing more than fucking bipartisanship and would jump up and down and seize the opportunity to work with Trump on this shit and work with Republicans and show we're tough on immigration too. We're not for open borders. They would love nothing more than to do that. It's Trump that's not letting them do it.
Said this morning, what's down 20%? Crime is down 20%.
Murder.
Why is it down 20%? Because of blue policies? Hell no. Why is it down 20%? Pull up the report, Rob, that even CBS had to put up, that so many people were furious, got 50 million views.
Even CBS, run by Barry Weiss, they put up whatever we're about to look at.
On X, crime is down, murder is down 20%.
Murder.
But the American people are not going to see this because CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN, when you watch it, they're not going to be giving you this report. The report's going to be a
Did he say CBS?
It's because CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN, when you watch it, they're not going to be giving you this report.
You just said pull up the CBS report. Now you're saying that CBS is not going to show it?
The report's going to be a very different report. Murder is down 20%. Why? Border Patrol of people crossing the border today. You know what it's down to? Nothing. Ask the question, why? So why didn't Minnesota? So now let's ask a different question, Rob. Can you pull up right there? Look at that chart. Can you show that, please? U.S. murder rate in 2026. What happened? What happened? Why did it drop the way it has? Why? Answer this question.
No idea what the hell consumershield.com is.
Of course you have to.
But murder has steadily been on the decline in this country for a significant period of time.
Use Alex Pretti and drive the hell out of it because you're trying to divide because you want to blame everything on Trump. Of course you have to do that. That's the playbook. But why don't you cooperate? And by the way, Tim Walz or all these other places, what would have happened if Tim Walz would have cooperated? Jacob Fry, when you're blaming ICE, what if you would have cooperated? What if you would have sent a report back to the White House? What if you would have told them, here's how many illegals we have, let's arrest them. They're breaking the law, they're stealing money from our taxpayers. No, I need their votes. Because if I...
Dude, Biden literally invested the Somali shit. Hold on. Pretty sure his DOJ went after
cooperate, I may not get reelected. So I'll go dance like them. I'll go eat whatever the banana and all the stuff that they're talking about. I'll go do all that stuff. No, I can't do that. Go back.
Holy fucking race. One racist thing at a time. Holy shit. Literally just said they eat shit. Yeah, the Biden admin definitely didn't give a fuck about any of this. Under Biden admin, Justice Department began examining Ilhan Omar's finances. This was posted a few hours. This was published today or yesterday, a few hours ago. The inquiry initiated by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington appeared to have stalled for lack of evidence. The Justice Department under the Biden admin opened an investigation into Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat of Minnesota, in 2024 to scrutinize her finances, campaign spending, and interactions with a foreign citizen, according to people with knowledge of the matter. The inquiry, initiated by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington and the Department's Public Integrity Unit in June of that year, appears to have stalled for lack of evidence, according to one of the people who requested anonymity to discuss internal department matters. The investigation appeared to be thrust into the public spotlight on Monday when President Trump blindsided department officials by posting about it on Truth Social, singling out Ms. Omar. It was part of a rambling statement announcing a shakeup of the team overseeing immigration raids in Ms. Omar's Minneapolis district that misspelled her name. The DOJ and Congress are looking at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who left Somalia with nothing and is now reportedly worth more than $44 million, he wrote. Time will tell all. It was not clear whether Mr. Trump was referring to another investigation altogether or how he arrived at the $44 million figure. Ms. Omar, a Somali-born refugee who immigrated to the United States when she was 12, has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. Sorry, Trump, your support is collapsing and you're panicking, she wrote on social media on Tuesday. Right on cue, you're deflecting from your failures with lies and conspiracy theories about me. Years of investigations have found nothing. I love how they're trying to frame Biden as like, yeah, he wouldn't do anything about this or whatever, when they were like looking into Ilhan Omar's finances, even though it's like they really didn't even have the evidence to be doing that apparently. But Jesus.
To that stat, Rob, that you just had. Okay, what happened to stats? Okay. You know, all the numbers that's going on right now all over the place, we're seeing.
But hold on. Dude, I can't find it. But Biden had like secured some convictions for the stuff related to the Somali fraud. Like it was not something new.
So if you're going to have the law, they're stealing money from our taxpayers.
The fucking racist shit that I heard them say before I got on that sidetracked.
No. I need their votes. Because if I cooperate, I may not get reelected. So I'll go dance like them. I'll go eat whatever the banana and all the stuff that they're talking about. I'll go do all.
I'll go dance like them. I'll go eat a banana. Like we're talking about Somalis. Again, Somali Americans, primarily American citizens. And then Vinny literally said poop in the background.
All that stuff. No, I can't do that. Go back to that stat, Rob, that you just had. Okay, what happened to stats? Okay?
Like it is just... Sometimes, like, again, non-white people put white people to shame as far as like being racist.
You know, all the numbers that's going on right now all over the place, we're seeing this. So if you cooperated, this would have never, ever happened. Alex would have been here. Tim Walz, it's on you. Fry, it's on you. All you have to do is work hand in hand with the U.S. government. Do you remember the one mayor, I believe, that was in D.C. saying, yeah, we're working with the White House because we want the streets to get cleaner. And guess what? The president has cleaned up the city. And she is not a Republican. But she was cooperating. Why? Because she wanted to make sure her people were safer. You are playing politics. The blood of Alex Pretti is in the hands of Tim Walz and in the hands of Jacob Fry. This could have been prevented. It could have been prevented if you cooperated. What are the states that ICE has been sent to? What cities? What states? It's not every state. It's not every city. I think it's California, LA. I think Maine is another one. I think Illinois, Chicago.
I love how they think that this is evidence that Democrats are running the city poorly and not that Trump is selecting them specifically because of partisanship.
Another one. And I think Minnesota's another one. If it's really Trump's trying to target everybody, why is he not doing it in all 50 states? Why not? Maybe those mayors, maybe those local officials, maybe those local PDs are giving that report back to him. Maybe they are, so they don't have to. Maybe they're working at something called a team to make America safer. A team. And then, by the way, so let's do this. Let's role play this. So let's just say the folks...
It was this. Okay, look. So Pam Bondi said this on December 29th of last year. The Justice Department has been investigating fraud in Minnesota, quote, for months. So far, we have charged 98 individuals. This is half true. The FBI launched its investigation of fraud in Minnesota's Feeding Our Future program in 2021. Federal prosecutors announced charges against 47 defendants in 2022 when Joe Biden was president. By mid-January 2025, when Biden was still president, Minnesota's U.S. attorney had charged 70 people in the scheme, which defrauded public money meant to feed low-income children. During the Trump admin, additional defendants have been charged in Feeding Our Future and other fraud cases. So most of this happened under the Biden administration. They're trying to spin the narrative like Democrats don't care. Nobody was looking into it. Trump was the one who uncovered it. No, he wasn't. This was known.
In Minneapolis that want to be safe, that are sick and tired of the fraud, but they're not loud people. The families in Chicago who are going around saying, enough with these crimes. I want my kid to play outside without me being worried about it or be afraid of it, right? So now let's talk to those families who actually want the president to come and intervene. What if the president doesn't? So go to the other situation.
Literally selection bias. Let's talk to the people that agree with us.
Let's not send ICE. Do you know what happens? If you don't send it, it's your fault. If you do send it, it's your fault. Do you get the formula? It doesn't matter what happens. It's called the rules for radicals. Rob, can you go online and just type up ChatGPT? What are the 13 rules for radicals? Let's just read it. Open hand. This is their playbook, folks. What are the 13 rules for radicals? One by one. This is their playbook that they use, okay? That's exactly the one by Saul Alinsky. Power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. Perception of power is often as important as real power. Number 2, never go outside the experience of your people. If people don't understand it, they won't support it. 3, whenever possible, go outside the experience of the enemy. Confuse, exhaust, and destabilize them. It's
Who allowed him to get his hands on this?
What they're doing. Number 4, make the enemy live up to their own book of rules. Use their standards against them. They'll often fail to meet them. The reporter from CNN, I believe it's Dana, asking the guy, not the director, but one of the guys that was up there. He's like, so are you saying that the Alex didn't have the right for Second Amendment? This is kind of surprising for somebody that's a This is what they do. They'll use it. Say that again. That's in the playbook right there. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. It's hard to counter and infuriates opponents. Keep ridiculing them.
You're a fascist.
That's right. A good tactic is one your people enjoy. If it's fun, people will keep doing it. A tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag.
Doesn't the right think the left are weak, soy gays? The enemy is at once weak as well as strong and mighty.
Pressure fresh and dynamic. Keep the pressure on. Never let up. Relentless.
Are these rules in this philosophy? I really wish you would just stick to the energy chart.
Action is how you win. The threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. Anticipation often creates more fear than action. If you push a negative hard enough, it will break through enough into its counterside. Overreach forces reaction and concessions. The price of successful attack is constructive alternative. You must have a solution ready. Which, by the way, we're going to get into their solution as well, Humberto. I'm going to come to you with their solution, what they're planning on doing next, probably with their NGOs, the DA, everything that they have control over. Pick the target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. Don't fight systems, fight symbols and people. Target. Isolate, simplify, and focus attacks until the opponent cracks. That's what they're doing. And by the way, they've done this so many times, and you know who it works on? Whoever's the youngest generation and the old and emotional that just want their Social Security, okay? The people that can think for themselves, you have
to throw in the Social Security's fucking slander and snark in there. He hates Social Security.
To see through what's going on here. They needed this crisis. They needed Alex Pretti. They need this more than you know. Because in every possible way, did you see the approval rating for Trump that came up, Rob? Did you guys see the approval rating that just came up for Trump? 49%?
More. Yeah, 70% are extremely positive.
Yeah. So this was a report that we just talked about a couple of days ago on
70% extremely positive. Bitch, where? Is this a Fox News or OAN or Newsmax poll?
On X. It was on our group text that we sent to each other, Rob, which I'll send it to you in a minute for us to show up. So to me, this could have been prevented. All you had to do was cooperate. You refused to cooperate because
all you had to do was say, wait, according to Tom, right?
That
would have stopped this.
Vinny.
Well, I mean, you basically laid out exactly what the hell's going on, but let's take just a really step back because I want people
right there real quick since you pulled it up.
Show that, Rob.
Rasmussen report, Trump's overnight presidential job approval.
What the hell is Rasmussen report? Rasmussen has been questioned for his methodology for an apparent bias toward the Republican Party. In 2024, 538 dropped Rasmussen from its polling averages and analysis, saying Rasmussen failed to meet 538 standard for pollsters. Just to get an idea of where they're getting this fucking information. So Trump and after that, they were like, fuck it, we may as well just lean into the fucking grift entirely, because now they're posting shameless stuff like this.
was in.
Single approval for last night, 49.58%, highest in over a month.
Overnight approval for last night, 49.58% is the highest in over a month. His approval is up today in a 5-day rolling. By the way, can you do me a favor, and I'll play this clip and I'll come to you.
Okay.
Meanwhile, here's what a guy who's allegedly part of Antifa, what he's saying in his video. He's literally telling people to grab arms. Let's go. Watch this clip. Don't show the whole thing, but let's show the first 10, 20 seconds.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They fucked up, okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You've missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Nicollet and fucking 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet.
Pause it right there. They want this. They want this to go to 100. They need the temperature to go.
Oh my God, the idea that anyone on the right is going to be pearl clutching over videos like that, which I don't even see what the fucking issue is, when literally one of the biggest creators on the right, Tim Pool, constantly fear-mongering about civil war. You guys have actual fucking like Boogaloo Boys, 3%ers, Proud Boys, domestic terrorists in your rank, constantly LARPing about how they're going to take over the federal government. This is still post-January 6th. Like, the idea that you're going to try to like use that to like mobilize the point that what? The left is the one clamoring for violence in this country? Give me a fucking break.
Go to the roof. They need that. So this is rules for radicals, folks. It's working. They want that momentum because it was going too much on the other side. Davos, everybody's listening to Trump. Everything's going good. Negotiations are taking place. No, we need this. We can't have somebody go out there and be able to win all.
Let's see. Just like really quick. Let's check the dipstick. Let's see where their audience is on this shit. We need to dismantle the Department of Education, which is poisoning the minds of future generations. True. The more you know, the less likely you are to vote for a Republican. I mean, yeah, if you're a Republican, you probably should want this if you want to permanently ensconce your minoritarian rule. Yes. The more information that people learn, the less likely they are to support conservatives and Republicans. I saw a comment from someone in like Minect a while Min, like the shorthand for Minact, okay? A while ago that said you can't get elected in Min without... Oh, wait. In Minnesota? In Minnesota without the Somali vote. That tells you everything. Okay? Again, they are Somali Americans. Yeah, no shit. You can't get elected without the support of your constituents. Why does the government allow judges to let people out if they broke an official law? No clue what they're talking about. It's not about voting. I think 80% deported themselves. It's about money fraud. Politicians don't want to go to jail. So literally nobody being like, don't you think you're being a little crazy over the fucking Alex Pretti? Nope.
As much as he is, there's no way we can have that. They need to divide, Vinny.
And by the way, I don't know if it's true or not, Rob, but allegedly this guy, when he's talking about boots on the ground, I think it might be stiletto boots because he's wearing dresses, if I'm not mistaken, Rob. That guy...
for 2 seconds, Vinny over here did the little lispy queer accent or whatever, which is absolutely fucking hilarious because he's clearly he looks like a twank, okay? This is metrosexual central, this entire fucking cast between Adam, Vinny with his new fucking haircut. Give me a break.
What would you call him allegedly, Rob? Is that the guy? This guy right here? If that's him,
is it
if
the
that's
same
the
guy?
same, I mean, look at the tattoos. I don't know. Look at the tattoo on the neck.
Yeah, take a look at the face tattoo.
Is that him?
Yeah, it's the
Is that
same
the
guy.
boots? So listen, he has a lot going on in his world, in his life. So I'm pretty sure he's really confused. But
TikTok
can we just
shit,
take a
if I had
step
to
back?
guess. There's no way they just found this guy.
Besides the billions and the distraction, why? I've been trying to wrestle with this. Why are Democrats, Tom, so pro illegals? They don't care about all the young girls that are getting raped and murdered. And I thought about it. Deportation.
Again, you have gotten into I don't know how many arguments with your co-host over Epstein. And again, when you look at the age of the Epstein victims, some of them were underage, yes, but the majority of them, they were also adults. I don't know if it's a majority, but a lot of them were already over the age of 18 that were trafficked. Nonetheless, though, Vinny is convinced that it's kids and stuff, primarily kids. And nobody on the right seems to really give a fuck these days, ever since they realized that their god emperor is implicated. And yet he's turning around and being like, Democrats are the ones that support this, the abuse of children or whatever.
threaten Democratic power. Because think about it. For 4 years, when we were on this podcast screaming and going, dude, the border is wide open. Why? And Alejandro Mayorkas would sit in Congress.
Importing voters.
Importing 15 to 20 million people. And every time we talked, they told us to shut up because we were racist. Okay? So now all these people are in 4
You
years.
want to talk about who actually imported voters? It was Republicans that were opposed to Obama ending like instant citizenship and naturalization for Cubans that managed to swim over and set foot on Florida.
Of military age men that are doing whatever they want in this country. And by the way,
Is Vinny an immigrant too? He's like a Syrian, but I think he's an American. I'm not sure.
They don't
But
care.
I know that PVD is naturalized. He's an Iranian refugee.
Guys, they don't care about the 300,000 missing children that went missing at the border. Okay, sex slave, sex trafficking, cheap labor. Trump has found 60,000 of them and actually recovered them. But if you think about it, these are their voters. The more voters, they're dying to give them amnesty. That's why they don't want these people to have to show ID to vote. Remember that whole, it's racist if you show them, if you ask them for IDs. This is the game plan.
Yeah, it is. Especially when Republicans surgically target all of these different people. And those voter ID laws are not just, we're going to make everybody have some proof of ID. They always ended up doing it so it's specific forms of ID that they literally researched to see which ones were minorities less likely to have. Which ones would it make it more difficult for minorities to obtain? And minorities are less likely to vote for Republicans. So, in theory, does it have to be racist? No. In practice, it always is.
Because when you're the Democratic Party and you have nothing, you have no policy.
He is spouting conspiracy theories, but he's doing his job. And that is what the job is when you work for PPD.
You have no leaders. You have nothing. What is the Democratic Party running on right now? This is what they have. It's chaos, Tom. It's illegals. We love illegals because they are.
Don't make me agree with Vinny. They really are agreeing on reversing a lot of this shit and not advancing a new alternative vision. But that's not how he's making this comment.
Are voters. Okay, once those are gone, Trump is deporting voters. They're going crazy because they're losing their base. You understand? Who's the number one front runner? Gavin Newsom. And what's his policy? I'm proud that I give illegals free this and free that and come to California. That's it. That's all this is about. They're hemorrhaging.
Gavin Newsom, who just totally cucked himself to Ben Shapiro and showed his belly over and over and over the course of 2 different hours, where Ben Shapiro just led him around and got him to extract concession after concession after concession, where they circle jerk together over how much they fucking like Israel, where he walked back and threw his interns under the bus because they called ICE what it is, which is a domestic terrorist organization.
Voters. Donald Trump is single-handedly taking every single one of their votes and plucking them, and they have to fight to keep it.
So there's a layer of things happening, and people got to stay with the story, and it's not complicated. Number one, you have Nick Shirley and others are exposing what's going on. We're also exposing the illegal immigration, and we're deporting.
The only thing that Nick Shirley is exposing is that he literally sounds like a 6-year-old boy and is an idiot. That's it.
Their voters, and we're finding out how in the Somali community, this is just a case study of what's happening everywhere, that the Democrats are using. They have a playbook to create these NGOs and to get money in, and then that money goes into the campaign.
Anna Kasparian, repeat this.
So when you start deporting people and you start shining the light on...
They seriously think Newsom is a Marxist? Yup.
The daycare and everything in Minnesota, you start dismantling the fraud machine that they've been using to stay in power. There's also a shift in electoral votes going south. Believe it or not, they know it. In 32, not 28, but 32, Minnesota can go red. When you look at where the electoral votes are going to be in the districts, Minneapolis is everything from Minnesota in terms of presidential.
Minnesota is a swing state. It's not crazy to think that it could go red. I know that all of these people try to act that Minnesota is this Democrat stronghold or whatever. It's not the case. It is a swing state.
Election. So when you look and see what's happening, deport people, take away the voters, expose the fraud, expose the money, suddenly the spotlight in a week and a half was on who?
Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, and Ilhan Omar.
Exactly. And suddenly there are shock troops and their own military coming to help them. I've been looking at things all weekend.
Which is why Bondi is trying to extort the governor for the voter rolls. I didn't even get to that. That literally what they're talking about, and now I won't, this is not the only article that I'm going to pull up because it's CBS at the end of the day. What they were complaining about Democrats allegedly doing, they were actively trying to fucking do. Bondi seeks Minnesota voter rolls welfare data to help bring back law and order in wake of shootings. This was reported 2 days ago. Attorney General Pam Bondi is pushing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to let the federal government access the state's voter rolls and public assistance data as tensions flared in Minneapolis after a second person was shot Saturday by federal immigration agents assigned to a weeks-long crackdown in the city. In a 3-page letter obtained by CBS News, Bondi also urged the state of Minnesota to scrap all quote-unquote sanctuary policies and quote cooperate fully with ICE, including giving the agency access to all local jails and honoring federal agents' requests to detain people. I'm confident that these simple steps will help bring back law and order to Minnesota and improve the lives of Americans, Bondi wrote in her letter to the governor Saturday, which accused state officials of quote unquote anti-law enforcement rhetoric and putting federal agents in danger. Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon responded with a statement Sunday saying the answer to Attorney General Bondi's request is no. Simon called Bondi's letter, quote, an outrageous attempt to coerce Minnesota into giving the federal government private data on millions of U.S. citizens in violation of state and federal law, and said it followed repeated and failed attempts by the DOJ to pressure my office into providing the same data. The Trump admin has pressed for greater access to Minnesota jails and prisons for weeks, suggesting it may roll back immigration operations in the state if it had more power to go into detention facilities to pursue people accused of being in the U.S. illegally. State corrections officials say they already cooperate with ICE, but cooperation varies at county levels. Bondi said the federal government needs access to state voter roll data to quote, confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law. And not just to cook the books, of course. The Justice Department has pushed Minnesota and other states to provide voter registration data for months, suing Minnesota for access to the data last year. But the department typically hasn't tied that push to immigration enforcement efforts in Minnesota in the past. Bondi demanded that the state share records on Medicaid and the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, also known as food stamps or SNAP, so the federal government can, quote, efficiently investigate fraud as the Trump admin focuses on alleged fraud schemes in Minnesota public assistance programs. Like, they are actively, overtly, and continually, repeatedly making efforts to try to have, I mean, like, again, North Korea has elections. I don't doubt that we'll have elections. The question is, are they going to be free and fair? And if they're allowed to do shit like this, they're absolutely not going to be. Which they know, and that's why they're doing it.
There is a special forces warrant officer that just...
But this is... Hold on. These citations. So the letter says, the state of Minnesota, I write to urge a change. Criminals have attacked law enforcement. Rioters stormed church services. Oh my God, these citations that they have for this. Again, since the beginning of this operation, law enforcement has put themselves in harm's way to arrest dangerous criminals, including members of notorious violent gangs. Citation, literally a .gov website, just citing the state themselves. You refer to our law enforcement as Trump's modern-day Gestapo. To verify, Minneapolis City Council member Aisha Chuktai stated that the city must be ready to act as the last line of defense for targeted communities. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has previously compared ICE enforcement to being under attack by the Nazis. The results of your policies and politicians' anti-law enforcement rhetoric are a national tragedy. This is your fault. Got it. This is insane. It's fucking insane.
Described the U.S. military handbook of dismantling insurgency. He said, you're seeing it step by step. And he was talking step here, step there, what we're seeing. He said, this is phase one of something we've spent decades trying to keep down internationally that now is in our own soil. The Revolutionary Machine. This is an amazing account. It's 11 pages long. Comes from Insurrection Barbie, talking about the playbook. They're
from Insurrection Barbie. Thank you so much.
Publishing the playbook that these folks are using and indicating where and how it's being funded by people like Code Pink and Singham, who you pointed out. The
oh no, not Code Pink.
Billionaire or near billionaire that's in overseas that's floating it in. You have people like Jonathan Turley that pointed out. He says, look, go take a look at what Chris Mays, Attorney General, is saying. He said, don't see them as real law enforcement. And there is a possibility of citizens, encountering them and shooting them under state law. You've got Attorney General saying that. Tim Walz leading it and saying the public should not treat Border Patrol or ICE officers as real law enforcement. These are responses because the whole system is being dismantled by Trump. Deportation, exposure of voter fraud, exposure of the fraud happening in daycare centers. It's just the beginning. And the reaction you're having here, they are protecting the mechanism that they have been building for 10 years.
Humberto.
We had an amazing dinner 2 weeks ago, and we talked about likability. Right?
Oh my God, this guy. After Tom goes on his insane screed, this guy is just like, so we had a great dinner 2 weeks ago.
Nobody likes the ally, all right? They don't like the lady that got shot last time. They don't like this guy that got shot this week. They don't like the Antifa guy because he's not part of the crowd. He's an ally. Like likability in this situation is very important. What happens with the video of the ally that he's talking about? Like, imagine, Vinny, if you did
We know you're thinking about that. I almost started to lean into it. I'm not going to do it.
same video a year ago before Trump was president, and you're like, oh, we're going to go to the border and we're going to round up all these pesky Chileans and throw them outside the border. You will be arrested immediately, all right? So even though that guy's a radical, he has institutional
I like him. He's so sad. He's pretty cunty, this guy.
power behind him, all right? He has DAs, he has elected officials, he has people that will bail him out, he has NGO money, all right? That's the scary thing about this. Like, this looks a guy that will dress like a woman and has all the tattoos and everything.
He knows he's protected.
He's protected.
That's what's scary about a guy. Oh, he's wearing a dress.
Yeah.
All
He
right.
said that completely seriously.
Think
They're
about
genuinely
the
scared
two
of that.
black girls that went into the church, which, by the way, there's some details of the court filings that came out. I'll have Rob show you, Pat. Did you hear what they were doing? What they were actually doing in the church? Women broke their arms, and these people were running up to children, grabbing kids in the hallway that were blocking the daycare, and they were yelling, where does it say? Terrorizing children. Kids were weeping. One of them grabbed the kid. I think it's on the next page, Robbie. Grabbed the kid and said, do you know that your parents are Nazis? Look in the bottom. Your parents are Nazis. And then on the next page, yeah, screaming Nazi. And then they looked at one of the kids and said, you know your father is going to burn in hell. Those two people were arrested. And in 2 days, the judge, Biden-appointed judge, releases them from jail. So it's not even...
Were people really arrested for that speech, for saying that somebody's going to burn in hell? That's a fucking disgrace.
It's not even... Well, what are we even doing now? It's like...
Not only here, it's international. They spend millions of dollars on having people that will bail them out. Now, the big question here is why? What are they trying to
Global bail funds? Is this like more Soros posting?
achieve on the long run? Because we're going to have more murder, we're going to have more insurrections, we're going to have more things burned down until we don't discover what's the objective. Like, do they want a constitutional amendment? Do they want to change, government? What do they want to do?
They just want to burn it down. Alberto, these are the Joker, like the movie Joker with Joaquin Phoenix, the first one. They just want to burn it down. The same as the other Joker.
Those are the ground
globalism,
soldiers.
and they have to break the American family and then break the American Constitution.
What is the opposite argument? Give me this. What is the opposition saying? What is their argument against everything that's going on right now?
Well,
logical argument. Give me the logical argument the opposition is giving.
Trump is a dictator and he's being authoritative and he's being like Hitler. I mean, that's the easy go-to.
It's not authoritative. It's authoritarian. Or I mean, he's at the point where how is this not fucking totalitarianism? I mean, they're fucking openly killing Americans in the fucking streets and then lying to your face about it. And there's only going to be more of it.
Is Trump is being Hitler. He's sending out these...
But that's not logical. To me, that's emotional. Give me the logical player.
God.
What is the logical player saying?
You may not agree with it, but being anti-trans is anti-personal rights. That person has the right to be like that. You're taking...
Vinny was like way closer to the position, and now like because he's like, no, that's emotions. But the left is like emotional, according to these people, right? So like, shouldn't you be engaging with it on those terms anyway?
Away their right to be. And if kids don't know where they are, you're
Can
preventing...
we acknowledge that these are 3 immigrants talking?
children from experiencing who they are. They have the right. A lot of the things that they're talking about in globalism, Pat, is you have to create rights for others and create groups where you can tell them that their rights are being impugned. It goes right back to what was a good cause that happened in American civil rights movement, where we said all people should have rights regardless of who they are, and all created equal, all men are created.
It's so cute for these people to think that they would have actually supported MLK and the civil rights movement. Absolutely adorable. Never gets old.
Equal. What the Dems and what the logical side of globalists and the far left Dems is to create a right in a person that sounds logical. So you're defending them and you create a victim in them. And what you're really doing is intentionally breaking the moral code and the structure of the society as it is.
I'll give you another one. This is America, okay? We should have the open, bring them in, let them come here because they're escaping their country and their country's bad. They need to come here because the Statue of Liberty says, come here, bring your weak, bring everything. This is America. We're supposed to accept everybody.
They're refugees,
That's
they're
thing.
political
Bring
prisoners.
like, listen, but they're illegal. They have a record.
I mean, you support that with Cubans, right?
They're fleeing their country, Patrick. They're fleeing.
This to them, this sounds like on its face stupid, even though it's it's obviously like, yeah, we should be accepting more refugees. We can obviously absorb these people. And in a non-insignificant amount of cases, the conditions that they're fleeing, the countries that these people are leaving with nothing but the fucking clothing on their back, is in part because of destabilization that the United States contributed to.
In their country, and yet if they come here and they have...
Do you think that deposing the quote-unquote illegitimate leader of Venezuela is going to help or hurt the immigration crisis, quote unquote, in this country.
The baby here, that baby has to be taken care of and protected. That's it. That's it. Anybody should come here. And mind you,
City of Courts, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime sub. I really appreciate it.
the people that are the loudest are the ones protected. They're in gated communities. They have security. They're not dealing with any of this. That's what drives me crazy. They're not.
So you're saying like the elite, or like what, in their liberal enclaves? Are you saying that like crime only persists in like what, right-wing areas?
Not dealing. Tim Walz is never going to get the phone call. Hey,
Ben Riley Spider 1962, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Give me a second to open
security.
They're window. Not dealing. Sorry. Attacking Minnesotans on their own turf in the middle of winter, not smart. Reminds me of something. Curious.
Hey, Tim. Yeah, your daughter. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, she was murdered by an illegal. He's not going to get that. She has security. She's protected. They're never going to get that phone call, so it's never going to affect them, and he's never going to care. None of them. You think Barack Obama's out there putting out a letter, basically telling people, guys, keep going. Keep going. This is the guy.
We read that letter just 2 seconds ago. Yeah, it's adorable to think that tepid milquetoast statement from Barack Obama that he only made clearly after public support signaled that he ought to do it with Bill Clinton, who is actively fighting subpoenas on the Epstein files. Yeah, we know what was also like the motivations for that. For one, helping to resurrect the fucking and like not like helping the Clintons not have their legacy tanked at the very end any more than it already is. But also only after there was all of this backlash and he felt like it was safe to do that.
That's still in the lead.
He's trying to act like Barack Obama is over here like putting on like a fucking black beret and like getting armed and like going to Minnesota or something.
Still in the lead for deportations. 2025, Trump was behind it by almost 200,000. By the way, you heard his attitude in 2013 about the border? Like, yeah, you saw this.
I'm not an emperor. This is a good clip to watch.
I'm the president of the United States. I'm not the emperor of the United States. My job is to execute laws that are passed. And Congress right now has not changed what I consider to be a broken immigration system. And what that means is that we have certain obligations to enforce the laws that are in place, even if we think that in many cases the results may be tragic. There are going to be some stories that break our hearts. And more importantly, we're going to continue to have an economy that is stifled by a really inefficient system where not only are we deporting folks.
Keep in mind, like, this is the same president that's like literally saying like, you should probably learn English if you're going to be here.
But we also have a legal immigration system that is so bottlenecked that it forces sometimes people into the illegal system. I'm the president of the United States. I'm not.
Isn't that weird? Like, what? Isn't that weird?
But you can look at the logical argument, but if remember from Saul Alinsky, the stuff you just showed, Pat, to the playbooks we're seeing.
What was I supposed to get from that Obama statement? Like, truly, I'm lost. Like, all it sounded like is that he was saying that he wanted there to actually be more draconian immigration laws, if that's what it, like, on the books that he could enforce, and that his hands were tied. But when he's talking about, like, there's going to be tragedies, I have, like, no idea what he's, like, I guess he's referring to, like, you know, the rare instances of, like, murders and very, very violent crimes from undocumented individuals. It's, like, so unclear to me.
Their first point of trigger is emotion.
Trump was unbearable, but Obama was never the solution either. True.
Tom, but that's not it, though. You're right. But what I'm trying to tell you is, my friend would always tell me, he says, you know what? I don't know why, Pat, but every time a Democrat's in, the protestants goes away. I just want to be peaceful. I said, that's part of the playbook, guy. That's what they're supposed to sell. They just won. Yeah. They got a guy that does $100 million a year in revenue to make that comment. How many of your employees are not going to believe that? They're going to say, well, if he's doing $100 million, he must know what he's talking about. He says when Democrats are there, there's no protesting. Yes, because Republicans have jobs. Republicans don't go hire agitators to say, come out there. And that's the playbook of the opposing side. Now, by the way, you have to realize they have their own set of mistakes and issues that they're dealing with. We're not sitting here saying it's perfection there as well. But when it comes down to this, well, why were they so good to Obama? Because it's the left cooperating with the left. Why would they not cooperate with the left? It's don't cooperate with the right.
Yeah, leftists famously love Obama.
And this will continue of them not cooperating with the right because the right is the enemy. This is a playbook that keeps happening over and over and over and over again. Rob, can you go back to my Twitter account? I put this one thing there.
Rob, again, my Twitter account again. One more time.
Go back to the previous one if you could. Go up a little bit. Right there. That one right there. The left's formula for creating chaos. label opponents as Hitler, Gestapo, or extremists, use that language that inflames, stoke emotion, hate, fear, animosity,
Correctly label them.
deploy NGOs to fund paid protesters and agitators.
It always involves Soros or NGOs. Again, nothing organic, no organic opposition in this country ever emerges to any action that the president takes.
Raise tensions until violence erupts.
And it's all the media.
Exploit the crisis and blame Trump. Amplify chaos. Gaslight the
It
American.
drives me crazy that some of these have spaces after them, some of them don't. Like he'll put like 6 period, amplify chaos, no space, 8 period, space, win elections.
Can people win elections, implement bad policies that weaken America and empowers enemies, which, by the way, the border, the crimes. The
How long is this list? And this is
Eventually
20,000 likes.
Recognize the manipulation. You lose the next election, reset, repeat the same playbook. Voters forget the previous administration, assume you've changed. Long-term goal, destabilize and destroy America. It's a very simple playbook. And it's happening right before our eyes.
Very, very simple playbook. It's literally this. This fucking scene.
Here's your headline. Scranton Paper Company, Dunder Mifflin, apologizes to valued client. Some companies still know how business is done.
It's more like the whole article.
Except they don't laugh. They take it completely fucking seriously. Like PBD being like, here's their little playbook. And it's like all like this fucking like long ass tweet from him.
Over and over again. So now
It was
this
like
is
they try to win the election, but they lose the election. So they rig the election.
a question for us to be thinking about. Do you think this is it? Or do you think the temperatures are going to go here?
Like again, if they're convinced of all of this fucking voter fraud, but how does that make any fucking sense? Because we lost all 3 branches. Like we lost Senate, lost the Congress, lost the executive.
Here, or do you think this is the highest we hit?
It's going to go more, especially.
They can't ever fathom people actually caring about strangers. It has money is the only explanation. Truly.
When, are you ready for this? When an ICE agent gets severely injured because they're biting off their fingers and they're, the guy yesterday in front of the hotel that was protecting them. Wait until now the law enforcement, something happens on that side, it's going to go even worse because there is nothing worse than a on edge, already scared, because they're, but like you said, guys, that real-time stuff, all the people out there that are talking about guns, they've never held a gun, they've never been in that type of situation. Once an ICE
Alex Pretti literally had held a gun multiple times and was a fucking licensed gun owner.
Agent gets killed because that's the goal. That's the rhetoric.
Biting off fingers. Apparently, like I didn't show the image, but apparently, like an ICE officer reportedly had their finger bitten off or something like that. It's like, I don't even know if that's true or not.
That they want. Once that happens, Pat, now you're going to have both people, both sides, ready to go. It's going to get worse. Guaranteed it's going to get worse, especially in the next couple months, midterms.
I disagree a little bit. There's a point where
ideological diversity.
We call this a low-intensity civil war, all right?
Okay. Oh my God, he is stealing Tim Pool's bar. Oh, like this is a Tim Pool bar. This is literally like what Tim Pool was like trying to describe and being just being like, he called it the like low blunt force level violence, where he insists that the left does a bunch of like low level crimes like punching, like they don't ever murder people, they just like assault people, they make them scared to leave their house. He basically was describing stochastic terrorism and pretending like he independently arrived at it. But this like low intensity civil war, again, it's like, oh yeah, almost so low intensity, like you can't even tell, right? It's almost like there's not a civil war going on, right? For one. But for two, if he's just like, if he repeats the thing about like the left doesn't get like overtly violent, they just do all these little things to intimidate us constantly, that is 100% lifted from Tim Pool.
Right on the verge, it never breaks out, because once it gets too hot, it's no longer useful. All right, because you like if the if the fight gets too hot, if there's too many weapons on the street, they can make institutional changes. They can't get a guy elected afterwards. They can't get money for the NGOs. So they keep it like if it's out of 10, they will keep it at a 5, out of 5, out of 5, out of 5. They will let it go. You need to know that the media, like Pat covered.
All the ICE officers are wearing gloves. It's below zero. Everyone's wearing gloves. How is someone biting off a finger? Well, they bite the glove off first, and then they bite the finger. Duh.
They give Lake and Riley 22 minutes, all right? So they're in control of the mass population still. Like
this guy seems like he's playing a character. He is very real.
They're changing, we're the new media and everything, but they're still in control of the narrative. They put it together, all right? So whatever matters, they will hide. Whatever they want to show, they will show. And if it gets too hot, it's no longer useful.
And I think the president, I could see that point. I love the fact
Trump has other tools.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? If it gets too hot, he has.
And I love that you brought that up, because people, and I was at fault too. Last week I was like, Insurrection Act. That's exactly what they want. The moment he calls for that, they're gonna.
No, that's what you want, right? Which is why you were calling for it.
Say, you see,
Trump is probably going to invoke the Insurrection Act at some point.
He's a Nazi. He put Gestapo in.
It's part of the playbook.
He's playing perfect, though. He's not doing it on
The
purpose.
action is a reaction.
Yeah, of
all
course.
right?
But he's playing it perfect, I think.
So I'm going to go a little inverse here. I believe the future looks bright because I trust the Constitution. I trust the next
Future looks bright. Nice plug. Could probably bite a finger off through a glove, but how did the hand get in the mouth? I mean, Ice Agent's fucking wild, you know?
generation. And I trust that there's 50% of people right now think the president's doing a good job. I trust voices that are pointing out, look, these people have systems and they're circulating it and they're making themselves be aware. I believe the future looks...
I mean, you think that they only wear those masks in the streets? If they're freaks in the streets, how do you think they are in the sheets, you guys?
Right, but I think we have stage 1 cancer and the chemotherapy and the treatment, Pat, is going to be rough. And I think it's going to get a little bit hotter and a little bit heavier. But I think that flame and that heat is going to purify and
like fish,
strengthen the ultimate response that I see below the surface and I see coming. But I think it's going to get a little bit hotter now. They don't have their person of color with children getting run.
They're colored people.
Over in the street by a federal
PBD
vehicle.
said.
They don't have that yet. They want that. They do not have the really big martyr they want, and they're going to keep pushing for it.
I mean, they tell themselves so hard because it's like they were literally pointing to little girls that had been, had faced tragedies at the hands of undocumented immigrants. And they're like, if they get a hold of one of those stories and they're done, then we're done for, because that's what convinces these people, right? They're literally moved by these emotional anecdotes.
So it's going to get tough and it's going to get rough for a little while, but I believe the future looks bright because I'm seeing things such as that President poll and these people bringing things out, Pat. I see it, and I believe that below the surface, there's an America and there's a spine and a backbone and a bright tomorrow.
Oh, Tom, just so you know, I'm 100% there. But you have to also realize, like
I'm not trying to convince.
No. When we first started our insurance company, 7 people are in the room. Okay, it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm looking at everybody. I'm looking at left. I said, we're starting an insurance company. And one guy runs out to get his first application in. He wants to be the first guy to be there. No problem. But
no problem. He started his it's so funny to learn that he started his fucking Ponzi scheme at like 3:30 in the morning.
So let me just tell you guys something here. As excited as you guys are, 2 of you will turn against us and become enemies. Oh, that will never happen. I said 100%. But I said it the night we started the company. It's September 24th morning. So it's 23rd evening going into 24th. I said 2 of you would turn. Within 90 days, 2 of them turned against the company.
Weird.
Okay, and we moved on. You have to realize it's expected. There's nobody that goes to this next level not expecting games and manipulation and any of that stuff. I'm just wondering, for those guys, by the way, that Brian Krasenstein thing that you showed this morning, which I was surprised, I had no idea.
God, it never fails to amuse me and entertain me how much the Krasenstein brothers get under the skins of these fucking MAGA influencers. It is so funny to me.
Can you pull this up, Rob? Tom, what did you find about him?
So, Cam Higbee and others were able to find a list of the people that were in the Signal chat, and they created a screen capture. And then many people created the screen capture because the Signal chat was broken and broke open and exposed. So you have not one person with AI, multiple people showing it. Okay, so let's put that first platform, Pat. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then Brian Krasenstein, not Ed, but it showed that Brian Krasenstein, now Ed may have been in there too, but this particular one was Brian. Brian Krasenstein's in there, and people are saying, what the hell is Brian Krasenstein doing in the Signal chat from Minneapolis to...
I don't even know what they're talking about. We can look more into this tomorrow, but I do want to look into Ye, formerly Kanye West, apologizing for his reckless anti-Semitic comments real quick before I head out. But... really quick, if you're watching me on Twitch and you're not following me yet, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same goes for YouTube. Please subscribe to me there if you aren't. You can also like the stream. It really helps push it out to other people, other viewers. If you want to go back and watch any of my past VODs, they are all housed in my YouTube channel. They're all timestamped. That way you can go through and easily skip through my segments. That way you don't have to scrub through a VOD or do any of that nasty business. I do it all for you guys after my streams. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. You can also sub to me on Twitch. You can use that your Amazon Prime sub. You can gift subs throughout the chat, or if you're lucky, you will be the recipient of a gifted sub. Get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also send me a super chat or a super sticker if you're watching on YouTube. I will read it out loud, and thank you for your generosity. I'm at @Trader _ everything. But yeah, apparently, Yeezy is having some regrets. Ye, formerly Kanye West, apologizes for quote-unquote reckless anti-Semitic comments in a full-page ad that he took out in the Wall Street Journal. Ye, the hip-hop artist formerly known as Kanye West, publicly apologized Monday for his history of quote-unquote reckless anti-Semitic comments, attributing his behavior to an undiagnosed brain injury and mental health issue. He's only discovering this in 2026. Did he hug a rabbi this time? Nope. Just this massive, probably really, really expensive ad in the Wall Street Journal. In a full-page advertisement in the Wall Street Journal titled "To Those I've Heard," he said in part, "I'm not a Nazi or an anti-Semite. I love Jewish people." In recent years, Ye has made various anti-Semitic and racist statements. In a series of posts on X in February, for example, Ye declared he was a Nazi and praised Adolf Hitler. In the advertisement published Monday, he said, "I regret..." Well, hold on. Before I read this, I want to read it in its entirety. He apparently wrote that the frontal lobe of his brain was injured in a car accident 25 years ago. See. In early 2023, the ADL, a leading Jewish advocacy group, said it had documented over 30 anti-Semitic incidents nationwide that had directly referenced Ye. I didn't know that. That's scary. In response to a request for comment Monday, the ADL said Ye's apology to the Jewish people is long overdue and doesn't automatically undo his long history of anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitic Heil Hitler song he created, the hundreds of tweets, the swastikas, and myriad Holocaust references, and all of the feelings of hurt and betrayal it caused. The truest apology would be for him to not engage in anti-Semitic behavior in the future. We wish him well on the road to recovery, a spokesperson said for the organization. I fucking hate the ADL, but I don't really find anything too particularly offensive about that statement. The outcry over Ye's public statements led various corporations and entertainment firms to cut ties with him, including the sportswear brand Adidas, which once sold his namesake Yeezy sneakers. Ye has previously apologized for his anti-Semitic comments in a December 2023 Instagram post written in Hebrew. Ye wrote in part, "It was not my intention to offend or demean, and I deeply regret any pain I have caused." So he's been doing this for a minute. I didn't know about this Instagram post. I knew about the rabbi thing. He then doubled down in the February tirade on X, saying, "I'm never apologizing for my Jewish comments." Okay, 2023. Oh, wait. 2023. I thought that's a 2025. Okay. But here's the whole statement. Somebody had like an image of the advertisement. Song's kind of a banger. Good one. So it says, let's keep it there. Yeah. "To Those I've Heard" by Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. 25 years ago, I was in a car accident that broke my jaw and caused injury to the right frontal lobe of my brain. Great start. At the time, the focus was on the visible damage, the fracture, the swelling, and the immediate physical trauma. The deeper injury, the one inside my skull, went unnoticed. Don't think so. Everybody either thought that everything that he was saying was either brought to you by cocaine or, scream fucking TBI. Not exactly a secret, dude. Comprehensive scans were not done, neurological exams were limited, and the possibility of a frontal lobe injury was never raised. It wasn't properly diagnosed until 2023. That medical oversight caused serious damage to my mental health and led to my bipolar type 1 diagnosis. Bipolar disorder comes with its own defense system, denial. When you're manic, you don't think you're sick. You think everyone else is overreacting. You feel you're seeing the world more clearly than ever, when in reality, you're losing your grip entirely. Once people label you as crazy, you feel as if you cannot contribute anything meaningful to the world. It's easy for people to joke and laugh it off, when in fact this is a very serious, debilitating disease you can die from. According to the World Health Organization and Cambridge University, people with bipolar disorder have a life expectancy that is shortened by 10 to 15 years on average, and a 2 to 3 times higher all-cause mortality rate than the general population. I didn't know that. This is on par with severe heart disease, type 1 diabetes, HIV, and cancer, all lethal and fatal if left untreated. The scariest thing about this disorder is how persuasive it is when it tells you you don't need help. It makes you blind, but you're convinced you have insight. You feel powerful, certain, and unstoppable. I lost touch with reality. Things got worse the longer I ignored the problem. I said and did things I deeply regret. Some of the people I love the most, I treated the worst. You endured fear, confusion, humiliation, and the exhaustion of trying to love someone who was at times unrecognizable. Looking back, I became detached from my true self. In that fractured state, I gravitated toward the most destructive symbol I could find, the swastika, and even sold t-shirts bearing it. One of the difficult aspects of having bipolar type 1 are the disconnected moments. many of which I still cannot recall, that lead to poor judgment and reckless behavior that oftentimes feels like an out-of-body experience. I regret and am deeply mortified by my actions in that state and am committed to accountability, treatment, and meaningful change. It does not excuse what I did, though. I am not a Nazi or an anti-Semite. I love Jewish people. To the Black community, which held me down throughout all of the heights and lows of the darkest of times, the Black community is unquestionably the foundation of who I am. I'm so sorry to have let you down. I love us. In early 2025, I fell into a 4-month-long manic episode of psychotic, paranoid, and impulsive behavior that destroyed my life. As the situation became increasingly unsustainable, there were times I didn't want to be here anymore. Having bipolar disorder is not a state of constant mental illness. When you go into the manic episode, you're ill at that point. When you're not in an episode, you are completely quote-unquote normal. That's when the wreckage from the illness hits the hardest. Hitting rock bottom a few months ago, my wife encouraged me to finally get help. I have found comfort in Reddit forums of all places. Oh my God. Different people speak of being manic in manic or depressive episodes of similar nature. I read their stories and realized that I was not alone. It's kind of adorable. It's not just me who ruins their entire life once a year despite taking meds every day and being told by the so-called best doctors in the world that I'm not bipolar, but merely experiencing symptoms of autism. Okay. My words as a leader in my community have real global impact and influence. In my mania, I completely lost sight of that. As I found my new baseline and new center through an effective regime of medication, therapy, exercise, and clean living, I have newfound much needed clarity. I am pouring my energy into positive, meaningful art, music, clothing design, and other new ideas to help the world. I'm not asking for sympathy or a free pass, although I aspire to earn your forgiveness. I write today simply to ask for your patience and understanding as I find my way home. With love. Yay. Wow. Okay, well, this dude either has upcoming album that he's trying to launch, or I don't know why you would be doing this. I mean, I hope it lasts. I don't want to see him backslide or anything like that. But what do we give it? Month, 2 months, 6 months, a week before he he's back at it again. All right. Thank you guys for spending tonight with me. I will be back tomorrow. Don't know when. Maybe early, maybe late. Much to cover. We'll get back to more PBD. And Rating Mason, thank you so much for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to Riverboat Jack. Tell him I say hi. Until next time, bye.